bunch of your other stuff, but the audio got fucked up. Thanks, Benton. Of course it got fucked up, dude. Look at me, do you think this is serious? Like what are you looking at, Benton? It's an empty room. Look at me, do you think this is serious? Like what are you looking at? Of course it got fucked up, but the fact that you recorded it warms my heart. What are you looking at? Of course it got fucked up, but it's weird to think that you recorded it. Like I honestly think I have zero faith. Man, who would listen to that? It's weird to think that you recorded it. Like I honestly think I have zero faith. Man, who would listen to that? It's weird to think that you recorded it. Like I honestly think I have zero faith. Man, who would listen to that? It's weird to think that you recorded it. I honestly think I have zero faith. Man, who would listen to that? They take that actual stuff. I honestly think I have zero faith. Listen, not only do they take that actual stuff. I honestly think I have zero faith. Listen, not only do they take that actual stuff. I honestly think I have zero faith. Listen, not only do they take that actual stuff. I honestly think I have zero faith. Listen, not only do they take that actual stuff. I honestly think I have zero faith. Listen, I'm going to call it today. And here's the thing, you said something to me, your streamer, like, oh, bro, kid, I'm going to call it today. And I can't tell you said something to me, your streamer, like, oh, bro, kid, I'm going to call it today. And I can't tell you watch a lot of people's shows, your streamer, like, oh, bro, kid, ever make a call it today. And I can't tell you watch a lot of people's shows, think your streamer yourself, bro, kid, ever make a call it today. And I can't tell you what mentioned directions straight and think you're trying yourself. You never make a class. And I can't tell you what mentioned directions make it think you're trying yourself. You never make a class. Point is next. And I can't tell you what mentioned in my chat think you're trying yourself. I don't want to be in your point is next. And I can't tell you what mentioned in my chat think you're trying yourself. I don't want everyone to talk about me better. And I'm sorry about my chat think you're trying yourself. Because every year we talk about me better, and I'm sorry about my urgent myself every year so we talk about me better, and I'm sorry about my urgent myself every year so we talk about me better, and I'm sorry about my urgent myself every year so we chat about me better, and I'm sorry about my urgent myself every year so we chat about me better, and I'm sorry that I heard the software next time I'm chat. Yeah, I'm in the chat. Software. I don't like things party. Enjoy the party. I don't like things party. Enjoy the party. I don't like things try to be more chill. Enjoy the party. I watch your shit. That's how it's funny when you're I watch your shit. Try to be shit. Appreciate it. That's how it's funny when you're I watch your shit. Try to be shit. Appreciate it. You do it. That's how it's funny when you're understand that. I watch your shit. Try to be shit. Appreciate it. You do it. That's how it's funny when you're understand that. I watch your shit. Try to be shit. Appreciate it. Of course you understand that. Most of you watch people watching by the show. Try to be shit. Appreciate it. Of course you understand that. Take a reference. Most of you watch people watching by the show. Try to be shit. Of course you're a modern man. Take a reference. Most of you watch people watching by the show. Try to be shit. You took it on yourself. I'm positive. Hey, go ahead and mom me back. You're listening to other people who are tripping. Hey, go ahead and mom me back. My chest because that's what you show. Hey, go ahead and mom me back. My chest that's what you show. YouTube because most of you watch everybody need to be on something. That's what you show. Every YouTube because most of you watch everybody need to be on something. That's what you show. Every YouTube most of you watch everybody need to be on something. That's what you show. Every YouTube
Hey, folks, sorry about that. I have no idea what happened with that audio. Very strange, very strange. I was listening on my phone, it sounded fine, so I'm going to assume the problem is on my end, perhaps. So closing everything down. Starting over. Lots of tech issues lately. Lots of tech issues. I'll blame this on. It's going to sound nuts, but I think it was some sort of interference with this laptop. Very bizarre. Very bizarre. I think I would know what I was doing by now, but clearly not. Clearly not. Is anybody here? Apologies, we will fix this. Scotty boy. Indeed, indeed. Good to see you, sir. Yeah, avant-garde, and not in a good way. Avant-garbage. And maybe I'm a little louder than I thought I was in this room. I did not realize this. The people next door were making some noise about 9:30 yesterday. Of course, I'm accustomed to getting anywhere between 3 and 4.5 hours of sleep, occasionally 6. I sleep very well, though. Something my body learned during truck driving. What's up, Roy? Good to see you, sir. Yeah, my sleep is fairly well maximized. I feel great, actually. Thanks for asking. I was trying to restream Provo Kid there. He was actually talking to me.
I'll say this about you, because content is about you right now.
Let's see what happens.
And you make some really good content.
Still talking about me?
It's funny to me that you show up here, and I'm really appreciative of that. Because we have content creators. Like, when I measure my chat box, pay attention to yourself. My
You know, that's one thing about the cheap audio gear is I think it was literally the proximity, because I'm screen recording Provo Kid on one of my ThinkPads, and I had it set up right next to my equipment here where I was simultaneously restreaming Provo Kid. And it seems like the laptop audio managed to bleed over into this, which is quite strange. If anybody wants to panel, I remembered I'm out of content. That's how the stream got pushed forward. But then I started early. I was unable to motivate myself to find something to play or maybe make more soundboard clips.
I'm out. Sorry. Pause it for everybody. Hey, thanks to everybody for watching, looking at the show, recording the show, because obviously.
Yes, that's me, by the way.
Thank you.
You're welcome,
Ben,
sir.
Ben, I didn't know you would screen record, but I appreciate it, because sometimes you wonder, like, who would watch this content? And replay value is always something to consider where, like, if your content is ever worthy of being replayed, what's going on, right? Like, in your life, like, where,
Indeed, sir.
hey, let's replay that content.
Indeed.
Like, what's going on, right? Like, sometimes I feel a phone in my pocket. I'm like, that's too heavy. It's weird how phones feel heavier than they should, because they're, they got radiation or whatever. But it's just fascinating, like, people, things, like, you got life, you got people with interest, but generally, what's going on, man? I have no clue.
Me neither.
God bless you all.
Scotty Boy, I have actually Scotty Boy with an interesting posits an interesting thought. Who else thrives in times of question? Yes, sir. Some of us certainly thrive on the chaotic.
And Ben's talking about some, like, the audio got fucked up. Ben, it's so nice where, like, you have somebody else working with you, whether they want to or not. But, like, yeah, dude, everything I've been trying to do is fucked up. But you're right there with me, and you're recording. That's why I screen recorded a bunch of your other stuff, but the audio got fucked up. Thanks, Benton. Of course it got fucked up, dude. Look at me. Do you think this is serious? What are you looking at, Ben?
I don't know. I can't tell the difference between serious and unserious. It's all serious to me, which means it's all not serious.
But the fact that you recorded it warms my heart. Man, it's weird to think that I honestly think I have 0 fans. Like, who would listen to me? But I have Benton.
You do.
He records my content.
Doing that now, in fact.
And that feels pretty cool, man. Feels really cool. Like, I got.
Oh, I'll be right back. That reminds me.
I can't imagine doing anything where anybody would listen, but they take the extra step where they're like, you know what? Not only do I need to listen, but I should remember and record. So thank you, Benton. I mean, you're really, like, number one. I should make you a managing mod. Because you look at my content and you're here for it, man. And I appreciate that, Ben. And here's the thing. You said something to me in your stream where you're like, oh, Provo Kid hasn't been around. And I can't tell you, Ben, this, but I will tell you, and this is a reality. Dude, you watch a lot of people's shows and you never content.
Oh.
You never make a comment for the content. Because eventually, when you create a figure of yourself, you realize that as soon as you make a comment, it drives it drives chat, whatever, so on and so forth. But you make attention to yourself. My point is, Benton, and you're like, oh, Provo Kid hasn't been in my chat. Dude, I don't want to be in your chat sometimes because everybody loves me.
Yes.
Everybody wants to talk about me, Ben.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry about that, Ben. And you're like, oh, Provokid's not
Same,
here.
by
But
the way.
the reality is, Ben, I am there. And if I make myself noticeable, people want to talk to me. And
Yeah.
I'm sorry about that.
I get it.
So that's my only point. You know, I'm sorry
Makes sense.
that if I make myself present and you're in your chat, people like want to talk to me. It's a problem. You know,
Yes.
pretty popular.
Yes.
That sucks.
I like it.
So, you know, next time I'll try not to be as like, hey, I'm in Ben's chat. I don't like taking over. It's like a party.
Yeah, I don't like
you
that
join
either.
the party and you're like, oh, hey, I'm here. It's so funny. But yeah, that's how I feel sometimes. You know, you don't want to join the party. But you know, I'll try to be more chill, Ben. And but I watch your show, Ben. Might not always chat, but it's funny when you're like, oh, people haven't been here. You know what? You should appreciate that more often, Ben. When there's people who are watching you and they say nothing. And I think you would be somebody who would understand that because you're wiser, a little bit more knowledgeable in some things.
Yeah, it's a good
than
point,
I am,
Provo
for
Kid.
sure.
Good
But,
point.
Of course, you would understand that the most influential people watching you wouldn't be talking in your chat. So when you make a reference, we're like, oh, Provo Kid's not here. Gonna demod him. Like, you're a mod right now.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to remod him, but I demodded everybody.
You took it upon yourself to unmod me from your chat.
That's true.
Which, hey, go ahead, unmod me, Ben. You're listening to other people chirping in your ear, and you're making decisions. But you're a mod in my chat because that's what I chose.
Yeah.
I'm in control.
Indeed, sir.
And that's something probably unique on YouTube because most of the people you watch, Ben, need to be on YouTube. Right? Like everybody needs to be on YouTube, or what are they doing? They're drawing.
Oh, damn it. We were in the past, see. Bummer, dude. Of course, I have the screen recording. Well, let's go stop the screen recording. Apologies, Chuck. Sometimes I'll just show you what we're talking about here. Thanks for letting me know, Chuck. There's never no audio though, just for the record. It's this right here. See this? See what happens? Mic check, mic check. Sometimes that gets turned to off and that turns off the microphone, but there's still audio, if that makes sense. Like if there might be something else playing. And I'm not muted because muted is a button. See what I'm saying? See this? Now I'm muted. See, so sometimes people are like, "Oh, you're muted," but this thing isn't up there. It's like, no, I'm not muted. I've turned my fucking microphone off on my little audio stereo line mixer. But thank you for catching that, Chuck. I appreciate it. Yeah, I had the and I'm on a delay now, so I see the comments coming in. But yeah, we had it turned off, and then we turned it back on the stereo line mixer there. Well, it's true though, because if you think about it, the broadcaster needs the proper feedback. So if you say I'm muted, but that icon, if the icon's not up here, then I'm not technically muted, and that causes confusion. If that makes sense, because you can visually see that I'm not muted right now, but I could have the microphone turned off. See what I'm saying? It's a different thing. So basically, if you're going to help, then help. But sometimes the help makes it worse. You see what I'm saying? Because this is overly complicated for where I'm at in my cognitive abilities. Especially, I used to be way sharper than this, folks. And I mean way sharper. This is very bad in many ways, actually. There you go, Scotty boy. Nah, he didn't want to hear what I have to say. But I was responding to Provo Kids chat. Well, the main thing I was saying is that it's funny. I unplugged the laptop, one of the laptops, and took it to the other side of the room because there was some sort of interference. And I've talked about before that this is the golden age of affordable electronics, which is wonderful. But then, hey, here comes Rebecca. But then the downside to the golden age of affordable electronics is what we see here, which is, sometimes just the wires are so close together that the audio from one bleeds into the audio of the other, right? Which is exactly what happened. But I was listening on my phone to Provo Kid talk to me. So then finally I was like, oh, let me plug into my equipment. And it was just crazy audio. But real quick back, Rebecca, I want to respond to something in Provo Kids chat. Tinsel TQ, who either doesn't watch me anymore or never posts in the live chat anymore, who used to post, he says, you could edit out all the digestive related parts of the day if you know what I'm saying. And I don't exactly know what he's saying, but I'm not going to be doing any editing, just in case folks want to know that. Like the chances of me doing anything approaching video editing is almost zero. However, I will clip out a segment if I need to using the YouTube tools. But I don't even consider that editing. But I don't know if folks in the audience are what the fuck? Hang on. Now my phone's just playing out of nowhere. But yeah, I don't know if maybe the audience has video editing skills. I'm sure I could figure it out. I'm not interested. I have no desire. I can barely motivate myself to do things like the audio editing, which I actually enjoy, right? I like the audio side of it. I have no desire to do anything approaching video editing. But yeah, anyway, let's welcome Rebecca to the show. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me, Benton. It's very nice to see you.
Indeed.
Very nice to see you. Good morning to you.
Yes. Is it it's nighttime for you, I'm assuming.
Nighttime for me, yeah.
Got it.
I just grabbed a coffee though.
Oh, fantastic.
I'm gonna stay up a little late.
Hey, might as well.
I know that I'm not here to ask to make any. Well, I was just wondering if I could make a special request this morning.
I will say this: I typically honor all reasonable requests. So hit me.
I was just hoping if you could sometimes let me know when you're using the previous sound bites. I trust your I totally trust your artistic creativity, but I find some of the coughing aspect of it to be distracting for me later to know whether I was being rude or not.
Yes,
So,
yes.
Well, just maybe,
I'm retarded, so I probably just won't use any more of your drops, if that's okay. Because I'm not smart.
Well, I trust you.
I'm not smart enough to know.
I trust your artistic creativity.
I'm not smart enough to know what's objectionable and what is. I literally have no way to tell.
I mean, just trust me. Yesterday, I was blaring it as I went for breakfast or lunch, whatever meal it was. I was like, I you know me. I definitely appreciate your creativity. So
thank you. Well, what I would say is I have no ability to tell the difference between what's acceptable and what's objectionable. I can't tell the difference.
It's just the cough one. I'll figure it out.
Well, but I don't figure it out. I don't know that that's
while I'm here.
Problem, though. I have no way of knowing that's a problem. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Anyways, I appreciate your willingness to honor, and I trust you will use your creative license as you always do in your own home, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, absolutely. So, but there's so many different audio clips of other people that I'm not dependent on yours, so I will happily not use yours, and that's not a problem at all.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, and anytime you need to make a request, please feel free.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't remember what the last one. Oh, Tommy. Robin had made a bunch of interesting thumbnails that had Tommy's, his likeness in them, and he emailed me and said, "Hey, could you pretty please not use my likeness in your thumbnails?" And I have never used one since.
That's very
kind.
I have
That's like 15 really awesome thumbnails that Robin made that will never see the light of day as a result. Yeah, so, yep, I have no problem honoring those requests.
I appreciate that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm not here to drag anybody, Bex.
Yeah.
It's not my intention. Yep.
Yeah. I find they're just not much the likeness of me, but if they make other people,
people love that stuff.
That's,
yeah, they love that stuff. Yeah.
But that's also just me. I'm a perfectionist, right? I got a good ear. So I'm like, I want to give you better ones. That's all.
Well, but again, I can't ever tell the difference. So if you want to make some and say, hey, these are the ones that are approved, I will use those.
Oh, and even anyways, I can give you a bunch to pick from.
You would have to make them. And I don't know that you're going to be able to do that, especially without a computer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Hashtag life goals.
Well, and actually, we can get into that if you'd like. So something I learned, and this is not advice, this is something I learned in my life as someone who at times had a desire to do a thing and then maybe didn't do a thing, but also, much like yourself, was very effective at doing things at times. So if I want to do a thing, I know not to say that I'm going to do the thing, because that virtually ensures that I'm not going to do the thing. And I still do this to this day. I hear myself saying things that I'm going to do, and that's how I know I'm not going to do the thing. So when I hear you say you're going to go get a computer tomorrow, I know you're not going to get a computer tomorrow, because I'm the exact same way. So when I actually manage to accomplish things, I just shut the fuck up and do it. So yeah, it works for me.
It's true. It's true about a lot of things. It's definitely true of people, of their content of character too. It's those people that are like, I had a neighbor that was always telling me he's such a nice guy, such a nice guy. You know, I'm a nice guy. I'm a nice. What a weird thing to say.
It is a weird thing to say.
Yeah. Like, oh, why are you trying to convince me so hard?
Well, and this bozo, that AB bozo, and that's my words. I'm not, I'm not speaking for anybody but me, but he was doing versions of that, I noticed. And that to me is almost always a red flag when people come in, describing themselves. Although I will just tell people true things about myself, but it's typically not designed to make me appear as if I have some sort of reputation that I may not actually have, or in fact may be the opposite of the thing I'm purporting to be.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, it was certainly a red flag anytime especially if I first meet somebody and they start sort of setting my own expectations for, whatever the interaction's going to be at the level of their character. And all I think in my head is, well, that's fine, but I'm only ever going to judge based on my observations. And judge meaning to form an opinion, not to condemn or pass sentence on, rather.
Yeah, exactly.
So here's where
What other position?
Well, and real quick, here's where I could play. I have a drop of highly suspect saying something about knock off the psychobabble bullshit. So now probably when I go into some sort of psychoanalysis, I can, if I have my soundboard ready, I can hit that button and Keith will say something along the lines of knock off the psychobabble bullshit. But you won't hear it unless you do.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm getting to where, well, real quick, I'm getting to where I can play the sounds where you can hear them, but it makes my audio like way less quality on my side. But go ahead, Bex. Or sorry, Rebecca.
It's I appreciate that.
Well, I'm working on it. It's going to take me a minute.
I know. It does. I was just going to say that I think it would be a lot of fun. I think I would have a lot of fun with a soundboard. I think I would probably be switching some things up. Yeah. At least until I perfected it. I know it'd be something that I would really, I would enjoy doing myself.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah. I think you could have fun, a lot of fun with it.
My thing is that oftentimes I either have to make all of that on stream or I have to just get up super early, which I do sometimes anyway, make all my food and get everything ready and then maybe have like an hour and a half to work on that stuff. I don't think people realize what the investment of time is here. It's very high, and I don't have to stream 12 hours a day, but it ends up being that for whatever reason at times.
Well, it's fun.
Yeah, well,
right?
absolutely.
It's for the most part, it's a beneficial experience. Or why would one do it?
Oh, yeah, of course.
At least that's my experience. I mean, I definitely am enjoying it.
Well, and I'm paying.
It's a form of social.
Sorry to cut you off. I'm paying money to do this. I don't know that people realize that. And I have all this equipment, which is not expensive, but just the fact that I have a place to set all of this up because, in the near future, it might all be in a backpack and I will only be able to set it up like in a public library beginning at 9 or 10 a.m. And then I can maybe do 2 hours of streaming, 2 to 3 hours of streaming, and then I'll have to leave. If that makes sense.
It does make sense.
Yeah, so I'm actually incentivized to do this as much as possible while I'm here.
Exactly.
Yep. And I don't know that folks realize, and you probably do, but I don't know that other folks can follow those dynamics.
Well, it's exercising a form of option value
There you go.
ahead of time, really. At least that's how I see it. Breaking it down economically, the option value is, typically the value you place on the option to do something that you're not doing, if that makes sense. But since in the future you know that you can't do it, it's sort of like a amortization of some sort.
Nice. I like that.
Yeah.
Well, and what I found real quick, what I found with truck driving is it just takes way too long to set all of this up. So I probably won't even be able to use most of it if I end up going back to work, which I really don't want to, but that may very well be on the horizon. We'll see.
I hear that.
Yeah. I'm probably now capable of it. It's just I actually hate the fucking industry, but that's a me problem.
Well, and I ran into someone where I went for lunch today. There's a community kitchen where you can, go get breakfast or lunch twice a day. You can be fed. They'll send you home with dinner if you want it. It's a really nice. It's nice. There's no need for ID. It's not a food bank. It's
I've been to something. I've been to one of those in Eugene, Oregon, but most of the audience probably has no idea what we're talking about.
Yeah. But I was there and I ran into a fellow I've dined with before. And it was just, I forgot where, we were talking about the dynamics of he's homeless by choice.
Yes.
A really, really interesting fellow. I can't remember where I was leaping to that story. I was going to say something about what had happened there. Anyways, that's my point. He was asking me if I was working. And I said, no.
Yes.
I'm not. And, I talk the talk when I have a job, right? I'm proud of it. I'm doing the work. I know my bosses are exploiting me 100%. And I don't just mean because the nature of being a boss. I mean my people pleasing productivity, expectations,
Yeah.
desire to
I have the same thing.
be I'm a consultant for fucking minimum wage.
Exactly.
Um,
Well, and please hold that thought because this is a great topic. But I think especially the CBO crew likes to construe it as if I'm, interested in freeloading. But the reality is the system can't pay me enough money for my time because I can use my own time so much more valuably than they can pay me. So the truck driving,
Exactly.
well, and I'll pass it back to you on this. The truck driving works for me because I can live at my workplace, and then I have a lot of downtime while I'm waiting around because they make us wait around a lot since we're not hourly. But go ahead, Miss Rebecca, please.
Well, yeah, yes, and I would just add to that by saying that it really is a matter of quality of life at my age. Like, when I was working 3 days a week in the warehouse I was working in, party rental supplies. Like, honestly, for every day I worked, there was a day of healing, and then the one seventh day that I would have, you're still just getting all your stuff done. Like, so quality of life. It's not all about money. Like, there's so much more, like, in terms of what I can do with my own time when I'm not, healing
Yes.
from work more than I'm working. Like, it's insane.
Well, and the fact is, your average person, basically, I've broken down that 85% of the masses are more or less have the same configuration. And then there's like 15% of us that are outliers from that. And the 85% can't effectively use their time in that way unless they really teach themselves to be able to do so.
Mhm.
Like, whereas I just will naturally be very productive no matter what. That's just
Yes.
how I am. I couldn't not be productive. But then in America, and Canada may be this way to some extent, in America, we only measure in money. So if my so-called productivity can't be measured in US dollars, then it doesn't count to most of that 85%. But I don't view things that way, and I'm only concerned with how I view things. How they view them is not
Exactly.
my problem. It's annoying, but it's not my problem.
Yeah. Exactly.
So I know we're probably similar in these regards. But I've given up on attempting to convince people. It's just I do what I do, and if they think I'm a bum, that's fine, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, not my
That's
problem.
why, talking to people that get it, right? When, he's just being polite, saying, "Are you still working?" And I'm like, "No, hallelujah."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because even productivity, people would be surprised at how just sitting thinking. I would define productivity as sitting, thinking, and smoking. I definitely, when I'm not in pain, healing from, drowning in the idea that I have so much to do before I get back to work, but I have so much rest to do as well. That just being able to sit and think and enjoy myself.
Yeah,
Consuming
absolutely.
something educational or pondering. But I could, that definitely, the human nature to shirk a little. There's definitely areas of my life where I'd, always could even tighten up my definition of productivity a little bit.
Well, I mean, yeah, of course we can step it up, but it's almost impossible for me to just be accomplishing nothing.
Yes.
Virtually
Yeah.
impossible. And, even my podcasts, which I don't know how many I did per week, but, each one of those podcasts had hours and hours and hours and hours that I put into each one of them, but I'm going to do that anyway. Like the hours of thinking and sort of
Yeah.
figuring things out. And, that's going to happen whether or not I actually record the podcast. So,
Yes.
it's kind of
Exactly.
neither here nor there. Yep.
Well, and that's kind of like I know you played it earlier, so it was interesting to spontaneously decide to speak in Spanish on
Yeah,
YouTube,
I love
considering
that.
it's been so many years. And as soon as I hit the end button, I was like, face is cara, right? I had all these words coming to me. I was like, oh man. So my goal is actually to consume some Spanish YouTube content and just brush up on some Spanish vocabulary over the next few days and see if I can't like bring it, right? Like bring it in Spanish. So I was happy. That was a nice exercise. You inspire me with those avant-garde, it's just something different. Try something different.
Yeah, and sometimes it doesn't work, and that's just okay. It just doesn't work, and we move on to the next thing.
Mm-hmm.
And
well, for me, speaking,
real quick, few people have a memory, so it kind of doesn't matter, even if I screw up in the short term. But go ahead.
It's true.
Yeah.
And I thought that, to have like 15, even up to 18 people listening to me speaking Spanish, I was impressed.
Yeah, me too. Very good.
Yeah. Yeah. It's fun. It was fun. It reminded me, though, when I learned Spanish, because I had to explain things. When you've only got such a vocabulary, you'll be like, the thing that was over by the tree, at the building that was beside the building that looks like a school. You know what I mean? You're just describing things in ways.
I didn't get the brain for languages. And every time I say this, people, because they think I'm smart, they try to say, well, you can learn it. No, I can't. I could absolutely learn to read and write Spanish, no problem. I cannot just learn to hear it and speak it. And I've met Hispanic people from Mexico who've been in the country for 30 years and can't fucking speak English. I would be one of them in Mexico. That's just how it is. And they're not dumb.
That's the one.
They're not dumb. Yeah. They just don't have the brain for that. Yeah. But please go ahead.
I would say the one beautiful thing about the Spanish language versus any of the other languages that I've perused or even juxtaposed to Spanish or French, which I did learn in school. Spanish, if you can speak it, someone could teach you the alphabet and you could write it and read it. If you could read it and write it, you could speak it. It just would take practice.
Well, that's the thing.
They only have one sound for every consonant versus so many other languages have all the innuendos. So the beauty of Spanish is it is the easiest language to learn if one was to choose to try.
The point I'm making, Bex, is that, Rebecca, is that I would need to learn to read and write it first. And going to doing an immersion doesn't accomplish that. And that's what people are like, oh, if you just went there, you'd learn it and pick it up. It's like, no, I won't. No, I will not. But so that's, but yeah, absolutely. If I learned to read and write it, then I would learn to speak it and listen to it clearly.
Because when I was, when I lived in Mexico, we had, the families that I had help that worked for them from villages close by. And those people didn't read or write any language. They had their dialect that they spoke from their native tongue, and then they'd learn to speak Spanish as well. The interesting thing that I thought about them was like they were, the thing is people who speak 2 languages or more have an advantage even if they don't write. Their brains are capable of in my opinion, I think that that if someone spoke 2 languages and one of them was Spanish, I could have taught these people the alphabet, even as someone who was learning it myself. That's how floored I was that no one had ever taught them to read or write, because it's so easy, way easier than English.
Yep. Yeah, most are.
Yeah.
And I met I once met a very intelligent Mexican who was in his 20s, and he was from Mexico. And sometimes people get offended when you say Mexican. I'm like, well, he's from Mexico, so that is the technical term, is Mexican. But just like I'm an American. But he was very intelligent, and he picked up English very well. So what we realized is that he could understand me even when I used big words. But if I used an idiom, he never knew what I was talking about. So once he explained that to me, I just knew not to speak in idioms, and we could communicate just fine. So idiom being a figure, I'm sure you know this, but idiom being a figure of speech.
Yes.
And we have a lot of them, and we don't always realize, oh, that's an idiom. It's a figure of speech. It doesn't really make any sense outside the cultural context.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was weird for me in Mexico. Like the town I was in, nobody really spoke English. My first host father did. But when I think back to just the patient, interested young men, that would sit with me while I smoked cigarettes, heaven, like I wasn't supposed to. Most Rotary most Rotary students don't get accepted if they put down they smoked, but I did. So I smoked, much to everyone's dismay. My point being, though, it allowed me a lot of time just hanging out outside on the front stoop. And a gentleman named Gustavo used to come by, and he spoke no English. He had no desire to learn any English. And I remember the awkward conversations we would have, like just trying to define a few words for me every night while I smoked. It's interesting, you know, just like, and how long it can take to get to one word is amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you're pointing at the tree right in front of you.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what I would be doing if I was forced to be in a land where they only spoke Spanish? I would be having people write things down for me, and then I would be writing things down and showing them to people.
Yeah.
That's absolutely how I would solve that problem. Yep.
Yeah, one of the first nights I was there, I was supposed to actually go to the Philippines. And no one ever told me I wasn't going to the Philippines until a ticket to Mexico arrived. Very strange. I was in my grade 12 year when I applied for the program and got accepted to the program. And so, but the Philippines had a bunch of really bad natural disasters that year. So we just figured that was where that was from. Anyways, interestingly enough, you know, the Philippines being a Spanish influenced Asian language, Tagalog. Mm-hmm. And then going down into Mexico, never having been immersed in another culture. I remember sitting there because I was from British Columbia and I had so much experience already surrounded by people that spoke Cantonese, even before the Mandarin immigrants sort of came in. My point was, I remember sitting in Mexico thinking these people could all be speaking Chinese, right? Like it was so foreign to me. As I looked around the faces of the room, you know, I realized I could have been displaced into China if there was no sombreros. It's just how it felt so foreign. You know, I was 18 years old. I'd never been anywhere. And as I was sitting, they took me to a hamburger joint, one of my first nights there, trying to make me feel at home, you know, and I just remember it was so strange to know that nobody in the room could speak to you. Nobody.
Yep. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. But, you know, what a pioneer I was, really. Brave little girl.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, and I'm sure you realize I'm unable to follow a story. So I don't even know what we're talking about other than you being in a land where you couldn't speak the language. But just so you know.
Yeah. And yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
It was over.
I just can't follow stories. It's a problem. So I'm not able to. I used to spend a lot of energy trying. I eventually figured out that it's just never going to happen. So I stopped trying. So I've wasted a lot of time, energy, and effort on things that have never borne a single fruit. And I will not do that anymore. But here's what's interesting, Rebecca, is that any story, no matter what it is, can be boiled down to a one-sentence description of what happened. And if I get the one-sentence description first, I am then able to follow the story. And sometimes I do that when I tell a story. I give the one-sentence description of what happened, and then I tell the story sometimes. But I would never expect other folks to be able to train themselves to do that because it's just not a necessary thing generally. And then some folks don't want to ruin the story anyway because they want to suspensefully build up to something.
I think as someone who's worked hard on 3-minute sets, I think you've told me this before, or in fact, I know sort of on some front, and I think that it's something that I could probably learn to do without tipping my bit.
Yes. Yeah, I think so. And I'm not, if you chose to do so, that's up to you. But I mean, obviously it would be helpful for me, but I certainly don't expect people to do that.
Yeah. I get that.
Yeah, but it's like when I was at the market yesterday, and unfortunately somebody mentioned a co-op, and before I could even stop myself, I said, "Oh, there's a co-op," and I knew I'm in trouble because the lady's an older lady, and so now they have to tell me, they have to make sure I know where the thing is, and you know, they have to tell me how to get there. And it's like, I can say, well, I have Google Maps and navigation till I'm blue in the face. It doesn't fucking matter. Now I have to just stand there and pretend to be listening while they describe how to go to a place and I can't follow what they're telling me, even if I wanted to. I would have to get paper and write it down. And then people would, half the time, they're like, you have to write this down? Like I'm doing something wrong. But I'm like, well, wait a minute. You don't have a photographic memory? Because once I write this down, I don't need the piece of paper anymore. But you don't have a photographic memory? Like, why do we do that to each other? I'll never understand that. It's very bizarre. But because I'm the different one and they're in the 85%, I'm the weirdo, right? Because exactly. I can't conform to the 85%. Meanwhile, they're never expected to do what I can do. Nobody ever expects them to be able to, access my special abilities. Yeah, it's been an interesting experience as a person here in the realm, certainly.
It sure has been.
Mm-hmm. Well, and then Scotty Boy says stories are ego feeders, and something I realized not in your case, Rebecca, but something I realized living in the streets for so long is that there's certain people who have storytelling skills. So they know how to do like verbal and nonverbal communication that sort of leads everybody through the story. But at a certain point, I realized that I was sort of being led along with those beats and the pantomiming. But then the more I focused in on what was being said, I said, well, wait a minute, this isn't even interesting. And in fact, I have 1,000 stories more interesting than this. Unfortunately, I don't have the storyteller skill. And every time I say that, people say, oh, yes, you do. I'm like, no, I don't actually. And you telling me I do when I know I don't. Now that's just annoying. Why would you do that? Right. I just don't understand why people do that, but please continue.
And I think when I read, and I know Scotty Boy well, he's hung out in my chat before. And I think reading all his comments, I don't think he realizes that some people's stories are true. It's like, I think some people think telling a story is making up a story. Versus actually just telling the truth of what happened to you. And I think that your storytelling comes more through experience supporting a thesis you're putting forth, right? So you tend to talk about a lesson or something and the experiences that, that make that point. I mean, lesson might be the wrong word because that sounds like you're trying to teach, but when I would say that your storytelling comes in and around the focal points of your talks in a way that's different than, where I would be telling something that happened to me and the things I learned from it along the way. And maybe that is just so I'm just saying that in response to Scotty Boy, I think that, I think some people see storytelling as making up stories.
Yes.
And it's joke writers are a good analogy to that, because in comedy, you do get people that are just straight up joke writers. And then you get people that have a great sense of humor that elaborate sort of with a poetic license on truth. And the straight up joke writers are absurdists, I'll call them. Like their jokes are absurd. I mean, just unbelievable. And they're very good at it. It's its own craft to be able to write things that are so unbelievably funny. They can get into the plausibility as well, but typically you could tell that comic by the way they tell their jokes, that they're basically an absurdist and it's all made up. Then you get the ones that teeter the line where you know they tell truth enough, but they elaborate enough that it's just always, bordering on is it true or is it not? And then you get people that are actually telling true stories all the time. And some of those people are also, their true stories are insanely absurd, right? But you can see you can tell the nuances. And there's people out there that get on stage and confess their most, when you know they're an honest comedian, sometimes you're amazed at the stories they tell because people don't believe them to be true, but they are. I probably just did a big Chrissy Snow on how everything's so absurd in comedy, but it's nuanced.
Yeah, I've been truck driving the bathroom break, so I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Woody says, I often begin to type a comment and then think about whether the comment is valid, then decide if it's true enough, then realize the moment is gone. I do that too, Woody. I used to be really quiet in chat, surprisingly. Yeah, I've watched a lot of live streams and never commented till I started paneling, really. Yes. What else, friends? And the tribe says conveying a story's message relies on the audience receiving it on the proper level of abstraction, for sure. That's a lot easier to do in person. I think I'm getting better. I hope I'm getting better online. I feel more focused. But that's that'd be what I always considered myself, even when I stumbled into comedy. I should have stumbled into storytelling, oral storytelling, because all my jokes come from true stories that had to be pared down to punchlines. They always lost their humanity. Woody says, it is a slippery slope. Do I still go to places and silently sit on the sideline? I do, actually. I do.
I'm back. I heard nothing, but I'm back.
Mhm.
Oh, Scotty Boy's
I
in
was just
Aries.
chatting
Well,
with the
real quick,
chat.
I do want to say this, Scotty Boy. Man to man or male to male, that's one of the most helpful signs to know when a man's an Aries. That's a very specific thing. I mean, everybody's different, but that's a very specific thing. So I'm glad he said that. So, and I will remember. There's a few other Aries running around, so that's a good thing to know. Yep. And sorry if I kind of cut you off there. I didn't mean to, but it
That's
happens
perfect.
sometimes, unfortunately.
It's perfect. Sorry if I'm rustling here. I'm
Oh
really
no,
enjoying it.
we got all the time in the world. I mean, right up until we don't.
Yeah. Saturday.
Yep.
Can you excuse me for a moment, Benton? I'll be
Absolutely.
back in just
Take
a
all the time
minute.
you need.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll do some crowd work here. And then you never know, I might be able to talk Keith into coming up. But Keith, are you been up all night or did you already go to sleep? I think sometimes, you know, I certainly have a bit of the cranky old man in me, and I'm not going to accuse Keith of that. But I think generally, as us males get older, we tend to the crankiness is concentrated in the hours, the few hours, upon arising, right? Yeah, yeah. Virgo for Mr. Suspect. Yeah, a late Virgo. I'm not a bit on the cusp guy. I don't believe in that. But they're, like if you look at the birthday book, it breaks down each sign. So there's like a Leo. I'm Leo, Sun in Leo. So there's a Leo 1, Leo 2, and a Leo 3. So the Leo 3 would be the one that they would call. Well, I guess technically it'd be the 1 and the 3. So it's like actually, just about everybody's on the cusp then. So that's another reason I don't believe in this on the cusp stuff. But that's just me. Yeah, and Rachel, that makes sense for Rachel. The female Libras. That's also a very specific thing that I appreciate. Yep. Well, unfortunately, Scotty Boy, you may notice OTW News is an Aries, Music Holds a Secret, as well as EBT. And what you may notice about being an Aries, although certainly I can't tell you anything about that, is typically if someone, either foolish people will come after you, and you will dispatch them quite easily with your force and your power, whether that's mentally or physically or both. But people like myself who are savvy, I will either never attack an Aries or I will only ever attack them as hard as I can. And it's not always fun to be someone who maybe gets attacked very forcefully and strongly, even if you can handle it, right? So the few times I've had, I remember one time I went at EBT, metaversally, and I smashed that motherfucker as hard as I could because I knew that I knew that half measures would have no chance. Yes, I figured you did, Scotty. I figured you did. Yeah. I was talking to OTW about that, and he pretty much confirmed it for himself as well. I said, yeah, what happens to you is, the people who don't realize what's happening and attack you, you just, you very easily take them out. But then the people who are skilled or perceptive, they either never attack, but then if they do, they're going to attack as hard as they possibly can. Which is an interesting dynamic because as Leos, we don't have that. And in fact, I'm frequently underestimated, as we saw yesterday with these bozos who showed up. And that A-B character clearly underestimated me, which is always to my advantage, right? It can never not be to my advantage. Oh, awesome, Snowfire. Yeah, I love all that stuff. In a former life, I was, and I mean a former life, in this life, I was big into pretty much all of that sort of thing. I had met a lady, my second wife, who was into that stuff. However, I found that I was also interested. It wasn't something I picked up, because of her. It was more of like, oh, I didn't realize that I would find this awesome and interesting, but I do. So, yeah. Funny how that works.
My birthday's in 2 weeks.
Oh, that's right. I'm glad you reminded me. I have to write things down, or my memory's so bad these days. I'll write that down. Rebecca's birthday is in 2 weeks. Or you don't have to tell us the day, but B-Day. Maybe wait for the day, I guess, in 2 weeks.
We'll do a party.
Awesome. Yeah, I would expect nothing less.
Maybe a 48-hour stream.
That'd be awesome. But please forgive me if I forget, even after having written it down, because I'm so far at my own derriere that at times it's nothing personal.
Yes, and that's where I would take a page from the Jehovah's Witness book.
Yes, that's true.
And say that it really, I don't mind if people forget.
Aha.
Even if that might not be the case for the J-Dubs, I don't know. I'm just saying, I know they don't celebrate.
Birthdays.
So I took a page from that as soon as I became an adult. I don't know if it's because my best friend was Jehovah's Witness in high school.
Yeah, maybe.
But I don't send cards. I might call. Not my mom, not my dad. I'll call everyone, but I don't participate really.
Well, if I'm around, I'm always good to join in on the celebration. That's my forte. The remembering of the celebration, that's not so much my forte. But if I happen to be there for it, typically I'm right there in the spirit of the thing, leading the charge, perhaps. And one thing about being a Leo is a lot of us, we just go around telling everybody it's our birthday, like just in public, just random people. Hey, it's my birthday. Yeah.
Yep. I used to work it as a waitress. And I had a deal with my boss that I could cash out any drink bought for me by a customer. So not only did I get extra tips, for working my birthday, but then people would buy me like a $10 drink, and I charge them and cash it out.
That's awesome.
Oh yeah, I love working my birthday as a waitress.
Yeah, I bet.
It was almost enough to fake a second birthday every year.
Well, and have you noticed this thing where in the past, like let's say I was broke on my birthday, years ago, I could go to maybe a few different bars and get a free drink, or maybe go to a restaurant and get something for free. Now, every bit of it is tied to apps. So it's like, well, I have no interest in signing up for all these apps. It's like, no, thank you. So yeah, that's it. So that's over with. That's now a thing of the past, effectively.
Yeah, I didn't notice there's a restaurant up here called Denny's. I don't know if it's American as well.
Yeah, we have those.
Yeah, that's the place you go for your free birthday. You probably still get one at Denny's without
No,
an
it's
app.
on the app. I'm telling you, if it's a corporation, it's on an app, 100%, full stop. Just how it is.
Sucks.
Yeah, if you dine in, they might give you like a dessert or something. But that's, more of your server knowing what to do than the actual corporation. Yeah. It's disappointing, actually.
Well, I don't even know where I'm going to go eat on my birthday now. Thanks a lot, Benton.
Well, like I say, if you're going to eat out anyway, again, you'll probably be able to get a free dessert or whatever. But
Mm-hmm.
I was more talking about the phenomenon of being able to go to a lot of different places and, get like one
Yeah.
thing at each place without having to
Yeah,
spend money.
exactly.
Yeah, without having to
Yeah,
spend
doing
money.
the free drink cruise for the bars.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, and, like a mom and pop would probably possibly still do something, but
Yeah.
yeah, all the bigger businesses, it's all on the app. And I ain't interested. Just like with this technical problems I was having with the internet. It's like, I'm not calling tech support. It's a complete and total waste of time. It won't resolve the issue. And so why would I even waste my time? It's sad that things have gotten that way, or I find it sad rather. But yeah, that's how it is. But it started working again, just out of the blue. Stopped working. Now it works again.
Good.
Yeah, it's technology is interesting that way because I think many folks have a view of things are so high tech and most of this stuff barely works as far as I can tell.
Yep. Well, I have a theory that actually we're paying for firewalls in a way more open system.
Makes sense.
And that's what, yeah.
Well, and I was formally trained in networking, just so I know a little bit about it. So you're not wrong.
I have an odd connection to the CRTC here in Canada. I don't know. It's one of my idiot savant.
I'm not sure I know what that is.
Well, it's the telecommunications network. I should know what it means, but the CRTC.
Is that like
it's the regulatory body?
Yeah, the FCC.
The Canadian
States.
Regulatory
Yep.
Telecommunications Network or something.
Yeah, that would be our version. Ours is the FCC then.
I'm just for some reason oddly aware of sort of the deals and the competition clauses and
nice.
It's really a huge regulatory body that makes our phone everything cost way more than it should.
Yep. Yeah, I get that. That typically comes along with a certain, I don't even want to say socialism, but just countries that have a little more amenities. That does tend to go hand in hand for whatever reason. In my opinion, anyway.
Yes.
But, at least...
Sorry, I was just lighting my...
Well, at least you're presumably not allowing people to die in the streets unless they've just chosen to die in the streets.
Presumably.
Yeah, in America... Well, I mean, I don't know that you can... If someone wants to go be a street drug addict, I don't know that it's really possible to compel them otherwise. If they can behave just barely behave properly. And then if they can't behave properly, my experience in the States is nobody wants to deal with them, period. So they kind of just get to do whatever the fuck they want. Like there was this lady, I went and visited a friend of mine, a homeless friend of mine, who had got moved into city subsidized housing. And this was, the mask was very much enforced. And just to go visit my friend at his apartment, I had to wear a mask, in the common areas. But there was one lady who was so fucking crazy. She never wore a mask and nobody ever said a word to her about it. She was just so fucking nuts. People knew it was pointless. So she got to break the rule and that's just how it was. Which I find fascinating because I'm looking at her like, well, how come, I probably have a little bit of what she has. How come the fact that I can behave, most of the time I can behave properly, although not always, means I have to cover my fucking face, right? So like a victim of my own ability to at least appear to be, following the rules. Scotty, I'm just not. Well, real quick to Scotty, I'm just not interested in getting into something with Tribe. So, Tribe is smart enough that he's given a deterrent effect. It takes so much energy to have those sorts of debates with Tribe that I just let him carry the day most of the time. But go ahead, Rebecca. And there's something. Sorry, just the pause. There's something to that. Being such a worthy adversary that someone astute like me knows that it's better to just let him be than to take him on every single time he says something I might not fully agree with. Yeah. Because they're getting into a Canada versus USA thing down there, and I'm just not interested. I'm pretty outspoken on how I feel about America, and I don't know enough about Canada to even really go in. But anyway, I'll see if I can resist the urge to interrupt yet again.
It's interesting because without knowing your stance on America, then I, as a Canadian, I was in agreement with Tribe.
Yes.
So,
yes.
Well,
I got my own doomer opinions, but there's really no point in going into them right now because if again he's going to refute everything I say, and he won't be wrong. It's just at a certain point it is my opinion, right? So.
Well, and really, if we already know that you wake up from one layer of, like hell to another, or lies to another.
There you go.
Then why doesn't that extrapolate backwards in the other direction, like behind us as well?
Oh, I get it.
So,
and I've become more adept at managing my energies over the last year, certainly. So I'm not always spoiling for a fight necessarily.
But I'm with you on the adversarial opinion. I've learned to really value it to a certain extent out here. But some people, I would say there's some people don't understand what an adversary is, actually.
Well, yes, exactly. Point taken. However, there's a difference between just some random bozo saying something that I can probably refute whatever that person is asserting versus a person who brings a lot to the table, and I have annoyed that person before, and then they just don't come back for a while. So I'd rather keep him around. So ultimately, this is all very self-serving.
I get that. I was going to say, and definitely that wasn't a passive comment to you about some adversaries don't know what adversary, or some people don't know what adversary.
But it's
for me, it was more just understanding that some people define themselves as like an antagonist or a villain.
Yes.
A contrarian, a bully, a dragger.
Yes.
They think they're being edgy, but they're just being assholes.
Yes.
Yeah,
I've noticed a lot of that.
Yeah.
So that would be they don't know what it means to be an adversary potentially, or to do that appropriately in a way that would be helpful.
Well, yeah, because even a good contrarian, someone who can think on their toes and always be opposing, like even oppose their own thoughts 2 minutes later, if you're doing it well and someone understands what you're doing, which some people would call playing the devil's advocate, but even a devil's advocate would stay on point with the point, whereas contrarians will actually just contradict whatever someone's saying to them to the point of contradicting themselves. And that's, again, it's a skill, though. If you're good at it, you can really sharpen someone else's thinking. You can also really confuse someone, though, too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, and that's where it becomes interesting with me and the contrarians, because I so ruthlessly interrogate, not my ideas, in the Dominic sense, but the the idea that I may choose to espouse at the time. I have already attacked it so thoroughly that I've left them almost nothing to attack. So when they just immediately try to take the contrarian position, I've already have the strategy to destroy whatever they're coming at me with. And then sometimes those folks have a very hard time comprehending that I've defeated their argument very quickly. And then I start explaining to them, like, well, in chess, when two high-level chess players play, once the one chess player sees that they can't possibly win, they may choose to resign. And I'm like, I'm 20 moves ahead. Do we really? And you just made a blunder, not you, Rebecca, but my opponent has made a blunder, but they don't see it as a blunder. So do I really have to keep playing this next 20 moves, even though I know that they are in checkmate effectively?
Yeah.
But yeah, the answer is yes, because the people are very hard-headed. Typically, those people have a certain, they just seem to be very hard-headed type of people for whatever reason.
Yep.
Like, okay, well, I guess I'll just continue to bash you in the head with this strategy that I've devised that you, for some reason, that person can't see my strategy. That's annoying. It's like, really? You don't see what I'm doing here? Really? Oh, I must be a genius at strategy. Well, I mean, I'm not, but compared to some of these folks, I am. Do better, people, myself included. Do better. Yeah, that's true, Tribe. Tribe says people actually think cops know the law and attorneys are smart. That's crazy. That's scary. I agree. Now, there's some very talented lawyers, obviously, but not many. And there's some, there's a few, probably a couple of, well, there's probably not very many police officers really realistically that know the law. Not at the street level, but yeah, I hear you, Tribe. Very, very true.
Yeah, people don't even realize the sort of rancher, the cowboy, what the cowboy is to the, the cops are like the cowboys and the attorneys are like the stockbrokers of the cattle, like it's, they don't even, a lot of, especially when it comes to legal aid in the police, like, I'm surprised, they're so tightly related. You could have like attorneys literally corralling people for their clientele. You could have like the police working straight for the attorney, basically.
Yeah, the attorneys are definitely a problem.
Well, I don't know if you guys have legal aid where you are, or if that's just a Canadian thing. It's when people are too poor, they can have an attorney appointed for them.
Yes.
But that right there, that's the shticker. That's their whole shtick right there.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Nobody can afford an attorney. Not nobody, but most people.
Oh yeah, very true.
Many can't.
Well, and the people who unfortunately have just enough money to hire an attorney and don't understand the legal system, they go and find an attorney who says, okay, I'll take the case. I need a $5,000 retainer. And then the lawyer files a flurry of motions, comes back to the person and says, well, it's a lot more complicated than I realized, and asks for more money. And they do that 100% of the time. So there's, unless maybe a person is going to be put on trial for an actual serious crime, and I say maybe, and this is not legal advice, this is what I would do in my life, there's absolutely no reason to waste a bunch of money to no effect by hiring a lawyer. And again, only speaking for myself in my own life. I would do way better off taking the public defender and then forcing them to actually attempt to try the case. Although even that would be, quite problematical, but because that would typically involve forcing them to do their job by filing bar grievances with the state bar, which would typically put them in a panic mode, and they would most likely try to get themselves taken off the case. Because in America, apparently, if any attorney gets 2 bar grievances in a calendar year, their insurance is canceled, no matter what the grievances are for. Like, the reason doesn't matter. And then any law firm gets 3 in a calendar year, the entire law firm's insurance is canceled. And apparently Lloyd's of London, and apparently all the insurance goes through Lloyd's of London. So at a certain point, the law firm's insurance will be so expensive they will have to go out of business and reopen as a different firm. It's all a scam. I mean, this entire country is just scam upon scam upon scam. And if we learn how to maneuver through the scams, it's very difficult to actually do something to somebody. The fact is, if I know to keep my mouth shut and not inform on myself, it's actually pretty difficult to convict somebody of a crime. If the person has half a brain and is just willing to shut the fuck up and not get scared into taking a deal. It's pretty fucking hard to convict somebody who knows not to ever tell anything about their activities. And I'm one of those people, Rebecca. I will talk to the police. These bozos who say never talk to the police are idiots. Never provide them information. So I will immediately start playing poker with them. I will seek to find out what they know while providing them absolutely no new information. They will know exactly what they knew when we're done talking than they knew before we spoke. But I will probably learn a lot of things about what they know.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And I've done that. I've done that actually multiple times. Yeah, it's not that hard.
That's when you pull out the rambling stories a little bit.
Oh yeah.
Talking
the problem
about
there
related.
is if you admit to anything specific, it's very easy for them to find a witness who can contradict that. So if a crime occurred in some particular town, you know, if I say no, I wasn't there, I was in this other town, all they have to do is find somebody who will say, well, actually, I saw him in the town. Like that's all it takes, because now I'm shown to be a liar. So tell them nothing, as far as don't give them any specific information. And I can't recall is obviously can be a good one. I don't recall. Yeah. I don't recall. But even then, you know, why am I even answering questions? If it's serious enough, I'm going to have asked for an attorney anyway.
Yep.
Yeah, it's fascinating. I enjoy analyzing all those dynamics. And I love watching these interrogation videos because most of these morons implicate themselves. Just no reason to. They just do it just mainly out of pressure, I suppose.
Yeah, there's a percentage of people too that confess to things they don't do. It happens more easily and more commonly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, more commonly than people think.
Mm-hmm.
And then you end up with the people in jail saying that they were coerced. And of course, everybody says they're not guilty. So then it's really easy for them to actually, when they know that people talk about YouTube and neurolinguistic programming and, you know, pattern behavior like that, like how many people get roped into a jail cell when they didn't do it?
Well, or they probably did something, but they probably didn't do what they're now confessing to.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's not like an innocent versus guilty. It's like, well, these aren't necessarily fully innocent people. However, you know, they've allowed themselves to get railroaded into something they probably didn't actually do. So it's like, yeah, they participated in something, but now all of it's been pinned on them. I think that's probably
that's where I would say,
too.
Yeah. And I would say I know of a guy that did enough petty thievery as a teenager that when he turned 19 or 18, whatever the age of adulthood was in the province he was in, the police that had been busting him all along as a teenager chose to dump all the B&Es on him that night to give him a maximum sentence because they felt like they'd given him enough warnings.
Yep, exactly.
That being said, pardon my coughing. I'm sorry. I was going to say that in addition to that, though, I would bet you that, and this is just a theory because I've never been in the situation where I could be traumatized by something so, you know, where someone's in a scene where people have died, for instance, right? I would bet that there's certain scenes where criminals, you know, and experienced people have inexperienced around them inexperienced people around them, like a drug dealer and a drug user, and a bad scene goes down. I'll bet you sometimes people in their trauma can be convinced that they did something.
Well, or someone who's on drugs.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think that it's some people may be more malleable than we think. Like, I don't know. I've never been in that situation, but I have a friend who was jailed for second-degree murder. And yeah.
Well, I mean,
not that I'm claiming he was innocent. I'm just saying when you think about the whole scene, it was like, really, there's a lot of people. Anyways,
well, I'm not sure the details matter because where I would start is realizing that there's plenty of folks who get contacted by phone or the internet, and the next thing you know, they're buying gift cards and sending codes to people in other countries. So, of course, that exact same type of person can be coerced into doing any number of things. It's just how people are. Now, the fact is, you know, the chances of many of us falling for something like that are almost zero, right? And I'm remembering that someone I know maybe ran into that, but I'm talking about people who will fall for it every single time and will continue to send money when they know when it has to be obvious they're being scammed, and they just continue to participate. That's a very specific thing psychologically. And sorry to cut you off, but I think it is the same
No.
mechanism. Like, why? Of course, that same person will confess to crimes they didn't commit. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a perfect parallel to show that someone doesn't have to be that down and out as I was painting the picture to be, even if both of those people are fairly, like, clearly not right in the head, like down and out.
Yeah, it's interesting how that happens.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and Cocaine Cat is talking about in the United States federally, the conviction rate's like 97%, but that's because almost everybody pleads guilty, whether they actually did it or not. Because it's just a risk versus reward at that point. It's like, well, they're going to sentence me to 18 months, or I can roll the dice and maybe get 18 years or whatever. So a lot of folks would rather just do the 18 months, especially if they are involved in criminal activities, and they've already accepted a life of most likely going to prison at some point. And I've absolutely could have gotten pretty fucking rich in specific ways, and I just wasn't willing to do the time if I had been caught. So, I mean, it's risk versus reward. It's just an analysis. It's like, okay, I could make a whole bunch of money, but if I get caught, I'm going to prison, and I'm no longer going to have a spotless, record. So it just wasn't worth it to me. But at one point, I could easily get high quality cannabis in Oregon or California for $500. And I'm from Arkansas, and I know a ton of people here. I could drive it myself to Arkansas and get $4,500 a pound with no middleman. Like, that's just free money at that point. But the only problem is, if the authorities interdict me, now I'm probably going to prison, or at least having to spend all the money I made keeping myself out of prison, right? So it's like, what's the point? It's not worth the money. But it's worth it if I'd gotten away with it, obviously. I mean, it's like $4,000 for doing almost nothing.
Yeah, I know if I'd ever gotten into any sort of gray area like that, like any sort of gray area of selling weed or something like that, I definitely would have always been putting aside money for legal fees.
Yeah, you would have to.
And I would definitely have been not taking the risk of like dealing with people who have parents that might come after me for, like I did that once. I was buying some from a friend's dealer, and he had me like drop him off somewhere. Shadiest thing I've ever done. He got back in the car and I was like, who the heck? Oh, I know those kids. Anyways, it was like, yeah, I couldn't believe how stupid some people are.
Oh, yeah.
Myself included in that situation, even waiting for him, It's just weed though. And it was weed here in Canada has always been minimized.
Yes.
I was 15 years old the first time I was caught by a police officer smoking weed in a friend's car, and he just took the roach and told us not to smoke it there.
Nice.
That's what
Well, and the penalties historically have been so high in Arkansas, we just never got caught because it was the what would be done to us if we were caught was just so bad that I don't know anybody that ever got caught for weed. So like very quickly becomes a felony in Arkansas, very quickly. There's actually historically there was very little that wasn't a felony. And part of that is the cops aren't really looking to jam people up because of how serious the the penalties are. But then part of it is the people are, being very careful also. Huh. Yeah. Woody's talking about Bitcoin. Yeah, I've decided, Woody, I'm not allowed to be wealthy in this incarnation because I knew about Bitcoin pretty much from day one and just could have just mined it on any old computer back then and just I don't know. Never even occurred to me that it would be valuable one day. Just it was neither here nor there for me. I guess I'm not supposed to have millions of dollars.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not my aspiration. Has not been to deal with bankers, get in bed with bankers. I don't play the rich man's games.
Yeah, because they say mo money, mo problems, right? I mean, I think it's easy to fantasize about just not having to worry about money, but I don't think that's a thing, because if I have a lot of money, well, now that's exactly what I have to do, is worry about money, or at least concern myself with money, and make sure it's being managed properly, and all of these things. Yeah, Woody says he'd be dead if he was rich. Maybe so. Maybe so. Scotty Boy is rich as fuck in love. Well, good deal, Scotty. It's better than money. What the hell?
18th letter click.
Aha.
That should be my soundbite. Click, 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 click.
What is my computer doing? Oh, I see the problem is. Go ahead, please. I was muttering under my breath.
I was thinking about did you ever hear anything about the Wayfair scandal?
Not really. I'm tacitly aware of it.
Yeah. Not to get into it, there were just hyper inflated prices of objects on Wayfair that people associated with names of missing people.
Mm-hmm.
And the questionable hyperinflated prices were really like, let's look at that, it's interesting. You can go on to any of these platforms, even now, even you could go on to some of the, what would they be called? Like the wares that a Hollywood star sells. You could go into different lines and find their unique things they have for sale, like special items. You could go on to Wayfair now and just search for the most expensive carpet. And it's strange, it's still strange. Like, it makes you realize that some of the art game, right? Independent, like, I'm not even trying to imply that the theories were correct or incorrect in terms of them using it as a front for some sort of, selling of people, right? Like, in fact, if you just look at the nature of the selling something that's like a $12,000 carpet for $100,000, like, what money laundering is going on there, and why? It's like their art collections that they get to decide who the people are that value and evaluate authenticity of artwork is all a rich man banker's game anyway. So it's strange to see whatever it is. It's like that pattern of prices independent of names is just bizarre, because you can find something that's actually not valuable, hyperinflated to valuable. Anyways, it never changed. I was pondering that. Sometimes I go check these sites. I don't shop online. So none of it's associated with people's names, no, though. There's no weird optics like that. It's just, I think they launder money.
Wasn't that just beautiful, ladies and gentlemen?
I think they get around taxes by selling each other quote unquote carpets. That's all.
Yeah, it makes sense.
No, I mean amen.
Are you there?
Oh, yeah,
Your
I'm
sound
listening.
went.
Yeah, I'm listening to what you're saying.
Anyways, just a thought.
Yeah, sometimes I have almost nothing to add because I was never curious enough about that one, and the fact that so many normies were interested in that, I knew it had to be bullshit. If there was something to it, the normies wouldn't have jumped all over it. It was mostly normies couldn't shut up about it on social media. I think I'm using the wrong software here is the problem, but yeah, that is an advantage about you being on a phone. There's way less things to be concerned with. I can tell you that.
Yeah. I know for me, I just, the question everything never stops. So
Well,
I like to revisit. Yeah.
But I'm specifically talking about observing groups of normies. So once groups of normies jump on something, I know that means something. Now, it might be something that you're also looking into. Because when QAnon first started, I spent about 5 minutes looking into it. But I very quickly was like, okay, this is clearly fucking bullshit, or, psyops upon psyops upon psyops. But the normies took the ball and ran with it. So same thing, if I had been in the right place at the right time with the Wayfair stuff, I probably would have looked at it for 5 minutes and been like, oh, okay, well, there's nothing here. Just like you did. You analyzed it and figured it out very quickly. But by the time I was aware of it, I saw all these normies talking about it, so I knew, okay, well, clearly it's not even worth my time. So if I'd come to QAnon later, it would have been the same thing. Oh, okay, well, the fact that all these bozos from Arkansas know about it, I know it's a bunch of nonsense. Because if it actually meant something, these fools wouldn't even have the capacity to understand it. It's funny how the pattern recognition can work that way. Like, it's not really logical, but it ends up working out most of the time. Where I'm not having to waste my time. But if I was interested in it, I would.
Yes. I definitely, I like to study people.
Mm-hmm.
I like to watch the patterns in human behavior as much as I might like to do more than 5 minutes of investigation, but not much more, relatively speaking, to really get the gist of why people could get so swept up. And even just that there was enough fantastical hope and horror that I could see why people could get so caught up, let alone the propaganda to support all of it, hence the Wayfair thing. But for me, then my economist comes in now, right? That's when the economist comes in and be like, what are they doing with the money? And why are these things even there? Or are they just there for people to still check in on the Wayfair stand? You know what I mean? Like, it's very interesting because it just goes back to the whole, whatever we think that we know, a lot of the information came out of the same publishing houses. So, it's just crazy times we live in.
Indeed,
crazy times.
Well, I was wondering if we were going to get a panel going, but it doesn't seem to be happening.
Well, I hope I'm not a deterrent.
You're not a deterrent, but when if I'm up here by myself and I need to do things, I can leave. But when somebody's here, I can't. So I'm actually held hostage when it's just one person. Or if it's two people, but one of them doesn't talk. And then what we've run into another phenomenon recently where if I need to take a break, everybody just leaves. I announce, hey, I need to go take a break real quick, and then everybody all of a sudden has to go. So, but if it's just me, then I can just play something and be like, hey, I'll be back in a few minutes.
I see.
Yep.
Well, don't let me hold you hostage because I can always, it's
well, I mean, that's up to you. I mean,
PM.
again, it's up to you. I'm not, I don't have a lot to say. I probably have things I need to go and do, but some of it is things I don't want to get into, but it's just, I can't really just leave. You know, I'm not going to just walk away from the computer. Some people will do that. I won't do that while you're just here, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
But I also can't get involved in, you know, a big forceful conversation. There's physical things happening preventing that.
Yeah.
But I don't want to, it just wouldn't be worth getting into to try to explain that.
Yeah. I hear ya. Well, I've just come in for my, dose of Benton.
Oh, I'm glad you did.
And appreciate you restreaming my
oh yeah,
Spanish.
Yeah, that was fun.
It's fun. Yeah, and for finding that I didn't have Bobby's notifications on full, so it was great that you restreamed him as well.
Yeah, that was a good video. I like that a lot.
Yeah, me too. I just seeing that people were wondering where he'd been. I noticed people asking about him today. I'm sure we'll see him soon.
Provo Kid's done like 10 different live streams tonight. Although I
Really?
think like a bunch of them he had technical difficulties, so I guess he was just starting and he's starting and stopping a bunch of times.
On his Provo Kid channel?
Well, he's renamed it, but it's at Provo Kid is the username. I'm trying to remember. I don't forget what it's called now. Provo. I don't even remember what he's calling himself now, but it's still the same account.
Provo Planet.
Yeah, it's still at Provo Kid though.
Yeah. Cool. Well, maybe I'll hop down and if you're still going tomorrow when I'm up, I'll hop up and say hi again.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks to the chat.
Yep.
And I'll catch you next time.
All right.
Bye for now.
See ya.
Now to growing concerns about the deadly coronavirus officially hitting the U.S. Here's what we know. A Washington state resident fell ill after returning from Wuhan, China, where the outbreak began. Officials now say more than 400 people have been sickened and 9 people have died. The World Health Organization is holding an emergency meeting right now. Tina Whitness is in Seattle at the latest. Good morning, Tina.
What's happening? Am I the only one watching this? Wow, I am. Yeah, Provo's right about the panels being a non-tent, but I don't consider a one-on-one. Me and Bex having a one-on-one that's obviously content, but you folks may have noticed that I announced yesterday that I'm out of content. That's certainly a bit hyperbolic, but it's not too far from the truth. And never forget, folks, what you're seeing on the screen, that people thought this was reasonable to rope off a playground because of a fake pandemic. And what TBE correctly identified me as a bit of a diva, so then I started coming up with acronyms or anagrams. Well, we're definitely not going to be listening to Fauci. So. Anyway, thanks, Provo. Provo's back. That's right, Roy. He said, I never went nowhere. But yeah, it's same as it ever was, right? But yeah, this, back to the diva thing. So I came up with many different acronyms. Dystopia irrelevant, victory assured. So, obviously, just like the rest of you, I have preferences. What I'm no longer willing to engage in is hope for this world. Whatever this is, the realm, the dystopia, whatever we may want to call it, there is no hope for this realm. And, I do share the view of Music Holds a Secret and others in that this place is exactly as it's supposed to be by design. However, now that I understand that the dystopia itself is irrelevant, then my victory over it, in fact, is assured. DIVA. Thank you, Heidi. Much appreciated. I do like some reassurance every now and then, and I know you mean it. So that's, that certainly helps. But the reality is, if me talking is content, then I guess I can't ever run out of content, because no matter what, I can almost always just talk, right? And shout out to Dark Glasses Woody, who's paying attention and has noticed that I regularly start down a particular path in my discourse, and then that invariably I will become aware of possible tangential offshoots. And then what happens is, if I take the offshoot, then now there's more tangential offshoots, and before you know it, I've taken several turns. However, back in the podcast days, which as far as I know, that was when Woody found out about me, although it may have been through Chalk Body Outline. Well, actually probably through CBO, and then I launched my podcast. So, either way, although there was quite a word of mouth around that podcast, but then it was because of the times. And you see, I'm actually doing the tangents right now. So the skill that I had developed in doing that podcast was, I knew that I had a propensity to do exactly as I've described. So I was able to train my mind and to focus into, when I did go down a few different tangents, to be able to stop before I went too far and then backtrack. And a part of that also is that the podcast was recorded. I performed it live, but then it was not presented as a live broadcast. It was edited at times. If I just sat there and thought for 2 minutes, there's not 2 minutes of silence, right? I would edit that out later. And as much as I've complained about video editing, well, the audio editing is a much simpler matter. But yeah, thanks for being here, Rebecca. I'm trying not to get graphic, but I've been fighting bathroom issues all morning. So, in the thing about certain bathroom issues is, one isn't sure. A trip to the restroom is necessitated, but may not actually bear any fruit, right? So if it's going to be pointless, I'd rather just stay here. But then at a certain point, I have to at least go see, what is in store for me, right? And I think what I figured out is I think I'm on the verge of no longer needing the digestive enzymes. And in fact, I believe most of what I'm experiencing at present was in fact induced by the enzymes. But now I'm coming perilously close to medical misinformation, or what YouTube might consider medical misinformation. But back to what me and Bex were talking about, when she was, I guess, wanting to be able to clear all samples. Like, in hip hop, they say all samples cleared. Maybe she just wanted to be able to clear the samples. My thing is, I have no way of knowing ahead of time what would be considered objectionable. So I'll just not use the Bex drops, which is unfortunate, because I have several interesting Bex short audio clips, also known as a drop in radio parlance, or parlance, if you're fancy. And I am at times, to be sure. Who do you not see? Is this a Rebecca? Rebecca 2.0, or Rebecca 0.0 rather. It's funny how the brain tries to put a 2 there. Mine also does that. But then sometimes is this a you're on my block list flex, right? Sometimes it's like, oh, people on my block list are posting. It's like, yeah, okay, but maybe, and I don't mean Heidi, I just mean in general. Maybe don't announce that, right? Or do. And I had intended to get everything set up with soundboards and clips to play, but I just was unable to motivate myself. I just sometimes I'm very self-driven, self-starter, but I don't know what's going on today. Maybe it's that I'm not feeling too well in a very specific way. I feel fine otherwise. But yeah, I think the healing has accelerated. I do credit the whole natural foods, right? Or as natural and whole as I can access here in Arkansas, right? I mean, I'm no longer buying my food at Slave Mart, so I guess that's a step in the right direction. But yeah, good times. Okay, good. All messages indeed. I don't know. I didn't know there were moments of silence. I thought I played Provo Kid while I was away. Or do you mean when we were talking? That was you not talking, is what that was. I wasn't able to talk for the reason we mentioned, for the reason I'm trying not to mention. Because sometimes if I start to talk, I know I'm going to be forceful and have a lot to say. So I was unable to because I knew a trip to the restroom was looming. That's what that was. But then, in what may represent mixed company, I'm trying not to say, hey, I'm fucking constipated and I've been to the bathroom 20 times, but most of those times there's been absolutely no reason for me to go to the bathroom other than you can't, it feels the same either way, right? So, assume the position, right? And I guess we have all gone through this, but let's try to skip the part where we say, well, here's the thing that will take care of that thing. Because it's like, yeah, I think we all know the basics of what a human could take. I'll tell you, the main thing is this. I've been chugging water all day. That's the number one. Coffee actually can help and can hurt because coffee is a diuretic. So yeah, coffee can help, but then more of this is necessary to counteract those effects. But yeah, I had my first meal. I did with no ox bile, no taurine, although I'm going to take the taurine at some point, and no digestive enzymes. So I might be on the verge of. But now this is not a high-fat meal. The real test will be when I have the. Oh, that reminds me, I got to take the eggs out of the fridge. But yeah, that real test will be when I have the egg yolks. I think I'm going to have a grapefruit. Let's listen to Provo Kid. Some of his video I don't want to show.
Start off with something that I know you'll enjoy. Attempting to juggle a bowling ball,
Listen to his audio.
a machete, and a full-grown Mexican.
I think that's Mike Tyson's old. Pretty sure that's. Well, you can't see it. Wait a minute.
Wandering at night, keep me warm. There's no one.
I'm almost certain this is one of Mike Tyson's abandoned mansions.
Rabbit days, get delighted. There's no one, and I'm inside the house. There's no food.
Too many screens, man.
There's no light. There's no calling all the time inside my mind. There's no food. There's no way to reach the bottom, but they keep driving me out of line. 'Cause you don't know nothing. You don't know me, so please don't judge until I'm free. I keep wandering at night. I keep looking out the crowd, and all I see is I'm all fucking blind. I keep wandering at night, I keep looking at the light. The only thing is I'm all fucking blind. I keep wandering at night, I keep looking at the crowd. The only thing I see is I'm on fire. I keep wandering at night, I keep looking at the dawn. I see you in the dark and I'm on fire. I keep wandering at night, I keep looking at the light. The only time is I'm all fucking blind. I keep wandering at night, I keep looking at the light, and all I see is I'm a fucking liar. I keep wandering at night, I keep looking at the crowd. The only time is I'm all fucking blind. Give me my space around my neck and life around my chest. I won't leave you all and make me dead inside. Space around my chest, give me goosebumps, give me goosebumps again. Space around my chest, give me goosebumps, give me goosebumps again. Space around my chest, give me goosebumps, give me goosebumps again. Space around my chest, give me goosebumps, give me goosebumps again. I know you trolling down the line, waiting March, and you keep rocking. Fuck you all. Well, I shouldn't have known better, but there's a time where I threw up, 'cause I was sick of it all, especially sick of you now. I'm gonna buy myself a dog with a lot of hair, 'cause I need a pet something, or I'm just gonna throw something in the bathtub now in the beautiful vase. Well, if you're okay with that, maybe we can go and have fun together. There's no food, there's no light, there's no calling all the time inside my mind. There's no food, there is no light, there is no calling all the time inside my mind.
God bless Provo Kid. You know, I haven't seen this footage in so long. This is just laughable. Like, this guy's literally fucking battling a curtain for like minutes and minutes and minutes, supposedly in the middle of a firefight. And these other guys just like standing around. Look at this. And whoever this black guy is. There's no fucking way. This can't possibly be real. Forget about it. Forget about it. Forget about it. Forget about it. Like, what is this? This is just like an extra from a movie or something. I mean, what? Forget about it. Forget about it. Forget about it. This guy's battling a curtain for minutes on end while he's supposedly taking fire. This is impossible in an actual fucking firefight, that this guy's battling against a curtain. Forget about it. 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 And then moves the curtain, sticks his head in the window, and gets shot. This is not possible. Forget about it. 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 Forget This is what we call bad on purpose. This is bad on purpose. And doesn't he know not to walk under a ladder? That's bad luck, sir.
Lucky bastard. Lucky Jew bastard.
Geez,
Jesus, McDermott, what does that have to do with anything? Just cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Well, it's basically proven that Koresh was under mind control by the government. I mean, it's effectively proven as far as I'm concerned. He was, according to the accounts, he was certainly behaving as if he was under mind control. I don't remember the specifics, but I'd have to go back and look into it. And do you think this is a coincidence? These women in the Israeli army? Israel has a mandatory 2-year, I forget what they call that, but they have to serve 2 years in the, everybody has to serve 2 years in the military, men and women. So what's been promoted in the States for years now is that they're having trouble finding recruits to enter the military that can even meet the standards. And now with this stuff popping off with Israel, you know, if the United States were to become directly involved, and I'm not saying that's the case, but as we know, there would most likely have to be a draft at this point. And, you know, it seems to me, and guess what? I bet you this would be the time they would choose to start enlisting the women. Yes. And in fact, whether folks want to admit it or not, the most egregious example of gender-based discrimination is the fact that men have to sign up for selective service and women don't. And that is the biggest inequality in society, whether folks want to acknowledge it or not. I mean, it's just straight up sexist and gender-based discrimination. They're saying because of what's between my legs, I have to register for military service. That's just the very definition of sexism. Nice, Heidi. I see what you did there. Well played. What's in your wallet? Well, and Rachel, the fact is that you know, there hasn't been a draft since Vietnam, and it was very unpopular. But what they're saying now is that it's like 70% of the people in the military are overweight. I've been reading articles for years about how, you know, many of the young folks, both males and females, are unfit for military duty. And in fact, the military over time has lowered the standards and accepted things that in the past never would have been accepted, especially around certain criminal offenses, perhaps, or specifically drug use and drug offenses has become a thing. But I'm pretty sure if they ever have a draft, they'll draft the boys and the girls. Although I don't think it's going to happen personally. I don't see it happening. I don't think this is, you know, what do I know? But my predictions, I'm not good at predictions, but I don't expect much to come out of this. There you go, Roy. Exactly. Well, priapism. That's today's word is priapism. And in fact, I think I'm going to make some soundboards, but priapism definition. I suffer from this, so, you know, what's the, can we get a, you know, priapism awareness? What color is associated with priapism awareness? But this is not fun. I'll tell you. Priapism definition. It's a persistent and painful erection of the penis. Yeah, I suffer from this at times. And probably because I had a procedure done to me as a baby called genital mutilation. And I don't know how much I want to talk about penises, but the thing is, we don't necessarily know how the person's going to grow in the future. And they took too much of my penis, y'all. They took too much of my foreskin. And so sometimes, especially when I wake up, I'm in pain. And it's been like that pretty much my whole life. And sometimes I can't sleep because of priapism. And it's this is not necessarily this doesn't necessarily tie into the overall size. This is not a subtle brag here. This is if I'll subtly brag about anything, it'll be the high testosterone levels. But yeah, it's a thing. No bueno. Oh, does he? All right, we got a network's playing. Well, let me go to present day here. Oh, I just missed it, actually. Yeah. Well, I'm trying not to get too graphic, but a circumcised Caucasian, or, well, I guess any male that's circumcised, the erect penis, you will notice there's a line, like there's a discoloration. And so if you notice where that is, that could be a clue as to maybe the doctor snipped a little too much back in the baby days. Although, you know, realistically, I'm just the fact that, you know, in America, we allow this to be done to almost all the male babies. And I'm not even interested in talking about the reasons around to do it or not to do it. You know, it is genital mutilation, you know, regardless. Yeah, there you go. Exactly. So all I'm saying is that I was butchered, and not in a way that does anything other than cause me pain at times. Yeah, pain. Everything functions normally, thankfully. So I guess that's all I could ask.
I don't have to tell you things are bad. Everybody knows things are bad. It's a depression. Everybody's out of work or scared of losing their job.
Yep, snip happy weirdos. That's right.
Banks are going bust.
Well, I'm trying not to be gross, Capricorny. My apologies for. My apologies if I got too graphic.
We know.
And actually, with the ladies present, I shouldn't even be talking that way. So, let me hear. Hang on, let me do something here. Let me do something here, ladies. Give me a moment. Well, and maybe some of the gentlemen too. God, you'd think I would know which buttons to press by now. All right, my apologies for going into the into detail there. I will never do that again. And please forgive me if you'd be so kind. Thank you. Will not happen again. All right. I hope we're good. Yeah. We can certainly talk about these topics broadly, but me going into detail was a mistake. So I shan't repeat the mistake. I will apologize. Well, we're certainly not going to show us. That's certainly not going to happen. But I will apologize by knocking it the fuck off. So thank you for your consideration, and I'm going to go get more grapes now.
The air is unfit to breathe, and our food is unfit to eat. We sit watching our TVs while some local newscaster tells us that today we had 15 homicides and 63 violent crimes, as if that's the way it's supposed to be. We know things are bad, worse than bad. They're crazy. It's like everything everywhere is going crazy, so we don't go out anymore. We sit in the house, and slowly the world we're living in is getting smaller, and all we say is, please, at least leave us alone in our living rooms. Let me have my toaster and my TV and my steel-belted radios, and I won't say anything. Just leave us alone. Well, I'm not going to leave you alone. I want you to get mad. I don't want you to protest. I don't want you to riot. I don't want you to write to your congressman because I wouldn't know what to tell you to write. I don't know what to do about the depression and the inflation and the Russians and the crime in the street. All I know is that first, you've got to get mad. You've got to say, I'm a human being. God damn it. My life has value. So, I want you to get up now. I want all of you to get up out of your chairs. I want you to get up right now and go to the window.
Well, I agree, Heidi. The mistake was in getting too specific. Yeah, broadly, I'll talk about anything broadly, just about. Even to the broads. Yeah. Getting into specifics, especially about myself, was a mistake, and I won't do it again.
Coca candy straight from Japan, hologram, and she was never as young. Think you know what I need to get by. Something for your mind.
And part of the problem, folks,
Something for your mind.
the problem isn't necessarily the topic, is that I am bad at knowing where the line is. When there is a line, that's not what I'm good at. So at a certain point, I don't know if I'm being appropriate or not. So it's better for me to just apologize and not go there again. Thanks, Gary. Gary got jokes. I've seen you stepped up the joking, or maybe I just never noticed it before, but that was probably my own fault. But Gary's got jokes.
I'm a cliche. Make way, I'm in my Pepsi mood. Mama needs food, how about a barbecue? For us, the bourgeoisie, so carefree. Remember when we? I don't know all you need to get by. Something for your mind. Something for your mind. Something for your mind.
정신을 집어넣으세요. 어떤 것 필요합니까?
Something for your
정신을 집어넣으세요.
mind.
정신을 집어넣으세요.
I cannot stop eating these red grapes. It's a problem.
For your
Did I already say that? Oh, I love this song.
I went home with the waitress, the way I always do. How was I to know she was with the Russians too? I was gambling in Havana. I took a little risk.
guns, and money. Dad, get me out of this. Ha! I'm the innocent bystander. Somehow I got stuck between a rock and a hard place, and I'm down on my luck. Yes, I'm down on my luck. Well, I'm down on my luck. I'm hiding in Honduras. I'm a desperate man. Send lawyers, guns, and money. This shit has hit the fan. Guns and money. Send lawyers, guns and money. Send lawyers, guns and money. Guns and money. Oh! Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Hello, Hal, do you read me? Hello, Hal, do you read me? Do you read me, Hal?
Affirmative, Dave. I read you.
Open the pod bay doors, Hal.
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
I don't know what's in grapes that I need so bad, but I've been crushing red grapes lately. I mean, just money has been no object when it comes to the red grapes. Especially now with the watermelon no longer being available. Although Walmart still sells watermelon and not a one of them's any good, but they still keep taking money for watermelons that they have to know aren't any good. Huh. Michael Phelps. It's sunshine time for sunshine time. Headed for the hills. Up in the mountains. Oh, man. You've got mail. Glorified land party here. Wait a minute, it's Rachel's birthday? Is it your birthday, Rachel? How did I miss this? Happy birthday, Miss Rachel. I hope you're having a good birthday. I don't know if people have been up all night or if they've gone to sleep and woken up. I don't keep track, but yeah, happy birthday. Awesome. Yeah. Hope you get everything you want for your birthday. How about that? Is there a I'm trying to think of, is there a metaversal birthday present that I can, I've never, it's probably my first birthday in the metaverse. Now I'm acting like it's my birthday, but anyway, I think it's the first time, yeah, that, on my channel anyway, that I remember it being somebody's birthday, so. Or maybe it was one of the fellas and I just didn't pay attention or forgot, but yeah, thank you. Thanks for being here on your birthday. That's pretty cool. Party time, indeed, party time. Wrench for a day. Yeah. See what I can do for that. Surprised she wasn't a moderator before. Not quite sure how that happened. Not exactly sure, Gary, to be honest with you. It's been a while. I actually don't remember why. I think just generally associated with worldliness. The JWs call everything worldly if it's not directly associated with the Jehovah's Witnesses. Early morning birthday party. There you go, Heidi. I do like birthdays, I have to say, just in general. Not sure why. I mean, it's just, yeah, I was born and, I lived another year. But, I mean, that's an accomplishment. Hell, especially in the present dystopia. 365 days in whatever this is, right? Anyway, let's not go too doom and gloom on Rachel's birthday here. Oh man! See, if I had the soundboard together, I could play. I have drops. I have audio clips of Provo Kid talking about trans people. I could play those right now. Stormy and rainy in Vividness Land today. I mean, I'm on the verge of taking requests here, like your local, like the local radio station when we were Most of us are fairly close to the same age, you know, generally. So, you know, the fucking request line or whatever. Yeah, stormy and rainy in Vividness Land today. I'm trying to reframe this in my own radio announcer ways, but she says she's so happy, she's beaming with joy. Her darling 83-year-old neighbor and friend told her yesterday that she's decided to not ever get any more jabs. Oh, wonderful. Glad to hear that. Yeah, wonderful. You know, Gary, as logical as I might have been as a child, it never occurred to me. It never occurred to me to just say that. Yeah, well, just being born, wouldn't that consider you as worldly? That's right. Well, then, you know, they would probably come back and say, well, the Bible says be in the world, not of it, or whatever. But, I mean, who even cares at this point? Oh, really? Is that what this is? What this is it? I do like the violent films, but I don't know that I celebrate their entire catalog. Yeah, I enjoy a few of their songs, certainly. Provo Kid was playing Ween earlier. Shout out to Corky there. Yeah, peace indeed. Peace, Brother Provo. Breath Day. There you go, Breath Day. I like that. Well, that's the breath work has served me quite well in my time. I don't know that I would be where I am now if that's anything laudable, right? Without the old breath work. I'm gonna have to write down these music requests because Provo's cooking. Although I think this is all. I've seen all of this before. I'm pretty sure. Since I'm out of content, or at least don't have quite as much as normal, I'm glad he's cooking for us. In fact, I should be screen recording this also. Let's see what we got here. Crowded House, 4 seasons in one day. Oh yeah, coffee. I've moved on to the fruit. I'm still gonna have some coffee. Yeah, please have a cup of coffee. We're hanging out. I'm glad I went live because sometimes I pressure myself to bring something to the table, but sometimes it's just about the hang. Oh, I've turned the volume down too low. What is she saying? Oh no. Oh yeah, the World Trade Center. That's right. Well, you know, world trade probably would. I mean, do we need world trade in the first place?
It could well be.
Come on, man. You're bumming me out, lady. Oh, no. What's up with that? Country death song. Okay, I'm writing that down too. Wait, violent films. Country death song. Uh-oh. Come on, Provo Kid. It's a celebration. What are you doing to me here? Well, thank you, Sunshine Time. Right back at you. She said she loves hanging out with us. Likewise. I'll have you know, I was listening to The Cure and the Smiths in Arkansas in the late 80s, early 90s, which is a bit of a miracle. As well as the Violent Femmes, although I'll be honest, not one of my favorites, but I do like some of their songs. Certainly not opposed to listening to them. If I can get my act together, perhaps I will play something. I'm having trouble operating the equipment for whatever reason. Provo Kid's cooking. So yes, indeed. Yeah, Provo Kid on the mix. I don't think he does his own music, but although Heidi, did you see? Were you here when we played that live stream, that music performance that TBE did? I played it on the stream here the other day. I think you were here. Yeah, good music. What's up, OTW? Good to see you, sir. How you living? It's Rachel's birthday, by the way. Yeah, I like the music as well. Ms. Heidi. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I can only imagine. EBT was playing Guar on the stream a couple of months back. That's pretty awesome, Heidi. Yeah, it is a miracle. Yeah, it's all blessings, you know. I know I get down in the doom and gloom, and that's just, you know, it's a coping mechanism on some level, but I'm actually a pretty positive guy overall, even if I don't always express that way. Yeah, that he's a badass. He's some kind of crazy genius. I mean, I've heard a lot of his, well, not a lot, but I've heard a decent amount of, especially music he's made, and you can tell, like, oh, he did this in like 5 minutes, and it's just badass. Yeah, it's definitely some kind of genius. He beat Yurt at chess. I mean, not that Yurt is some genius, but he's a pretty high-level dude. Mr. TBD is. Rest in peace to an entire bag of red grapes. That just happened. Maybe it's my birthday as well. Well, thank you, Heidi. Thank you. Much appreciated. And at the risk of going too much into the Love Fest, I certainly consider it an honor and a privilege to be able to broadcast for you fine folks.
Well, I think it's time for you to have your lysergic acid down, and we'll
I think it's time for you to have your lysergic acid. Wow. I've never seen this. What is this? It's like, what do they call that? The electric acid Kool-Aid test or electric Kool-Aid acid test? Yep. Happy birthday to Rachel. That's right. Where'd she go? Haven't seen her post in 28 minutes. She'll be back though, surely. Hey, I need a little bit. A little goes a long way, Heidi. Little goes a long way. Now I'm trying to think of what birthday presents could I give Metaversity? It's like, will they let you gift like a month of YouTube Premium or something?
Good.
The Monopoly Man turned into a peanut. Not the CBS Nightly News, or Evening News, rather. Paging the birthday girl. Birthday girl. Birthday girl to the live chat, please. Birthday girl to the live chat.
Good afternoon. On my orders, the United States military has begun strikes.
Come on now.
Against Al-Qaeda terrorist training camps.
Trying to have a party here.
Installations of the Taliban regime in Afghanistan. These carefully targeted actions are designed.
There we go. Bring the music back. Yeah, Gary, I used to love in fact, a lot of my nutrition growing up came from peanuts and peanut butter. So I was a very picky eater, and I ate a lot of peanut butter crackers. I mean, a lot. Every day. And at a certain point, I got real drunk on whiskey and in my, I guess, early 30s. And I ate a whole bunch of peanut butter sandwiches. The Natty PB. And ever since then, More than like a teaspoon of peanut butter makes me sick. So I guess I developed a food allergy. Yeah, that's one thing that's promoted as healthy that I'm not sure actually is. Although, again, medical misinformation, so this is not medical advice. Please seek advice of a trained professional nutritionist. Not that they'll be able to help you with anything, but I mean, just look at hospital food, for fuck's sakes.
It would be R1 if
Yeah, that may be the problem. He says they dry the peanuts too quick. Maggot says. Indeed, indeed.
City of 1,000.
Yeah, there you go. Maggot says hospitals and airplanes have the same chef. Boy, that's the truth. What's this, Happy Trails?
I don't want to set the world on fire. I just want to start
Bam. Yeah, Gary.
a flame in your heart.
Well, and not that the shot didn't cause that, but the fact is, people like my mom who never had it and probably never will, she's also gone down in certain ways, mostly with her, mental, her cognition and such, having to be on the oxygen. Thanks again for your donation.
I've lost all ambition for worldly acclaim.
Yeah, definitely not medical. I am not a doctor. Although I will say this, I'm pretty sure as long as I stay out of specifics, I don't think YouTube can do anything to me for saying that I've seemingly treated myself fairly effectively overall, and the healing has certainly it's been rapid. It's been exponential here in the last few months. I don't know if these live streams have anything to do with that or not. Maybe they do. Hard to say. Prayer does work, folks, at least in my experience. So who knows? I have a lot of the same footage that Provo's showing here. I wonder where he got this. Not that he got it from me, but I've done a few live streams where I played a bunch of this riot footage. Maybe he did. Maybe he grabbed these from some of my streams.
Down in your heart.
Or we're just like-minded. Yeah, I played almost all of this on a stream.
Way down inside of me, darling, I have only one desire.
Because I had my first meal today with, I didn't take any enzymes with it, and
nobody else.
Normally I'd be sick to my stomach, at least a little bit. I feel fine. So yeah, it's a good sign. And that stuff's fairly expensive when you talk about having to take something with every meal.
I just wanna be the one you love, and with your admission that you feel the same, I'll have reached the goal I'm dreaming of.
Oh, I missed this comment, Heidi.
Believe me, I don't
Oh my God.
to set the world
Yeah. I mean, at times, sure. Yeah. She's saying if I'd want to talk on phone. I'd prefer StreamYard myself, and that's only because I'm such a hermit. I don't get texts or phone calls for the most part. So I like not getting texts and phone calls. But yeah, I do most of my communication on here now. So yeah, that'd be cool. Definitely.
So far, they're going to be getting checks in the mail that are consequential.
Yeah, I'm sure you've learned a few things going through that. I'm trying to remember if I have your email or not.
Pretend to be your friend.
I think maybe.
Smiling faces show no traces of the evil
not
that
medical
lurks
advice.
within. Smiling faces.
I'm pretty good at reading the chat while I talk. The nature of this thing is, I just miss some of the comments sometimes. Glad I caught that one.
Smiling faces tell lies.
I don't know. I'm assuming Rachel went to sleep. Goodbye. Maybe she's not used to this level of attention from the host. I don't know. Okay, cool, yeah.
So hear me when I'm saying smiling faces, smiling
Well, I will say that, Heidi, I do tend to be in the right place at the right time for whatever it is.
Smiling faces tell lies.
Yeah, she's probably busy, yeah.
And I got
Well, and it is her birthday. You know, the fact that, you know, I don't have a life outside of the metaverse, you know, some folks do, right? I forget, there's a whole wide world out there. And I know because I experienced most of it.
Smiling faces sometimes, hey, they don't tell the truth. Smiling faces tell lies, and I got proof.
It's almost coffee time. Capricorn is dancing.
Don't let the handshake and the smile fool you. Take my advice.
And by the way, you know, I got hairy legs that turn that turn.
What a joke.
Blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in
Yeah,
the
maybe.
bowl and rub my leg down so it was straight, and then watch the hair come back up again. They look at it. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
What a farce. I forgot how extended this, whatever this is that he's doing on Pro. Now I want to go start the screen recording, but I'll end up not getting the whole thing. I might try that. What'll happen? I almost guarantee you I'll get it started 5 minutes later and it will end. But yeah, I'll be right back. I went back about an hour to record. Oh my goodness. Wow. Yeah, the body's amazing. Goodness gracious. Had no idea.
Take a breath. Recognize your freedom. And then, with intention, with consciousness, in the privacy, safety of home, you know?
I was about to say that sounds like Talcott. Look at this.
He to fall to pieces.
Wow.
Just let them all go. Fuck it. I am nothing. I'm not a man. I'm not American. I'm not a father. I'm not white. I'm nothing. In the privacy, safety of home. Take a breath.
Praise God, by the way.
Take a breath.
Praise God.
Take a breath. Take a breath. Take a breath.
I'm gonna have to get some Bronson drops. That's another problem I've had lately. I enjoy doing the streams so much that I neglect my soundboarding.
Take a breath.
I need an entirely new. I need a separate computer for this.
Take a breath.
The laptops, they don't quite work for that. So I don't know. Maybe, God forbid, I go back to truck driving. I think.
Let yourself, you know what? Let yourself in the privacy, safety of home. You know?
Seeing the computer in my future.
Allow yourself to fall to pieces.
I wonder if I ran off Vic Meow. I went in pretty hard at the start of yesterday's first stream. Amen, sister. What a blessing. Me too. Throat. All of them are, well, not all of them, but yeah. Well, to some extent, I guess all of them. Shout out to Brian O'Shea's lower chakras, by the way. If anybody remembers, I will take full credit for that. He was, at a certain point, every time he showed up, I'd talk about how he was down in his lower chakras, and he did, seems like he got up out of them. They served their purpose, clearly. I'm retired, though. Although that was one of the benefits of my year of illness. One less thing to worry about, the lower chakras. I'm just going to have to start writing everything down. I thought about some sound clips I wanted to make like 5 minutes ago, and now I don't remember what they were. That same thing happened to me yesterday. Big Drink Tea, what's happening, partner? It's Rachel's birthday if you happen to see her later. We suspect she may be handling her real-world affairs. She was here earlier. I'm doing good, man. I just crushed an entire bag of red grapes, and I did the exact same thing yesterday. And the day before yesterday, I also did that. So I'm just assuming there's something specific in the red grapes that my body's trying to get. And I've been talking about healing lately. Not how to heal, not specifics of healing, but more of a physician heal thyself. And some folks, although not the people who are here right now, but over this past year, some folks have misunderstood the ways I've been speaking about being ill, as if I was somehow blocking the possibility of healing. And I said, no, that's not the case. I'm absolutely open to divine healing, but while recognizing that, if I'm in charge of that, I'm certainly not aware of it. So, and which, by the way, that's almost like a reverse manifestation. It's like, do we really think somebody who lived in the streets for so many years and, became quite adept at manifesting things I needed, or was certainly taken care of and guided and protected my whole life, actually? And I suspect many of us would feel the same, although I'm certainly not going to speak for anybody else. But it seems like whether it's been the food or the rest and the food and the lack of stress. Now we get to something I've been thinking about for quite some time, and I'll only talk about my own body because maybe that'll keep me out of the medical misinformation. But I've come to understand that in my life, and maybe it's the case for other folks, although obviously it would be up to them to determine that, but through their own observation, observing their own bodies, beingness. But it seems to me that a lot of the issues that I have experienced, and I've never really been prone to fear and social, anxiety or these things, but or worry necessarily, but I mean, we all are to some extent. It seems like most folks, fall into that at times. And so I was in that space for much of the last year, and I think that's how I can tell that the healing has taken place to some great degree, is that I'm not really worried. I mean, I'm not worried, actually. I was pretty freaked out a couple of months ago just about, how am I going to earn a living? I'm in a motel. I like being in a motel, but at a certain point, I won't be in a motel. Now I could potentially go back to work. I mean, I think I could. Of course, easy to say when I'm feeling good, right? But I'm no longer preoccupied with, trying to make plans and, all the amounts of hours. And, probably talked about it a lot on stream, I'm assuming. But then finally just being at peace and, realistically, it's just not going to amount to a hill of beans. Everything always works out, even if it doesn't work out, in a manner of our preference, right? But more and more I'm convinced that, much of what we go through with negative emotions, and although sometimes there is a reason, grief, depression, all of these things that I've actually never really experienced for the most part as far as depression. But I went through some kind of depressive episode a few months ago. If folks remember, I was gone from. I did not stream for like 3 weeks, I think it was. I do try to avoid specific language that would, indict me at the level of, mental health or whatever. It was some sort of depressive episode, which I don't know that I've ever had. And, you know, everybody gets down, and including me, but I never stay there. To me, that's the key is when people talk about depression, you know, I think of that more as a person who gets into that state and just for whatever reason can't get out of it. You know, my limited experience has been that I've gotten out of it. I've been able to pull myself out of it, which is typically, you know, putting one foot in front of the other and just pushing through. But then, yeah, so 3-week depressive episode is probably just, for whatever reason, unable to push through. And then, you know, maybe that was healing. Maybe that was a time of healing. I don't know. It's hard to tell. But something's happened. Just the fact that I ate my first meal and did not take my enzymes, and I feel fine. In fact, I think I probably feel better, although I've been eating raw egg yolks and raw veggies, so that will be the true test, because it's been causing some neurological stuff. But again, just speaking, well, what I perceive as neurological, my apologies, because I'm not a doctor, and I'm not under a doctor's care, nor will I be. I don't know, I'm rambling here. I haven't read the chat in a minute, so. It does kind of go along with the music, though. Shout out to the Provo kid. Provo Planet, he's rebranded. Big fan, big fan. Oh, can't hear me over the elevator music? Sorry about that. I don't get the full mix like you guys do. Set up here. Thank you, folks. I was not reading the chat, so my apologies. But we have 2 problems here, folks. Thank you, Heidi. We have 2 problems, and good to see you, Dick, in corporate fiction as well. First problem is I am not an audio engineer. I'm more of a hobbyist. I've always enjoyed stereo equipment and audio and talk radio and all of these things. Headphones, recording my voice and playing it back and all of these things. I have no particular skill or training. So, and the way the equipment is set up, when everything is mixed properly, it sounds pretty fucking good, if I may say so myself. However, part of that is I don't hear the same version of all of this that you folks hear. So, and some of that is the latency. You know, this is some lower end audio equipment. So, can't necessarily monitor in real time how it sounds for you folks. But so thank you for letting me know. Yeah, there you go, Heidi. Yeah, that's interesting. I had a similar experience of this. Risk of stealing your thunder here. See, and real quick about the audio mix. See, it still sounds about the same to me in my headphones, even though I turned it down. That's sometimes I can't tell the difference. But anyway, yeah, I almost drank myself to death, and I am prone to exaggeration and hyperbole. That's not hyperbole. I was very near death, or at least I would say within a few days of it, most likely. Been much longer, but yeah, exactly. Full stop or you're out. I felt like that, and what really got my attention was, you know, my organs were more or less just tapped out. They said, you know, I guess it almost was like they said, "Wow, he's really killing us." So I guess now we die. And that was quite the wake up call. And you know, I thought I'm not. Let me see, how can I talk about this? I have a strong will to live, and I would never take myself out in one fell swoop. And if I do have some of these particular traits that, especially a word beginning with an N, that many people are using quite freely, myself included at times, and I certainly don't have the disorder, thank God. But, you know, if I got a little healthy dose of that, the fact is, folks that you might describe by that word, they don't take themselves out. Not in one action, but you know, I thought I sort of found a loophole, because I've known for quite some time it's spiritually, for me, it's not an option to just go ahead and cash in my chips, as it were. Thought I found a way out. Didn't want to be here anymore. Again, strong will to live. I love life. It's interesting to get into the space of just not wanting to be here anymore. Alcohol certainly didn't help, but wasn't the cause. Was not the cause. Boy, what a blessing to not be on alcohol anymore. And that's why I don't believe me and Chuck have kind of had some back and forth a little bit, because he's, seems to subscribe to that AA mindset. Is it over, Promo Kid? He seems to subscribe to that AA mindset of, once an alcoholic, always an alcoholic. The reality is I've never been an alcoholic. That's never been my identity. I've certainly practiced alcoholism at times. Was only ever a binge drinker, though. Was not a regular drinker. And I would go years and having no alcohol in my previous life. And then I think a lot of folks just assume I was a drunk when I was living in the streets. I wasn't. It's too dangerous to be drunk on a regular basis. Out and about, open season, out there in the streets. And I don't miss drinking. I actually never really liked drinking, believe it or not. I was more of a beer, give me a 24 ounce and half a blunt. And maybe a few hours later, drink another 24 and have the other half of the blunt. That was more my style than just getting shit-faced. Although, when I was in the restaurant industry, waiting tables, that's a little more set up to go out and drink with coworkers.
Like a clown? Tell me what's like a clown?
Yeah, alcoholics go to meetings. There you go. Well, and that's the thing is, I went to meetings in Santa Barbara, but I went to see my friend Henry. He was my best homeless friend. And every time I would return to Santa Barbara, first thing I would do is I would go and find Henry, and that could take a few days. He was an intravenous user of methamphetamine and opiates. He's probably dead. I mean, last time I saw him was before the fent or the blues took over. He's probably gone by now, although it's hard to say for sure. May peace potentially be upon him, but I said, where can I find you, man? And, I guess he was running around so much, he didn't really know where to. And he said, "Oh, well, I go to AA meetings." I said, "All right, where are they?" Every day at the Alamo Club in Santa Barbara. So I would go just about every day so I could see my friend. And I'm the type, once I'm there, and I was drinking, meaning if I wanted to have a beer, I had a beer, right? And that was just about every day. I was having, again, probably a 24 ounce and a blunt, and then, maybe later in the day, another 24 and another blunt. But that was it. Like, I wasn't getting shit-faced. But he certainly kept drinking. But if I'm at an AA meeting, I might as well share, right? So I got to tell you, though, man, if you want to be around some miserable people, you can find them at AA. Good God. Not a fun experience overall. And, since I can talk a little bit and, do have some measure of insight, and sometimes people sort of become enamored with my personality. And actually, a trans person, I think a male to female, it's hard to tell sometimes, but I think a person born a male that was expressing as female. And I'm not hung up that way. Whatever. People are people on some level. But this person just assumed I wasn't drinking, and I was like, no, I never said I wasn't drinking. What are you talking about? I'm having a beer after this. What? And I think that caused some confusion, and maybe that person got their feelings hurt possibly. But at no point did I present myself as somebody who doesn't drink. But I did say, I'm bent and I'm an alcoholic. It just seemed to be kind of in the spirit of the thing, right? That's right. It's the You Can't Handle the Truth community. I wonder if that's his mix. Surely he made some of his music. Yeah, there you go. Well, and here's the bizarre part, Heidi, is that, and we'll see you later, Sunshine Tom. Thanks for stopping by. Here's the bizarre part is, you know, some people say that if, you know, they can quit drinking, but if they have one drink, they can't stop. I can absolutely drink 1 or 2 beers and stop. And I know I've said this on here before, I don't like that feeling of 1 or 2. Now, one with dinner is different. You know, that's a different feeling, but I mean, I drank for the effect, so, you know, it's better on an empty stomach, in my experience. You know, I don't want that pesky food getting in the way of my buzz, right? So, like 1 beer, 2 beers, I would rather just be sober. I'd rather just be at my base state. Just not a fan of that buzz. Never have been. And I don't know if you know, some of the drinkers, this might resonate with them. When that first sip of alcohol touches my lips, I can feel it. I get a head change as soon as I have the first sip. And that's probably not normal. You know, they say it takes time to, you know, get processed through the liver. I'm telling you, as soon as I take that first swig, I got a head change. Designator driving Heidi. What a blessing. What time is it? I had 4 cups of coffee yesterday. With 4, I mean, double cups. So I'm trying to see. I need to time this out properly. So if I have 1 now, I'll have time to I'll have time to go for 4. I might as well, man. You know, either you in or you out, partner. I've been trying to. Hey, if Keith's still listening, I've been trying to play that middle zone with respect to the coffee. I need to just go in. I need to just have an appropriate amount that I enjoy, or I need to just quit. I've been trying to be in the middle zone, and that's where the pain and the misery is in that middle zone. So I think it's coffee time. Hopefully Provo keeps cooking. I'll be back with y'all, with you fine folks, directly.
Patrol says it has hundreds of migrants in custody. We're told they were detained over the past few days with another group that was trying to cross into the U.S. today.
Yeah, CBS 8's Jasmine Ramirez spent the day at the border and shares what's believed to be behind this influx.
And I will strike down upon thee with great vengeance and furious anger. Furious anger. I will strike down upon thee with great vengeance and furious anger. Furious anger. Furious anger. Furious anger. Furious anger. And I will strike down
our childhood, brainwashed by the school, brainwashed by our teachers, and brainwashed by all their rules, brainwashed by our leaders, by our kings and queens, brainwashed in the open and brainwashed behind the scenes. God, God, God. Our voice cries in the wilderness. God, God, God. It was on the longest night. God, God, God. An eternity of darkness. God, God, God. Someone turned out the spiritual light. Brainwashed by the Nikkei, brainwashed by Dow Jones, brainwashed by the FTSE, NASDAQ and secure loans, brainwashed us from Brussels, brainwashing us in Bonn, brainwashing us in Washington, Westminster in London. God, God, God. You are the wisdom that we seek. God, God, God. The lover that we miss. God, God, God. Your nature is eternity. God, God, God. Your existence, knowledge, bliss.
The soul does not love, it is love itself. It does not exist, it is existence itself. It does not know, it is knowledge itself. How to Know God, page 130.
They brainwashed my great uncle, brainwashed my cousin Bob. They even got my grandma when she was working for the mob. Brainwash you while you're sleeping, while in your traffic jam. Brainwash you while you're weeping, while still a baby in your prime. Brainwashed by the military, brainwashed under duress. Brainwashed by the media, you're brainwashed by the press. Brainwashed by computer, brainwashed by mobile phones. Brainwashed by the satellite, brainwashed to the bone. God, God, God. Won't you lead us through this mess? God, God, God. From the places of concrete. God, God, God. Nothing's worse than ignorance. God, God, God. I just won't accept defeat. God, God, God. Must be something I forgot. God, God, God. Down on bullshit avenue. God, God, God. We can only stop the rot. God, God, God. Wish that you'd brainwash us too. Nama Parvati Pataye Hara Hara Mahadev. Nama Parvati Pataye Hara Hara. Nama Parvati Pataye Hara Hara. Shiva Shiva Shankara Mahadeva. Hara 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 Mahadeva. Shiva Shiva Shankara Mahadeva. Shiva Shiva Shankara Mahadeva. Nama Parvati Pataye Hara Hare. Nama Parvati Padaye Hara Hare. Shiva Shiva Shankara Mahadeva. Shiva Shiva Shankara Mahadeva.
I said it before and I'll say it again. Life moves pretty fast. You don't stop and look around once in a while, you could miss it.
weekend. Don't be surprised even talk like us. Walk, walk, walk like us. But they are not like us. On the weekday, you can see the signs, you can see the signs. They wear the disguise. Look into the mind's eye. There's nowhere to hide. Don't stick all the lies. Whispers from afar. We know who you are. Windows to the stars. Walk like us. They even talk like us. Walk, walk, walk like us. But they are not like us. On the weekday, you can see the signs, you can see the signs. Don't be surprised on the weekday. Read between the lines, read between the lines. They wear the disguise. Look into the mind's eye. There's nowhere to hide. Don't stick all the lies. Whispers from afar. We know who you are. Windows to the stars.
Is it the end? Am I going to have to talk? It said the end. It seems to continue. I was ready though. Opened up the mic in a big fat hurry. Dope. ATB in the house. For some reason, I think that is AGT, but I'm pretty sure I mostly type ATB. My brain wants to turn it into AGT for some reason. We're sorry for the interruption. Read it. We now return you to your regularly scheduled dystopia already in progress. Good morning. It's Rachel's birthday. I believe she's left the metaverse and joined the wider world. Perhaps she shall return. I believe we may get a panel going later as folks begin to arise for the day. The grand rising, the proverbial grand rising. Yeah, I caught some of Provo's live earlier, and I screen recorded. Well, he did several, but I screen recorded at least part of one. I like to just download and save a lot of content to various SD cards and hard drives and return to them at some point in the future. Oh, wrong button. I've been a bit clunky on the ones and the twos here today. More correctly, the computer and the laptop. Know your words, etymology and all. You will gain power in this reality. Indeed, sir, indeed. That's right, kids should play outside, not online. Indeed, I played outside with my friends every single day, all year round when I was a child. We also watched a lot of television and played a lot of video games. But that typically came after running around out of doors. Shout out to kids being seen and not heard back then, because part of that was, what are you doing in the house? Go outside and play. I'm not sure this ever ends. Easy stream for me today.
here to anywhere. Maybe we'll make a deal. Maybe together we can get somewhere. Any place is better. Starting from zero, got nothing to lose. Maybe we'll make something. Me, myself, I got nothing to prove. You got a fast car. I got a plan to get us out of here. I've been working at a convenience store. Managed to save just a little bit of money. Won't have to drive too far. Just cross the border and into the city. You and I can both get jobs to finally see what it means to be living. You got a fast car. Fast enough so we can fly away. We're gonna make a decision. Live tonight, die this way. So I remember we were driving your car. Squeeze the flex, felt like I was drunk. See the lights say out before. See the all felt nice wrapped around my shoulder. And I had a feeling that I belonged. I had a feeling that I could be someone. Had a feeling that I could be someone. Live with a bottle, that's the way it is. Said his body's too old for working. His body's too young to look like his. Mama went off and left him. She wanted more from life than he could give. And said somebody's got to take care of him. So I quit school, that's what I did. You got a fast car. We go cruising, entertain ourselves. You still ain't got a job. Not working the market as a checkout girl. I know things will get better. You'll find work now, get promoted. We'll move out of the shelter. Buy a big house and live in the suburbs. You got a fast car. See fast enough, you can fly away. You gotta make a decision. Leave tonight or let me die this way. So I remember we were driving your car. Squeeze the flex, felt like I was drunk. See the lights lay out before us. See the all felt nice wrapped around my shoulder. And I had a feeling that I belonged. I had a feeling that I could be someone. Had a feeling that I could be someone. Be someone. Someone.
Call the devil, here comes the flow. The devil, they like drums. They like cigarettes, smoking on summer. Sit on the sun, now Sunday's Christmas. Some days when I need a few friends. Now when again I can never hope to keep the thought to get friends. So that's not that they wanted. If they needed a good friend is happening. Don't get it, dancing on friends who is and cheapers. All you could have done is been no saying. All too late, all was an necklace and reckless. It better to hell we both hang with nothing to do with scratch. The gravity went like far. This, the gravity went like. You could leave it all behind. Even the devil need time to lose some time. You could let it all go. You could let it all go. So, free fall. Free fall.
Call the devil say quick. Can't be bothered, better handle y'all shit. Keep up out your wrist, man. Keep up out your wrist. Now yourself and who you thinking with. Can I sit down, listen all day? I gave you the counting souls I made.
Is it over? Do I have to make with the content now? Still going.
that sound? Everybody look what's going down.
Used to be able to sing. What happened, partner? What happened, partner?
There's battle lines being drawn, but nobody's right if everybody's wrong. Young people speaking their minds are getting so much resistance from behind. I think it's time we stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going down. What a field day for the heat. 1,000 people in the street, singing songs and carrying signs. Mostly say hooray for our side. It's time we stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going down. it will creep. It starts when you're always afraid. Step out of line, the man come and take you away. We better stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going. We better stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going. We better stop. Now, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going. We better stop. Children, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going. We better stop.
My man. What's happening, partner? Bro, shout out to that old school NES joystick. You know, I had one of them.
Falling, dreaming, talking in your sleep. I know you want to cry all night. Plotting, scheming, finding reason to defend all of your violent nights. Promise in your sleep, I know you want to cry all night. Scheming, finding reason to defend all of your violent nights. Promise falling, dreaming, talking in your sleep. I know you want to cry all night. Plotting, scheming, finding reason to defend all of your violent nights. Promise falling, dreaming, talking in your sleep. I know you want to cry all night. Scheming, finding reason to defend all of your violent nights. Promise falling, falling, dreaming, dreaming, talking in your sleep. I know you want to cry all night. Plotting, scheming, finding reason to defend all of your violent nights. Promise
Yeah, and it don't stop. Yeah, and it won't quit. Dre, dog is in the house. Fuck that motherfucking bullshit. Yeah, and it don't stop. Yeah, and it won't quit. Dre, dog is in the house. Fuck that motherfucking bullshit. Yeah, and it don't stop. Yeah, and it won't quit. Dre, dog is in the house. Fuck that motherfucking bullshit. Yeah, and it don't stop. Yeah, and it won't quit. Dre, dog is in the house. Fuck that motherfucking bullshit. Yeah, and it don't stop. Yeah, and it won't quit. Dre, dog is in the house. Fuck that motherfucking bullshit. Yeah, and it don't stop. Yeah, and it won't quit. Dre, dog is in the house. Fuck that motherfucking bullshit. Yeah, and it don't stop. Yeah, and it won't quit. Dre, dog is in the house. Fuck that motherfucking bullshit. Yeah, and it don't stop. Yeah, and it won't quit. Dre, dog is in the house. Fuck that motherfucking bullshit.
Luxury goods command high prices because they're supposed to be more valuable, which is just
We're now VPNing so we can download movies from BitTorrent.
prices because they're supposed to be more valuable, which is just ridiculous. Luxury goods, high prices, more valuable, which is just ridiculous. Ridiculous. Luxury goods. Luxury goods.
What's poppin'? Brand new whip, just hopped in. I got options. I can pass that bitch like Stockton. Just joshing. I'm spending this holiday locked in. My body got rid of them toxins. Sports in the top 10. I can put the ball in the end zone, put a bad bitch in the friend zone. This shit sound like an intro jet song, give me that tempo. Told Pooh, he a fool with the shit. Told her don't let her friends know. In the Ville, and I move like a dime. Eating fettuccine and Vincenzo's. Me and my amigos got that free smoke on the West Coast. Yeah, I'm talking about pre-rolls. Dark hair bitch, she look like she go. She do. Hometown hero, feeling myself, can't murder my ego. She heard my deep stroke, she said, babe, does it hurt when I deep though? Certified freak hoe, hang around dust and she learning my lingo. Back then, wasn't worried about me though. In the gym, trying to work on my freak though. Goddamn. Spending money at the club like Sam's. Yes, ma'am. She a little freak on cam. She don't put this on the ground. Little boys trying to dance on the ground. Hey, I can't switch on the fan. Shit's hot, hit the switch on the fan. This where my head is. I feel resentment from every direction. Even some homies be wearing expressions. I be discouraged from sharing my blessings. We used to share a connection. Now it just feels like it's wearing and stretching. I'm getting real sick of taking advice from people that never could stare at reflections. Somewhere in there is a lesson. Y'all ain't involved and it's very depressing. I'm at the club with the basketball team. Me and the Cardinals are sharing a section. Gotta cherish the present. I'm drinking water and wearing protection. Got a career and I'm very invested. Some people call it a scary obsession. I like to call it a passion. I can be sitting relaxing. PG, we getting some traction. I'm at the venue, it's packed in. I'm digging her accent. I got a BB Simon belt on me, and she tryna get it, I'm passing. That's my type of distraction. That's my type of she Latin. Got my own flow, and I'm about to get a patent. Brand new sheets for the bed, they satin. Y'all wasn't tuned in back then. My swag, they keep checking. I ain't doing no verse, quit asking. What's poppin'? Brand new whip, just hopped in. I got options. I can pass that bitch like Stockton. Just joshing. I'm spending this holiday locked in. My body got rid of them toxins. Sports in the top 10.
right through, but you're someone I believe in. You heat me like a filament anytime you're in the room, but you burn me and I'm smoking. I just wanted you to watch me dissolve slowly in a pool full of your love. But I don't even know how the chemistry works when you're poolside, kicking in the dirt, kicking in the sand, and stirring up trouble. Can't find an exit. I wander in a maze alone. If I find you, will you shock me? Left and right. Pretty sure that I've been here before, and it isn't what I wanted. I just wanted you to watch me dissolve slowly in a pool full of your love. But I don't even know how the chemistry works when you're inside, kicking in the dirt, kicking in the sand, and stirring up trouble. Your voice like an angel, been chain smoking all month long, like you're someone I believe in. Am I only elaborate? Someone you can test things on. This isn't what I signed up for. I just wanted you to. I just wanted. I just wanted you to. I just wanted. I just wanted you to watch me dissolve slowly in a pool full of your love. But I don't even know how the chemistry works when you're poolside, kicking in the dirt, kicking in the sand, and stirring up trouble.
When the night has come and the land is dark and the moon is the only light we'll see. No, I won't be afraid. Oh, I won't be afraid. Just as long as you stand by me. So darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Stand by me. If the sky that we look upon should tumble and fall, or the mountain should crumble to the sea, I won't cry, no, I won't shed a tear, just as long as you stand by me. And darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Oh, stand now. Stand by me. Stand by me. Should crumble to the sea, I won't cry, no, I won't shed a tear, just as long as you stand by me. And darling, stand by me.
Is this the Krusty Krab?
No, this is Patrick.
Is this the Krusty Krab?
No, this is Patrick. Is this the Krusty Krab? No, this is Patrick.
Just relax. Lift your hand. Great, we're almost there. Now put it on the lid. No, the lid. 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 Almost there. Now head for the lid.
You'll be having the number 3 with cheese.
Oh, that's what I was gonna order.
It's incredibly fun having us all eat the live action version. The service here is slower than a three-legged dog in molasses.
Dressing up like Scooter in real life is not much different than what I wear around the house. Some of us have lives.
I had to put on a lot of weight to do Mr. Krabs properly.
We're in our burgers. Usually we're just on the plate.
You have the best birthday ever. Is that good? Do I get the secret formula now?
Yeah, love all things SpongeBob. Like and comment below. And don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell icon to never miss a new video here on the SpongeBob official YouTube channel. Yarr!
desire, and that one is you. No other will do. I've lost all ambition or worldly acclaim. I just wanna be the one you love. I've lost all ambition or worldly acclaim. I just wanna be the one you love. Lost all ambition, worldly acclaim. I just wanna be the one you love. I've lost all ambition or worldly acclaim. I just wanna be the one you love. I've lost all ambition or worldly acclaim. I just wanna be the one you love, love. Lost all ambition or worldly acclaim. I just be the one you love. I've lost all ambition or worldly acclaim. I just wanna be the one you love, love. Wanna
See here, kid. You gotta just go for it. Don't think about what comes after or what came before. You just gotta bend your knees, take a deep breath, and jump. And you might think, what if I fall? Well, what if you don't? What if you fly? right.
I love you guys. I really do. I know how silly that sounds. I hear myself sometimes. I love you guys. I really do. I know how silly that sounds. I love you guys. I really do. I know how silly that sounds. I hear myself sometimes. I love you guys. I really do. I love you guys. I really do. I hear myself sometimes. I love you guys. I really do. I really do. I love you guys. I really do. I know how silly that sounds. I love you guys. I really do. I know how silly that sounds. I hear myself sometimes. I know how silly that sounds. I hear myself sometimes.
It is very, very popular. We're going to go to the phones. Hi, you're on the air with Lisa and Kevin. What's your name?
Hi, Lisa. It's Renee from California.
Hey, Renee. Chris is over there, kind of giving us a look at how to use the ladder there.
I got to tell you something. I have this ladder. It is awesome.
Oh, now
and everybody wants this ladder. I live in an apartment with vaulted ceilings.
Take me back again.
fighting a war we could never win. Try to flee the pain that's within. Still hanging on to moments lost. Try to carry on no matter the cost. There's one thing that makes me come alive when you're by my side. Forget everything together with me when that weary table rolls. Play that movie. I want you to smile. Shut out all the worries. Dream away for a while. The look you had in your eyes back then, we'll pretend it's 85 again.
I am in now, well in the night, just living my life free. And you may think I'm wild, but that's just what I'm gonna be. Yeah, I'm wild, wild like the jungle. Hear my heart rumble, hear my heart rumble. Sometimes I wonder why we can't all get along. Is it just me or is there something wrong? My baby, why don't you come back home with me and we'll sing all of your favorite songs. Trying to pick up all the pieces and let go of all the shit that I carry on. Yeah, my brother Jack once taught me that there's no I in friends and we all belong. Yeah, the good die young.
something happening here. But what it is ain't exactly clear. There's a man with a gun over there, telling me I got to beware. I think it's time we stop, children. What's that sound? Everybody look what's going down. There's battle lines being drawn. Nobody's right if everybody's wrong. Young people speaking their minds are getting so much resistance from behind. Time we stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going down. What a field day for the heat. 1,000 people in the street, singing songs and they carrying signs, mostly say hooray for our side. It's time we stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going down. Paranoia strikes deep into your life, it will creep. It starts when you're always afraid. Step out of line, the man come and take you away. We better stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going down. Stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going down. We better stop now. What's that sound? Everybody look what's going. We better stop. Children, what's that sound?
This is CBS.
Hillside Strangler update at 11.
like there's a lot of bad things going on, and we're gonna get back to our soul music. We're gonna get back to our soul music. Back to our soul music. We're gonna get back to our soul music. Back to our soul music. We're gonna get back to our soul music. Back to our soul music. We're gonna get back to our soul music.
Let's try it one more once.
We're gonna get back to our soul music. We're gonna get back to our soul music.
The topic that brings us here is deadly serious. The rise of hate and violence facing the 2S LGBTQI+ communities, including the drag artists, happening
the valley of the shadow of death. I take a look at my life and realize there's nothing left. Cause I've been blasting and laughing so long that even my mama thinks that my mind is gone. But I ain't never crossed a man that didn't deserve it. Be treated like a punk, you know that's unheard of. You better watch how you're talking and where you're walking, or you and your homies might be lying to chalk. I really hate the trip, but I gotta low. As they croak, I see myself in the pistol smoke. Fool, I'm the kind of G the little homies wanna be like, on my knees in the night, saying prayers in the street light. Been spending most of the night living in the gangster's paradise. Been spending most of the night living in the gangster's paradise. Keep spending most of the night living in the gangster's paradise. Keep spending most of the night living in the gangster's paradise. Look at the situation they got me facing. I can't live a normal life. I was raised by the state, so I gotta be down with the hood team. Too much television watching got me chasing dreams. I'm an educated fool with money on my mind. Got my 10 in my hand and a gleam in my eye. I'm a low out gangster, set tripping banker, and my homies is down, so don't arouse my anger. Fool, death ain't nothing but a heartbeat away. I'm living life, do or die. What can I say? I'm 23 now, but will I live to see 24? The way things is going, I don't know. Tell me why are we so blind to see that the ones we hurt are you and me? Tell me why are we so blind to see that the ones we hurt are you and me? Been spending most of the night living in the gangster's paradise. We've been spending most of the night living in the gangster's paradise. We keep spending most of the night living in the gangster's paradise. We keep spending most of the night living in the gangster's paradise. Power and the money, money and the power. Minute after minute, hour after hour, everybody's running, but half of them ain't looking what's going on in the kitchen. But I don't know what's cooking. They say I got to learn, but nobody's here to teach me. If they can't understand it, how can they reach me? I guess they can't, I guess they won't, I guess they front. That's why I know my life is out of luck, fool. Been spending most of the night living
able to stay home, brother. You will not be able to plug in, turn on, and cop out. You will not be able to lose yourself on Skag and skip out for beer during commercials because the revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be brought to you by Xerox in 4 parts without commercial interruptions. The revolution will not show you pictures of Nixon blowing a bugle and leading a charge by John Mitchell, General Abrams, and Spyro Agnew to eat hog maws confiscated from a Harlem sanctuary. The revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be brought to you by the Schaefer Award Theater and will not star Natalie Woods and Steve McQueen or Bullwinkle and Julia. The revolution will not give your mouth sex appeal. The revolution will not get rid of the nub. The revolution will not make you look 5 pounds thinner because the revolution will not be televised, brother. There will be no pictures of you and Willie Mae pushing that shopping cart down the block on the dead run or trying to slide that color TV into a stolen ambulance. NBC will not be able to predict the winner at 8:32 on report from 29 districts. The revolution will not be televised. There will be no pictures of pigs shooting down brothers on the instant replay. There will be no pictures of pigs shooting down brothers on the instant replay. There will be no pictures of Whitney Young being run out of Harlem on a rail with a brand new process. There will be no slow motion or still lights of Roy Wilkins strolling through Watts in a red, black, and green liberation jumpsuit that he has been saving for just the proper occasion. Green Acres, Beverly Hillbillies, and Hooterville Junction will no longer be so damn relevant, and women will not care if Dick finally got down with Jane on Search for Tomorrow, because black people will be in the street looking for a brighter day. The revolution will not be televised. There will be no highlights on the 11 o'clock news and no pictures of Harry armed women liberationists and Jackie Onassis blowing her nose. The theme song will not be written by Jim Webb or Francis Scott Keys, nor sung by Glenn Campbell, Tom Jones, Johnny Cash, Engelbert Humperdinck, or The Rare Earth. The revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be right back after a message about a white tornado, white lightning, or white people. You will not have to worry about a dove in your bedroom, the tiger in your tank, or the giant in your toilet bowl. The revolution will not go better with Coke. The revolution will not fight germs that may cause bad breath. The revolution will put you in the driver's seat. The revolution will not be televised, will not be televised, will not be televised, will not be televised. The revolution will be no rerun, brothers. The revolution will be live.
Southern Nevada is abuzz tonight with stories about the crash of an unknown object and the alleged sighting of strange creatures in the backyard of a Northwest Valley home.
So it was last night that 8 News Now investigator David Charnes reported about how Metro Police responded back on May 1st after receiving a strange call.
Imagine the perfect video store. It would have a great selection, right? Right. Over 10,000 videos. 3 evening rentals.
come as if from outer space in a variety of weird guises. Defender, Pac-Man, asteroids. To fans, they represent a challenge. But to critics, as Terry Drinkwater reports, they are a menace.
Now to growing concerns about the deadly coronavirus officially hitting the U.S. Here's what we know. A Washington state resident fell ill after returning from Wuhan, China, where the outbreak began. Officials now say more than 400 people have been sickened and 9 people have died. The World Health Organization is holding an emergency meeting right now. Tina Whitworth is in Seattle as the latest story. Good morning, Tina.
Right now in the United States, people should not be walking around with masks.
You're sure of it? Because people are listening really closely to this.
Right now, people should not be walking. There's no reason to be walking around with a mask. When you're in the middle of an outbreak, wearing a mask might make people feel a little bit better, and it might even block a droplet, but it's not providing the perfect protection that people think that it is. And often, there are unintended consequences. People keep fiddling with the mask and they keep touching their face.
And can you get some schmutz sort of staying inside there?
Of course. But when you
enjoy attempting to juggle a bowling ball, a machete, and a full-grown Mexican.
Wandering at night, keep me warm. There's no one, and I'm inside the house. Rabbit days, get delighted. There's no one, and I'm inside the house. There's no food, there's no light, there's no calling all the time inside my mind. There's no food, there's no way to reach the bottom, but they keep driving me out of line. 'Cause you don't know nothing, you don't know me, so please don't judge until I'm free. I keep wandering at night, I keep looking out the crowd, and all I see is I'm all fucking blind. I keep wandering at night, I keep looking at the light. The only thing is I'm all fucking blind. I keep wandering at night, I keep looking at the crowd. The only thing I see is I'm on fire. I keep wandering at night, I keep looking at the dawn. I see you in the dark and I'm on fire. I keep wandering at night, I keep looking at the light. The only time is I'm all fucking blind. I keep wandering at night, I keep looking at the light, and all I see is I'm a fucking liar. I keep wandering at night, I keep looking at the crowd. The only time is I'm all fucking blind. Give me my space around my neck and like around my chest. I won't leave you all and make me dead inside. Space around my chest, give me goosebumps, give me goosebumps again. Space around my chest, give me goosebumps, give me goosebumps again. Space around my chest, give me goosebumps, give me goosebumps again. Space around my chest, give me goosebumps, give me goosebumps again. I know you trolling down the line, waiting March, and you keep rocking. Fuck you all. Well, I should have known better, but there's a time where I threw up, 'cause I was sick of it all, especially sick of you now. I'm gonna buy myself a dog with a lot of hair, 'cause I need a pet something, or I'm just gonna throw something in the bathtub now in the beautiful vase. Well, if you're okay with that, maybe we can go and have fun together. There's no food, there's no light, and there's no calling all the time inside my mind. There's no food, there is no light, there is no calling all the time inside my mind. Give me goosebumps, give me goosebumps. I'm on fire.
Jesus, McDermott, what does that have to do with anything? Just cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
You keep my secrets, hope to die. Promise to swear them by the sky. The bittersweet between my teeth. Trying to find the in-between. We'll fall in love eventually. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Tell you things are bad. Everybody knows things are bad. It's a depression. Everybody's out of work or scared of losing their job. The dollar buys a nickel's worth. Banks are going bust. Shopkeepers keep a gun under the counter. Punks are running wild in the street, and there's nobody anywhere who seems to know what to do, and there's no end to it. We know the air is unfit to breathe, and our food is unfit to eat. We sit watching our TVs while some local newscaster tells us that today we had 15 homicides and 63 violent crimes, as if that's the way it's supposed to be. We know things are bad, worse than bad. They're crazy. It's like everything everywhere is going crazy, so we don't go out anymore. We sit in the house, and slowly the world we're living in is getting smaller, and all we say is, please, at least leave us alone in our living rooms. Let me have my toaster and my TV and my steel-belted radios, and I won't say anything. Just leave us alone. Well, I'm not going to leave you alone. I want you to get mad. I don't want you to protest. I don't want you to riot. I don't want you to write to your congressman because I wouldn't know what to tell you to write. I don't know what to do about the depression and the inflation and the Russians and the crime in the street. All I know is that first, you've got to get mad. You've got to say, I'm a human being. God damn it. My life has value. So, I want you to get up now. I want all of you to get up out of your chairs. I want you to get up right now and go to the window, open it, and stick your head out and yell, I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take this anymore!
I know you think I'm a psychopath, Democrat lurking in the dark. This sucks, I'm the Kmart soda jerk, sorted trash. I kept the stash of coca candy straight from Japan. Hologram and shoes ever as the end. Think you know what I need to get by.
Something for your mind, mind. Something for your mind, mind. Something for your mind.
정신에 집어넣으세요. 어떤 것이 필요합니까?
Something for your
정신에 집어넣으세요.
mind.
정신에 집어넣으세요.
Something for your
I know you think I'm a sociopath, my love we pray, I'm a cliche. Make way, I'm in my Pepsi mood. Mama needs food, how about a barbecue? For us, the bourgeoisie, so carefree. Remember when we... I don't know why you need to get by.
something for your mind, mind. Something for your mind, mind. Something for your
무엇인가 정신에 집어넣으세요. 마음에 어떤 것 필요합니까?
Something for your
정신에 집어넣으세요.
mind.
정신에 집어넣으세요.
Something for your
I went home with the waitress the way I always do. How was I to know she was with the Russians too? I was gambling in Havana. I took a little risk. Send lawyers, guns, and money. Dad, get me out of this. Ha! I'm the innocent bystander. Somehow I got stuck between a rock and a hard place, and I'm down on my luck. Yes, I'm down on my luck. Well, I'm down on my luck. I'm hiding in Honduras. I'm a desperate man. Send lawyers, guns, and money. This shit has hit the fan. All right, send lawyers, guns, and money. Send lawyers, guns, and money. Send lawyers, guns, and money. Hey! Send lawyers, guns, and money. Oh! Yeah.
Hello, Hal, do you read me? Hello, Hal, do you read me? Do you read me, Hal?
Affirmative, Dave. I read you.
Open the pod bay doors, Hal.
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
the water can't make it back. Lie to me, honey. Truth gives me a heart attack, a heart attack. Say it's important what we undertake. I need to sleep tonight, for goodness sake. Keep distance, just don't let 'em get close. Seems like you're doing the most. Humanitarian pose. Well, keep the brainwash going. It's the system untouched. Am I saying too much, too much? Want to be happy? Is that so wrong? The price increases. A warm drug, calm down, calm down. The list keeps growing, but we can't admit to really knowing. A gentle cognitive dissonance. Keep distance, just don't let 'em get close. Seems like you're doing the most. Humanitarian pose. Well, keep the brainwash going. It's the system untouched. Am I saying too much, too much? Keep distance, just don't let 'em get close. Seems like you're doing the most. Humanitarian pose. Well, keep the brainwash going. It's the system untouched. Am I saying too much, too
Shout out to Rachel with the $20 super chat. You're the birthday girl. Feel a bit strange accepting this. However, thank you. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Highly suspect to be joining the panel shortly.
Well, let's just say hypothetically, okay, what if they have a good personality? I know. There are no girls with good personalities.
some very, very sketchy details reaching us here at Sky Centre. Important enough to bring to you, though, at this early stage. We believe that a plane has crashed into the World Trade Center in New York. That happened within the last few moments. No details at this stage as to what sort of plane it is. It could well be a large plane. We are hearing reports of a 737, not yet confirmed yet, although it is a jet. More as we have it. Let's have a look what CBS News is saying, our colleagues over in America.
World Trade Center, we understand that a plane has crashed into the World Trade Center. We don't know anything more than that. We don't know if it was a commercial aircraft. We don't know if it was a private aircraft. We have no idea.
Mr. Keith, how are you, sir?
Hey, what's up, man?
Oh, just chilling. Having a...
Right on.
Rachel Zinger's birthday is today, so we've been playing some music and hanging out.
Well, happy birthday, Rachel.
Yeah, happy birthday, Miss Rachel.
Yeah.
Hang on, give me just a second. I'm trying to get the audio levels adjusted here.
10-4.
Uh-oh. Well, what's happening in your world? You told me you've been down some rabbit holes.
Fucking, man, I've been going through all this Israel, U.S. fucking government bullshit.
Now, why would you do that, sir?
I don't fucking know, man. Entertainment purposes only. I don't know, man. I get fucking bored. I need to get back to work.
Yeah, man. When does work start?
I think it's going to be Tuesday. I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
I got to go from Tuesday to Friday for like orientation and then actually, start doing the physical labor shit,
Right on.
After that, yeah. Fuck, man, I'm going fucking crazy. And as you know, I do look at TikTok sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
I do, and it's fucking rotting my goddamn soul. I need it bleached. I fucking do, man. This shit is fucking retarded.
Indeed.
It is. And I know it. It's just fucking, goddamn, man. It's like having a fucking addiction. For real.
Yeah, it's a thing, man. I don't know how. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I just want to get rid of all my devices, man, at this point. Just fucking get rid of everything. Electronic,
Yeah, I'm not quite sure that's going to be possible, but it'd be a nice experiment, right?
Yeah, maybe a social experiment or something. I don't fucking know, man. This shit is driving me fucking insane. Really. Fucking, it's just, god damn, man. I'm a goddamn finger blaster. I'm like scrolling through this, and fucking, it's just complete fucking garbage. It is. And I'm looking at it intentionally because I'm so fucking bored. God damn it. Anyways, hey, man, I wanted to tell you, those fucking clips that you play, them audio clips are hilarious.
I'm glad you like those.
Awesome. I love them. They're fucking great. Yeah, that shit is great. Hey, praise God.
Praise God. That's right.
Yes, praise Him. And what God are we talking about?
I don't know. Good question.
Jehovah, the fucking psychopath.
You got me, brother.
Yeah, 10-4. Copy that, man. Anyways, what's going on your side of the world, man?
Just been hanging out.
Right.
Doing some, making some thumbnails for the future live streams.
Right on. Are you getting more viewers? Like, more people lately, or?
Well, the subscribers go up over time very slowly.
Right.
I think there's like 33 people here, last I checked.
Oh, 33.
I believe so, yeah. It happens.
How convenient.
Exactly. Yeah, that's a pretty common number to have in the live stream. Yeah, 34 since you joined, I suppose.
All right, 10-4.
Mm-hmm.
Come on now.
Come on.
Yeah, come on now. Fucking break that shit. Break it down for the one time.
Indeed, sir. Indeed.
Yeah, man, no, like earlier I got on this fucking bullshit, like the YouTube shorts, where it shows clips of fucking politicians and Biden and all this fucking garbage and the government and how fucked up it is. It's cool. I think that we're fucked, man. We are fucked. And then I'm seeing.
Well, I'm not. Well, wait a minute. I'm not fucked.
Well, I'm seeing video clips of all these fucking, like militias, you know, lining up and ready to fucking go. But that's fine. Let's do that. But are you really ready to fucking drop the hammer? Can you do that when the time comes?
Not me.
I would say fucking 99% of them can't. They will not be able to squeeze a fucking trigger in the face of that shit.
It's probably true.
Yeah, that is a fucking. That's just we can dress up in fucking camouflage and get decked out.
Well, there's a word for this, Keith. It's called a LARP. Have you ever heard of a LARP?
Yeah, I have. I had to ask Drew what that was.
Yeah. So they're LARPers.
Yeah, right. Okay. Yeah, they're just play pimping.
Yeah, live action role playing.
Right. Yeah. It's fucking. I don't know, man. I think it's a wrap. We'll probably fuck. I don't know.
Well, I'm not fucked.
Well,
so
okay.
I'm not. Well, you're identified with the country for some reason.
Right, yeah. I'm in the motherfucker. I'm in the country. Yeah.
Well, but I'm not the country.
A fucking gallon of milk is $5.17. What in the fuck, over? For real? The fuck? Are you kidding me? Motherfucker. And then I see videos of them just fucking dumping milk out on the fucking ground for whatever, It's fucking insane.
I wouldn't know. I don't watch any of that stuff.
Yeah, I do, man. Look, I go hard in the paint on that shit sometimes. Like I said, in the back of my head, I'm going, this is fucking crazy. You shouldn't be looking at this bullshit or whatever. You need to be fucking working or whatever. But in the meantime, until I start fucking work, yeah, it's fucking disgusting. Oh, and then I seen some shit about CNN, like the fucking crisis actors.
Oh yeah.
Pretending that they're over there in fucking Israel, and like the sound was going. He's like, he's directing them where to go, and you need to look scared and fucking act like. I'm like, what? I'm telling you, the same shit took place in '93 in Somalia, man. They did the same fucking shit. I'm telling you, it's crazy. The shit god damn, the projector that we're looking at, that fucking black screen or whatever. Is just fucking garbage. It's fucking killing me. It is. It's fucking makes me nauseous, like physically fucking ill to look at this garbage. It does. Anyway,
yes,
man.
Yes, sir.
So, other than that, what's going on with you, man?
Doing live streams.
Right on. Feeling all right?
Oh, I'm doing great.
Yeah,
thanks for asking. Indeed, sir, indeed.
10-4. Right on. Okay. Yeah. But, hey, man, them fucking clips are hilarious when you do that shit.
Yeah, I'm glad you like it.
I fucking love it. That shit is hilarious. Yeah, I can hardly contain myself, man. I'm fucking look like a fucking psychopath sitting on the porch laughing. Yeah.
Indeed.
Right on. Yeah.
You can't hear it when you're on the panel, though.
No, I hear it. Yeah.
Not when you're on the panel, you don't.
Oh, okay. I got you.
You're on the panel right now.
And I heard it. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, you can only hear me talking.
Right on. What are you looking at now? Who's fucking terrorizing?
I love you too much.
It's music with video playing. It's been playing for many hours.
A great big flame.
Right on. Yeah. It's fucking. It's crazy.
Well, and if anybody's wondering why we're now talking over the music, it's because I've been sitting here and I've heard this entire thing all the way through one time, and now I think we're about halfway through the second time. So.
Right.
Well, I'm talking to the audience.
Right on. Okay.
So I've been sitting here for I think about 6 hours watching the same thing, but it's so long that it's finally repeated once. So that's why we're now talking.
Like, is that healthy to fucking look at that shit? Because it kind of makes me fucking sick. Fuck.
Well, it's a fellow content creator made it, so there's a lot of artistic things happening.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Yep. So people are enjoying it.
God damn. Why? Just fucking crazy.
Well, you're not watching it, so you don't know what it is.
Yeah, I am. I'm looking at it now.
Oh, okay. Well, I was under the impression you couldn't see your screen.
No, I can see it. I can see what you got put up there. I can't hear it. I can just hear you.
Well, yeah, you won't be able to hear it. But in the past, we've discussed that you haven't been able to see your screen in the past.
That's on the fucking iPad.
Oh, okay. Well, you know I'm not looking at what you're looking at, so if you tell me you can't see, then I'm just going to assume you can't see until told otherwise.
Right now, I'm looking at Biden. Is that right?
Yeah, this is it's like an artistic presentation. But if you could hear the music, it would make more sense.
Right on. Yeah, right. I got you. 10-4. Yeah, man. And anyways, I like getting in the fucking chat sometimes too, man, because you know I can listen to you and depend on all that shit.
Hey, what's up, Jeep Girl? How are you? I'm just muting and talking because I'm surrounded by people who can't take their take a turn in a conversation.
I can barely go to the fucking gas station.
If I want to talk, I just have to mute and
disgusting.
Talk over it. Has anybody ever noticed that most of the people that come on panel can't take their turn in a conversation?
Yeah, and there's the kids. Sure, right on. Bring them on in. Yeah. What the fuck? Wow. That is a nasty motherfucker, man.
Well,
I mean,
but when you understand that it's just a show, and it's like, what if you were watching a soap opera and there was a despicable character and you were in the room and you were like, man, look at this despicable character, but you know it's a soap opera, so it's not really that big of a deal. Like, that's what you're seeing right now. That's not a real person. That's a despicable character in a soap opera.
Yeah, 10-4.
Yeah. But you, for some reason, believe that's a real thing. I'm not exactly sure why.
God, I want to put a fucking knife in this motherfucker's neck. For real.
Yeah, but again, what if you went to the play, like let's say you went to the theater and there was a despicable character, would you leap up out of the crowd and want to assault the actor? Or would you would you understand that it's a play? Because you're watching a play, sir.
Yeah, I don't know.
And you're behaving as if it's real, which is confusing most of us. 'Cause you're the only person who doesn't seem to understand that this is not real. It's a play. That's literally a play you're watching.
All right, so
and I've been to the theater, sir.
Yeah, how do I exit this fucking thing? The play.
You go to a play, just go to the theater and watch a play.
Yeah, I don't want to watch it.
That's my point. You need to go to an actual play. I don't think you've ever entered a theater and sat through a play in your entire life.
That's incorrect.
Okay, great. Great.
When I was about fucking 10 years old, I went to
well, let's do that as an adult. I'm not even bro, I'm not kidding.
Yeah.
So when you go to the theater, understand what you're watching, and then next time you see this video, remind yourself that you're at the theater. It really is that simple, sir.
Yeah, I just didn't want to buy a ticket to it, man. For real. Not today.
But that's kind of what I'm saying is when you go to the theater, you understand that you're watching a play. So you don't you're not compelled to leap up out of the crowd and want to stab the despicable character. That's the entire point. Does that make sense?
All right. Well, I don't know. I mean, like, they fucking do that linguistic fucking bullshit and, say shit, trigger people and...
Well, but at the play, they say things. And sometimes there's a despicable character in a theater at a play. Or at a movie.
Yeah, the villain.
But people understand that but that it's a fictional thing happening, so they don't jump up out of their seats and talk about stabbing the despicable character. But that's what you're doing.
Yeah, well.
You just don't understand you're in a theater watching a play for some reason.
I don't feel like I'm at a fucking play when I'm going to get gasoline and buying fucking groceries.
Well, but my point is that has nothing to do with Joe Biden, the despicable character. He has nothing to do with how much you pay for things.
Well,
not at all. And I mean not at all. Not at all, sir.
Who does, so I can go after them?
Nobody. Those people are not within your grasp.
Right.
You will never see them. You will never be in the physical space with them. They will never be on your television or your YouTube.
So
there's nothing for you to do other than watch the play.
Watch the play.
Yep.
But it's still spilling over into my fucking lap.
No, you're allowing it to. It's a choice, sir.
So when you cash a check and they take fucking half of it.
But Joe Biden in the play has nothing to do with what's coming out of your check.
Then who does? Who fucking
I just
does?
answered that. I just answered that. So you're looping back to the thing I just answered.
Right. No, it's
I literally just answered that.
All right, Tim.
People that you will never see, know about, or have any connection or interactions with.
Right.
Under any circumstances.
Right.
That's why there's a Joe Biden, so you can falsely believe that's the person responsible. That's his function.
I'm picking up on that, but I'm still.
So you'll never get past him to the real people.
It's just
because the real people put him there for you to be angry at.
Right.
See?
You're telling me it's fucking play, but I'm still cashing fucking checks.
But the play has nothing to do with the check. You're connecting things that don't connect.
Okay. So
because the people who are responsible for the check are not actors in the play.
Take a breath.
Right. Okay. So how do I fucking get out of that paradigm?
You can't.
And then.
Oh.
You recognize that you're watching a play. So when you're watching a play, the amount of the check is just part of the play.
So when the curtains close, there's still the fucking. I'm still, participating in this shit. It doesn't matter if you say it's just a play. When the fucking curtains, come down, I'm still fucking involved in it. It doesn't matter if I'm watching it.
No, the curtain doesn't come down until you die.
I'm still,
that's when the curtain closes, is your death.
Yeah, right.
Your death. Until then, you're watching the play.
Yeah, I don't want to.
Well, you don't have a choice.
Yeah, I got you. I see what you're saying, man. I do.
Yeah.
It's, there's the Flat Earth United Nations symbol. Yeah.
Well, that's Jack Talcott.
No, I'm looking at the.
Yes,
the
you're looking
Earth.
at Jack Talcott. He keeps popping up on the screen. I'm watching him right now.
All right. Yeah.
Jack Talcott.
Okay.
Yeah, he's one of the people from the soundboard audio clips. He's the Praise God guy, actually. The original Praise God guy.
Oh, I thought that was Paul.
That was Paul, but Paul got that from Talcott. When Paul says Praise God, he's sort of making fun of this guy on the screen. His name's Jack Talcott.
All right, 10-4. I heard you, Jack Talcott. I got it, man. Copy that. Fuck.
Yeah. Well, it's a broadcast, sir.
Yeah,
I'm
10-4.
talking to
man.
you and conducting a broadcast.
All right.
Yes, sir.
By all means, man. I'm not,
Yeah, Jack Talcott wants to end wars and legal secrets. That's why they're showing the UN, because he wants to go to the UN and he wants to talk to the UN about ending wars and legal secrets. That guy right there. And he thinks this is possible. You know why? Because he's one of the most delusional human beings who's ever existed, and that's why people are fascinated with him.
Is that a flying unicorn I'm looking at?
I believe so, yeah.
Right on.
I mean, why wouldn't a unicorn be able to fly? And I think that's Michael Jackson dancing.
Why not? Right?
Yeah. It's an artistic presentation.
Hey, look, man, men can have babies. Fuck. Come on. Come on now.
Come on.
Come on. That's fucking crazy. The fucking theater that I'm living in, I don't. Man, look.
Yeah.
We need to set fire to this motherfucker, man, and start over for real. This is
Well, there's
fucking
no
crazy.
we, Keith. So as soon as you say the word we, you're far afield. You'd have to create a we first. And I don't think that's a thing you can do.
What about Jason? Like, you know that it says "we the people."
That's irrelevant. That's irrelevant.
In order.
No, that's irrelevant. That's
You know
not
it says-
relevant. That's irrelevant. There is
I'm
no
fucking
we. There is no we that you can mobilize. It does not exist. It's part of your mind control.
Man, I'm fucking with you. I'm just being a fucking dick right now.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah, it was a joke, man.
Oh, I
Like,
know.
It says "we," but
Yeah, I get that.
yeah, ultimately it's just fucking me.
Exactly. And you're watching a play.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, so, okay. Maybe I'll just go to Tallahassee and get a sack of fentanyl and fucking.
Well, you can't
inhale
talk
it.
that way on a stream, sir, or you get the channel taken down.
Oh, now-
You get the
come
channel
on,
taken
now.
down, sir. You can't talk that way on a stream.
Really?
Can't say
Why?
that on a stream, sir. Can't say that on a
Okay.
stream. The channel will be deleted if you talk that way.
All right.
Yep.
10-4.
Cannot talk
So,
that way on stream.
Okay.
We've already got a medical misinformation warning.
For
medical misinformation.
Who was misinformed?
Bro, you're acting like it's like this is real. It's not real. It's a play. And in the play, people who go to pride parades in the San Francisco Bay Area decide what's medical misinformation.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because I'm watching a play, but I'm also participating in the play. And in the play, it's better for me if the channel doesn't get taken down.
Yeah, I got you. 10-4, man. I didn't mean nothing by it.
Yeah, but in the
I was-
play, if you've ever
Okay.
seen pictures and video of a pride parade in San Francisco, the types of people that you will see at the pride parade are also the type of people who are in charge of YouTube, literally. It's a literal thing.
God damn.
Yep, that is not an exaggeration.
That's terrible, man.
Yeah, that's who runs Silicon Valley. They all live there. Silicon Valley is right there near San Francisco.
Right on, yeah. I got you.
Yep. So that's the type of people who are in charge of deciding what is medical misinformation. So it's not going to make sense.
What's that one fucking fruitcake in the Navy that's in charge of fucking
That's the
mental-
assistant health secretary.
That is a fucking what the fuck have we reduced ourselves to?
Well, we
To
haven't.
have-
We're watching a play. We've had nothing to do with it, Keith. I
So
had
you're saying-
absolutely nothing to do with what you're speaking on.
So nothing that goes on there affects you or rolls over.
Didn't
into
say
life.
that. I said I did not have anything to do with that being reality.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not
All right.
involved in that, sir. See, you still believe that this is a country and that it's a nation.
Yeah,
There was a movie that came out in 1976 called Network that informed everybody that there are no nations. There are no peoples. There's only corporations. Those are the
Yeah.
nations of the world, Mr. Bill. So you're behaving as if there is a United States when there's not. We don't live in a
Right, yeah.
country. We live in a corporate structure. So in the corporate structure, the assistant health secretary is a man who appears as a woman.
That's not a man. That's a I don't know what the fuck that thing is. That's a fucking lunatic. It's a fucking
Well, but
hilarious.
my point is that you and I
Yeah.
had nothing, absolutely nothing to do with that.
Right.
Yeah, if they had
It's just-
consulted us, we would have said no. We're good on the tranny health secretary. But since me and you were not consulted, then you see that we're watching a play. And when you go to the play, when you go to the theater, you're not consulted with respect to the plot of the play.
Right.
You can leave, right? You can leave the play, but that would involve being able to choose to focus on things other than the play itself. And you, for some reason, are unable to focus on other things for whatever reason. Which is, I get it. I used to be that way.
Right on.
But
Okay.
eventually I figured out that, well, this isn't even real, so why am I tying in my emotions with something that's not real? Doesn't really make sense if you think about it.
Yeah. So that clip you're watching right now?
That's Boston Dynamics robots. And I saw a Boston Dynamics robot dog running down the sidewalk in Fort Worth with my own eyes in Fort Worth, Texas.
Yeah, well, I researched some of that shit, and it was all like CGI green screen shit. It
Well, I
wasn't even real.
saw a robot dog in Fort Worth, Texas, running down the street.
I'm not calling you a liar.
Oh, I know you're not. I'm clarifying, sir, because it's a broadcast. I'm not having a conversation with you. I'm having a conversation with you, and I'm conducting a broadcast.
Right on. Okay.
We're not speaking one-on-one.
Yeah, right on. Yeah. 10-4.
Yep. So sometimes I say things that are only intended for the edification of the audience. And that's one of them.
Yeah, right on.
But yeah, NJ Jeep Girl points out that robot dogs are real. These ones are fake. See, it's both things. See, green screen and real. It's the video's fake and the robot dog is real. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, it's just...
Well, unfortunately, you belong to a generation that if you see it in a video, you just tend to believe it for whatever reason.
Yeah. I mean, like,
no matter
lately,
what it is.
Like, now I'm picking up on all the bullshit. Just fucking. It's the cognitive dissonance. Where you fucking have this core belief that everything you see on a fucking television is real, and then it's really hard to detach from that.
Well, but it's possible. It's possible.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely, it's possible. I'm doing it now. It's just the fact that I have to fucking bothers me. It's fucking crazy. You feel foolish and fucking. It's easier to fool a man than to convince him that he's been fooled.
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah. Nobody wants to fucking believe that. But then I participated in shit. With the government and whatever. And. I was a fucking fool, completely. The path of the fucking fool. I completely walked down that motherfucker.
Well, it's not too late to stop. You can always choose to see it for what it is. Can we face the reality that in your lifetime, in my lifetime, absolutely nothing has ever happened? I don't know a single person who's gone one day without a meal. The country's not been invaded. So nothing has happened in this country for the entirety of my 48 years here. So you'll forgive me for not being swept away by the news cycle. Doesn't mean nothing will happen, but the fact that nothing's ever happened leads me to believe that nothing's going to happen. Paging Mr. Brian O'Shea to the panel. I guess we can watch a Smith video. Oh, pressing the wrong buttons. My apologies. The problem is I need a third screen because I can't really do anything. I'm sharing my screen. Well, anyway, since we've been all the way through this more than once. Oh, shout out to 44 in the house, by the way. Okay, Keith brought the numbers up. Too bad he got butthurt and got all disoriented in his feelers and had to leave. Or he might have dropped off, but it sounded like he chose to leave. Hard to know, though. Hard to know. I am liking the tunes, though. Hope everybody's having a good day. It's Rachel Zinger's birthday, if anybody hasn't wished her happy birthday yet. Now, will Smith, let's see if he will accept me playing his video while this music plays. See if I can mix this.
January 7th to October 3rd.
Oh, I can't hear it. One moment, please. Gotta get the mix figured out here. What's up, Stephen David? Oh, that's on Provo's side. Apologies. I think Smith's audio.
269 days.
His audio is way too low. Hang on. Let me see if I can fix this. One of these days, my web browsers will stop opening on the second monitor. Why do they do that? I never understand that.
All right, so on October 3rd, you had the former Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy, was let go. He was in office from January 7th to October 3rd, 269 days. The new Speaker of the House is Jim Jordan. Jim Jordan's born February 17th. So is Michael Jordan. The last Speaker of the House was in office 269 days. The reverse 962 is the country code of Jordan. Just a reminder again, the King planet was closest on 26-9, the 269th day. The eclipse going to happen tomorrow, the Ring of Fire. The last place it's going to pass through is Corpus Christi, like the corpse of Christ. It was incorporated the 47th day, February 16th. Since its founding, 269, 6 days. So I can see 1, 2, 3, or you can just look at the 269 in the center. Like I was just saying, 26-9, the 269th day. From 26-9 until tomorrow, like my 38 special video, it's going to be 383 days. I got the Ring of Fire eclipse. Who sang the Ring of Fire? That was
Johnny Cash.
American legend. Born February 26, 1932.
Kingsland,
From his
Arkansas,
birth till
by
the
way.
eclipse, 33,468 days. Jupiter is the king planet, made its closest approach on 26-9.
Amazing.
So his age was 33468 days from Johnny Cash's birth until the eclipse tomorrow, the Ring of Fire eclipse. He sang Ring of Fire. And what's that as a zip code? That's Jupiter, Florida. The war started October 7th. Fox News was founded October 7th on Putin's 44th birthday. Like the 44th President Obama, who's born 223 days after Putin. From the founding of Fox News until they released Tucker Carlson on the 114th day of this year, 96 days. Kind of reminds me of how Rihanna just performed at the Super Bowl. She was born February 20th, 1988. From Obama's birth to Rihanna's birth, 96 days.
Good evening, and we're coming on the air at this hour.
CNN, founded June 1st. From CNN's founding until the day before they fired Don Lemon, 15,666 days. Kind of made me think of another one I found, Ashley Babbitt on IMDb. I didn't know she was an actor. Makes sense, though. She was born October 10th, 1985. If you believe that, that's the date they're putting. It was January 6th.
Surrounding the borders in the north, the east, and the south, the senior U.S. defense official had already reported
from Joe Biden's birth until Ashley Babbitt's birth. Again, 15,666 days. Oh, you got from the beginning of the, whatever you want to call it, March 11th, 2020, until the Ring of Fire eclipse tomorrow. 13 days. Kind of reminds me of this here. Matthew 13:13. Therefore, speak I to them in parables, because they see not, and hearing they hear not, neither do they understand. 28 chapters in Matthew. 28 is the 107th prime. What day did the war start? 10/7. 107. 28107 zip code. Yeah, you can't see it. It's real close to Matthew, North Carolina. Real close. But what is it, the zip code of? Locust. Oh, you mean like a plague of? Okay. Revelation 13:13. And he doeth great wonders, so that he maketh fire come down from the heaven on earth in the sight of men. I got a bunch more. Love to share. Appreciate the support. All glory to the Most High. God bless. Take care. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I hope Keith saw that. That might help him understand that the realm is not to be taken literally. What should we do with Keith? It's a bit of a conundrum. It's a bit of a conundrum. Yeah, thanks for the $5. Much appreciated. Shout out to 47 in the house. If anybody wants to panel, feel free. I'm working in the background. I've been taking a lot of screenshots for the thumbnails. Right now I'm downloading Transformers the movie, the animated movie from whatever year that was. I'm watching Akira from, I believe, 1988. It's not all cartoons, though. Earlier was Less Than Zero. I think that was from 87. Haven't seen that since the 80s, probably. Heck, I don't even know if I saw it back then. I guess I need to go and actually watch it. I've been listening to The Dance Party. So, yeah, very interesting visually. Here you go, Keith. Here's the launch. They're going to space here, going to the moon, perhaps.
10, 9, ignition sequence.
I bet you old Smith would have something to say about this.
2, 1, 0, all engine running.
Smith says the connections are getting more and more. He's getting better at connecting things he's found in the past to the present. I appreciate it, good sir. Well, thank you also. And I'll tell you what I get out of that is just, it helps reinforce for me how unreal this realm is by design. And when I was freaking out a couple of days ago, stressed out, probably putting pressure on myself. Who knows why? I'm not exactly sure why. But I do tend to become controlling, locked in, authoritarian, tyrannical. Start wanting to sort of seize things, to grasp, to strongly, to grab hold. This is a good reminder that, this realm, as far as I can tell by design, is not real. Now, yeah, Keith's right about the price of a gallon of milk. But to me, that's not the relevant factor. The relevant factor would be regardless of the price of milk, not having the money to buy the gallon of milk. And I don't know anybody that's gone hungry even a day in their life. Now, I'm not saying that doesn't exist in the United States, but my experience growing up in Arkansas was I ate every day, and even as a homeless person choosing to live in the streets with virtually nothing, I still ate every day. I did not go hungry, right? Not generally speaking, anyway. And I understand that people like Keith were in the military and they were sent to the other side of the map. I'm not saying that didn't happen. I'm saying I was born in 1975. What's actually happened within the borders of this country during that time? I know 1980 was the first event I remember. That was Mount St. Helens erupted. You had Katrina. Of course, we had September the 11th of 2001. Whatever psyop upon psyop upon psyop that was. But, other than a few natural disasters, what's actually occurred within the borders of this country? Damn near nothing, folks. And yes, at times, we've seen that real wages adjusted for inflation have never increased. So actually, if you think about it, Keith, if you follow the wages compared to the cost of goods over time, people are able to buy what they need. Now, it is debatable that the more, and the reality is the national religion is consumerism. So what that leads to is a lot of mismanagement of funds. It leads to people keeping up with the Joneses. It leads to people wasting a lot of money unnecessarily. And I know people who've mentioned, that they purchase certain products every single day at places like convenience stores, and these are not affordable items. These are, these items, whether they be, alcohol or tobacco, cigarettes, maybe chewing tobacco, just various products that cost a lot of money. Meanwhile, we can talk about the government taking half of the pay in taxes. Of course, it's not quite half, but let's just say half for the purposes of the discussion. Meanwhile, Keith has corrected his status and no longer pays federal income tax. So what is he even talking about? Well, the reality is gasoline, alcohol, cigarettes, chewing tobacco, these are all highly taxed consumables or consumer goods or whatever we're calling them. So the person who hasn't corrected their status, may in fact have little choice but to pay in to the system in the form of federal income tax, Social Security, all of these things. But there is no requirement to buy highly taxed items. Now, in some areas, people have to buy gasoline or diesel. That's just, many places in the country, a person effectively has to have a car, right? But so setting aside gasoline, what are people buying that they don't have to buy, or that they have to buy, rather? If you think about it just at a survival subsistence level, that's not a whole lot required. Yeah, food's very expensive, I agree. I know, because I've been buying a lot more of it, actually, since my appetite has increased. Yeah, very expensive. That's right, Rachel. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, he feeds the fowl of the air. How much more will he give to you? Indeed. And I've been cared for and watched over, all of my life. It's just that's how it's been. It's all blessings on some level. Now, I understand we're in a dystopia and it's a fake reality in many ways. But, when I go outside, the sun's shining today. It's nice weather, a little brisk, right? Now are we really going to go old man weather talk? And Keith, if he wanted to, he's welcome to come in here and fit in, right? Meaning, yeah, we'll talk a little bit about his struggles, separating his consciousness from the realm itself. And I myself it wasn't that many years ago that I was more or less fully identified with this realm. Well, it's no longer the case, right? And just look at how triggered he got just from seeing Joe Biden. Right. And now, one thing about Keith, he would be equally triggered if it was Donald Trump, especially after the fake pandemic, carrying the water, Operation Warp Speed, making sure hometown Pfizer got the bulk of those fundings. And, that was considered the number one jab, apparently. But I just have no patience for someone who will come up here and I will gently inform them that, well, you're watching a play, sir. And in fact, I got to this point with my dad, who had finally moved into his apartment here in Fort Smith, although he's now met a lady and moved to another town. But when he was living here, I spent a few weeks staying with him at his place before I went off to truck driving. And that was on the heels of my illness and getting off of the booze, right? Oh, Brandon Looney Tunes is live. Fantastic. You know what's interesting about that, O'Shea, is I've seen Brandon pop up over at OTW, but, I went over to one of Brandon's live streams. I watched a couple of cartoons with him. I talked about Looney Tunes. But I guess I was just, I wasn't disingenuous, but I am a 48-year-old man who's not particularly interested in Looney Tunes. But yeah, if I'm just happen to be in front of a television and Looney Tunes comes on, it's not like I'm turning the channel, right? But imagine believing that the news cycle's real, right? And then talking about we're fucked. Well, wait a minute, I'm not fucked. Well, I am fucked, but for very different reasons, right? Or I was, with my health, which does seem to have recovered to some degree. In fact, today is the first day that I've not had any digestive enzymes, and I haven't gotten ill as a result. So that's encouraging. Huh. Shout out to raw egg yolks, by the way. Egg whites, disgusting. How do people eat those? Well, I used to eat them. But I don't know how much more of a monologue or discourse I have in me. I'm probably going to go back to the thumbnails. And I guess we can watch more Provo Kid. I will say this, if anybody is listening and would like to panel, as long as you can stay off of the normie news narratives, right? And Keith, man, you just can't bring the normie news narratives in here. You can refer to them. Like, we can refer to what's going on in the news cycle. That's fine with me, right? I don't have an issue with that. But this pretending as if it's anything but a play, how is that going to wash? I don't have it in me, sir, to pretend like any of that's real. Now, probably there's some version of conflict going on. But like Keith himself said in his experience in Somalia, he said it was nothing like what was presented in the news, right? What was actually happening on the ground. So the reality is none of us have any idea what's actually happening over there, right? Unless we have some kind of actual source on the ground. But even that, is fraught with peril. Just relying on the reporting of one or two persons. And then the reality with the social media and the Twitter and the Facebook Live and all the live streaming, even if people are over there, much of that video is not going to be real, right? All right, O'Shea's on another level here recently. I'm going to read this comment. Good stuff, O'Shea. I paid almost no attention to the cartoon. I was doing other things. Wait a minute. That Bugs Bunny episode he played when I was on was indoctrination on police having authority. Although Bugs obviously rebukes that authority. And that's why Bugs is my favorite, by the way. He is my favorite. It shows the cat and mouse Tom and Jerry game it is. Now, Tom and Jerry is a different company, but I get the meaning. I believe. Hell, I might be wrong. I'm not a cartoon expert. Are you out of here? You out of here, Manuel? But if anybody wonders why I was trying to get a panel going, I think this is my third time through this now today. But people are enjoying it, so I'm happy to keep it running. Yeah, O'Shea is going in. Good job, Bubba. I like this version of O'Shea. Huh. I'm a little bit behind in the chat. Good stuff, folks. I don't know. Maybe Provo. Maybe I could kick him some of the donos. He could make us a new mix. Maybe this will just be the show from now on. We'll play Provo Kid. Actually, how many are here? I want to play this TBE. I'll play this TBE because I know a lot of you haven't seen it, and I don't mean the one where he made fun of me. Yeah, no problem, Keith. Keith got a phone call. 47 in the house, by the way, partner. I do like this song, though. We're going to have to wait until this one's over. Oh, Illuma Tommy had a new video too. Play Tommy. Shout out to 50 in the house, by the way. This is one of the things I like about Saturdays and Sundays. There's usually not a whole lot of people going live. And I'm starting to see more live streams. Live streams are becoming a thing in general, especially StreamYard. Shout out to T4 Lovers over there in Scotland, the Englishman in Scotland, who started live streaming. So here's a channel, Kyle8769. Let's see what they're talking about. Oh, he's playing music. Never mind. Never mind. Okay, we're going to Tommy. And then we're going to go to that TBE.
Oh, I think it sounds all right.
Okay. Yeah, I am Tal Buddy. Sometimes on your device, there's a thing that says VOL, and it might have a plus on it. Yeah, tap that a couple of times, buddy. All right, thanks, Slugger.
Oh my gosh, you cracked me up.
No, I ran into that today. I was on Jim Bob.
Not your cat too.
Saying, dude, you're really low.
I knew how to say his name at one point.
Speakers are blown.
We're going to bring you up after Tommy's video here, Notch. Maybe we can get a panel going. Be patient. This is only 2.5 more minutes.
Probably got blown speakers. I'm like, no, he was low, and he eventually figured it out. I'm just fucking with you, Tal. You know you're my favorite picture of that person. Did I lose you, Jack? Oh my God, if I had Jack, unless I lost everybody, I think I've hijacked the stream. Oh my God. Oh my God, what do I do? What do I do when I have Jack stream? Oh shit, what do I do?
And just so Notch knows, there's audio that everybody can hear but you. Just that's the way the audio's set up. So as soon as I bring you on, we'll stop the video, but it's almost over.
Are you back yet, Jack? Jack, are you just ignoring me? Jack, listen, Jack, you've pissed me off a few times, but I will not be ignored. I will not be ignored, Jack Talcott. Look at me. Oh my God, I have the screen. Oh my God. It could only be God. This is proof of God. I came on here talking about proof of God. He's like, Grant Tom, Jack Talcott streaming. And here we are, baby. This is just a little prequel to a movie called Tom Rules the World. Okay? And there's gonna be a lot of YouTube boots shaking on that day. You see Tom Rules the World come across the Fox ticker and the MSNBC ticker and the CNN ticker and all the B system tickers. You see that scroll say Tom suddenly rules the world. There's gonna be a lot of boots shaking that day. And I wouldn't say those boots aren't standing in a chalk body outline. Promo time, chalk body outline for the chalk body outline. We're talking about a dude that's known by Jim Bob, and he still has to show up as both of his accounts in the chat. He's got to make sure he chats as both accounts. Let's give chalk body outline a little credit for the control he showed today to not say my name on at least one stream. At least one stream, Drew can show up and not say my name. And Jack has regained connection. Welcome back, Mr. Talcott. Just holding your show down for you so you had the Technics. Better to work the Technics out yourself than trust them in the hands of some moose or any resident of Unslavia. They're a very volatile bunch, they are.
Okay. Hey, Tom, thank you for keeping the show going.
What's up, Notch? Thank you for your patience. Much appreciated.
Thanks for having me up. How's it going, Benton?
Yeah, it's going great. Now that you're here, hopefully we can get a panel going. That would be, that's what I was hoping for. So thank you for joining the panel.
You're most welcome. So is there any particular thing that you want to talk about, or?
Nothing in particular, unless you heard my friend Keith, who was just on here. I don't know if you got to hear any of that.
No, I did. I missed it, but
no
I did hear you say that you were not really interested in going into the narrative, the conventional narrative.
Well, as long as we recognize it as, not wholly legitimate or real, yeah. He seems to be very identified as if it's all happening as presented, which I find interesting. It's a bit confusing.
According to the mainstream media, of course, mainstream media is to be trusted.
Oh, of course. They wouldn't lie to us.
Never. I mean, what would they gain by lying to us? I mean,
exactly.
Right?
Exactly. I like where your head's at.
Well, yeah, but I think it just takes. I think just people are at different places, and people need a little bit of time to get wherever they're going. I don't know how to really put it, but sometimes I just feel like everybody just needs their own experiences,
That's probably true. It's very diplomatic of us to see it that way. I'm just not. I don't have a lot of patience for that, especially for folks who come to channels like this, where just about everybody understands that it's mostly a show, put on for our benefit or our own detriment, as it may be. So I don't know. Maybe I could be a little more. Maybe I could be more patient, Notch.
No, I think that's probably true with most of us. I think we could always be more patient, but I guess it's relative to how patient we used to be, though, too. So.
Okay, less impatient. Perhaps I'm impatient. Actually, it's funny I said patient, but I'm not patient at all. But that's okay. Not with respect to these matters, but that's all right. What's new in your world?
But do you wonder?
What's that? Go ahead.
Not too much. No, I mean, the question I would be asking is, if majority of people that listen to you and, a lot of people who are in the quote-unquote truther community are more or less aware, I would say, of what's going on. I mean, I would say, at least from what I have observed, why do you think, these people who are kind of I don't know Keith at all, but they're kind of stragglers, and then somehow they got involved and they think the way they do.
Yes.
You wonder how they found this corner of the metaverse.
Yes, I agree, and I do happen to know Keith in real life. And I did a podcast back during the fake pandemic. So that's how he got to hear. He found me through Chalk Body Outline, and that's how I launched my podcast that was hosted on my own website back during the fake pandemic. So I got a lot of traction out of just being able to speak in an uncensored format on a website. And it's very difficult to get people to go to websites, but my podcast was fairly popular. So Keith found me that way. So I think that's a lot of folks saw, just how crazy, society became with people believing things that don't make a lot of sense. You know what I mean? Like, roping off the plate. Like we've been watching Provo Kid's video presentation for hours now. And, at a certain point he shows like a playground that got, they put police tape around the playground because, it's obvious that nobody's going to contract a deadly illness from a playground, but so people like Keith saw, I think that was the first time that he really saw humanity for what it is at the level of how programmed. So I can't speak for him, but that's what I suspect is going on. See, it's fascinating.
Yeah,
Dynamics, fascinating. But yeah, please go ahead.
No, I mean, absolutely. I mean, it's all about programming, one way or another. So I guess just the way I see it, that there are so many. I think this is just my opinion, but if our collective consciousness and the way we think about things weren't so important, they wouldn't put in all the effort that they do to try to, obfuscate our perception of what's happening in the world. Do you understand what I mean here?
I do, absolutely. And Mr. Suspect has joined us. How are you, Keith?
Hey, what's up, man? Hey, my apologies. I had a phone call.
That happens.
Daughter. Yeah.
Yeah, we're here with Notch. I don't know if you've ever met Notch.
Hi,
hey,
Keith.
Hey, what's up?
Not much. How are you doing, sir?
I'm good to go, man. Good to go. Just living the dream.
Yeah, just have to.
I suspect that Benton was speaking about you earlier.
Yeah, we were talking. Yeah. Benton, were you talking about me behind my back?
Well, no, I'm doing it on a live stream where anybody can
Man,
watch
I'm joking. Bro, I'm joking.
Well, I do understand the humor, yes.
10-4.
Yep.
Laugh a little bit, man. Laugh once in a while. Just
Well,
once in a while.
humor is subjective,
okay,
sir.
man.
Humor is subjective.
It's okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I enjoy it.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. What was you talking about?
Well, I was telling Notch about the podcast and the fact that I knew you in real life, and I'm confused about how you're so identified with the news cycle.
Oh, okay.
So I'm mostly confused by it. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, man.
Well, it seems to me.
I don't fucking know it.
It seems to me like during the pandemic, the fake pandemic, you saw just how programmed people are, and they will more or less do as they're told, even if it doesn't make sense. And I suspect that's why you enjoyed my podcast so much, because I was on an uncensored website where I could just speak freely about what was actually happening.
Right.
So I think that's probably why I'm confused.
Maybe it's cyclical, like I just keep going through these fucking cycles of waking up, going back to fucking sleep. It's easier to just fucking go along to get along, I guess. I'm not saying that that's fucking right. By no means am I saying that, what I'm doing is correct. I don't know, man. Look, maybe I need fucking therapy. I'm sure I do. That and fucking, 20 years of alcoholism. It's probably got me all fucked up.
Okay.
I don't fucking know, man. And if you have any insight on it, fucking by all means, let me know. Yeah, I get it. It's a fucking play. It's a huge fucking stage, and we're all, actors on it. It's just, I don't want to fucking act in it no more, man. It's fucking disgusting. I literally wake up all throughout the night and fucking, sometimes I'm fucking terrified. Like, I just wake up in fucking sheer terror. Like, God damn, is this really fucking going on? I don't know. I don't know what the fuck that is. Maybe my borderline personality disorder. I don't know. Maybe fucking trauma, childhood shit. Who knows? I can't fucking tell you. But what I can say is that it's the fucking real thing for me. It may not look real on the surface, you know, on a panel or whatever, but I'm fucking telling you, man, this shit is fucking, it's fucking with me. It is.
Well, yeah, I can tell it is. Definitely.
Yeah, it is. Like, you know, emotionally, physically, fucking psychologically, it's fucked up, man. I'm trying to just make it through one fucking day without a drink in my hand.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Well, that's the stuff that
I think.
Go ahead, Notch, please.
I'm sorry.
No, please.
No, I was just gonna say. I mean, reality is tough to swallow in general, and nobody has a monopoly on what's going on in reality. But you know, everybody's got a perspective, and you know, people who's been kind of, you know, in the conspiracy circle of things, you know, at least I'll just speak for myself, that most everything is a lie in this reality, in the way I see it. So whenever I see anything, especially that is peddled by the mainstream media or, you know, or whatever, like I just have an immediate aversion to it, you know?
Yeah. Okay, now, speaking for myself, when I start seeing that shit, you know, and I go down them rabbit holes looking at it, I'm trying to find a fucking answer for why this is even fucking happening. And I never do. And I don't fucking realize it until after, like, you know, an hour and a half of fucking trying to chase this shit down and figure out what the fuck's really going on. Yeah, that's me. Right there.
Yeah, but it does require, you know, like that sense of wonder or that curiosity to want to know. Not that we always achieve finding an answer, and a lot of the answers that we may arrive to may not be the final answer to things, but you know, the perspective shifts from that moment where you start to wonder, why is it happening at all? You know, because you think that people are quote unquote decent and good, and most people have, you know, same kind of ideals in mind about, you know, they want to like live and be happy and all this kind of stuff and get along. But you know, you look around and you look at human history, it's nothing but war, you know, and turmoil and suffering. So something has gone wrong in this reality, you know, and either we're really incompetent as like humanity, or and stupid, or that something else might be happening that we may, you know, come to that conclusion, you know?
Yeah, I don't know what fucking hijacked this reality that I'm in, but it's fucking, you know, the level of fucking cruelty and the fucking, you know, mental and emotional abuse that me myself have fucking gone through is just fucking beyond me. I don't have it in me to fucking be cruel, like, you know.
It's all psychology, selfishness, your ego, you know, narcissism.
The media, all this shit, man. I don't have it fucking in me. I don't have the faculties to fucking deal with it.
This is an intelligence game we're in. Human beings, it's just an intelligence game, you know.
To the fucking garbage, you know. So that's on me. That's got nothing to do with anything, you know, other than me. That's just me, wherever I'm at, you know, mentally, and looking at this shit. Yeah, I'm fucking.
What do you listen to? What do you watch? Do you watch the mainstream media? When you say garbage, it seems like you have an already innate understanding that it is garbage, but you watch it anyways.
Yeah, I'll look at clips, you know, and like, you know, try to chase down like why CNN is lying, and you know, they're hiding their fucking reporters and, you know, programming them to, okay, look really scared so we can tell. I'm telling you, in '93 when I was in Mogadishu, they done the same fucking thing, and I know this for a fact. This is firsthand information. I'm not telling you something that I did not experience. And then when I came home and seen the shit on fucking CNN, I'm like, that's not true. I was literally there. What they're, it fucking blows me away. It blows me the fuck away.
So do you watch it to see, like, are they still lying? They lied back then, and you know, they have other instances where they lied. So you're watching it now to see, are they still lying?
Yeah, they're still, yes. That's what I'm doing, man. Like, they're still fucking lying. I know they're lying, and I'm trying to catch them in a fucking lie that they're lying about. You know, it's fucking crazy. What, you know, the shit that I don't know why I'm doing it. Like I said, man, On my discharge, my DD 214, I have a honorable discharge with a borderline personality disorder, convenience of the government. That's what it says. So when I enlisted, I didn't have that. If I had that, I
Praise
wouldn't have
God.
been able to enlist. But then you put me out on that shit. So wait a minute, something fucking ain't adding up right to me.
Right. Yeah. I can relate to the BPD a little bit. I think I have some symptoms of that as well. Usually it stems from some kind of CPTSD or like trauma of some kind.
Yeah, I'm not playing the fucking crybaby card or, I was mistreated or anything like that in the fucking Marine Corps, none of that. Just saying some of the shit that I participated in has probably fucked me up a little bit. And, I repressed it and I'm trying to fucking deal with it 30 years later. And it's not working out well for me, is all I'm saying. It's just not. It's fucked up. And what's even more fucked up is the fact that I participated in that shit knowingly, willingly. That's what fucking bothers me. Like, at any moment I had a choice to say, no, I'm not doing this shit, man. This ain't right. But I didn't.
It's in the past though, and we all did what we did, and I'm not saying that these memories are going to go away anytime soon, but we all individually have to find a way to move on. Otherwise, we just get like sucked into that loop.
Yeah, like I said, it's cyclical. Like I'll fucking be okay for a while, and then I die right back into it. Now I'm looking at fucking TikTok videos. Now I'm looking at these goddamn YouTube shorts about fucking Israel and the fucking Hamas and the goddamn GM. I'm so fucking sick of it. It's fucking nauseating. It's fucking making me physically fucking ill. Yeah, I'll keep looking at it to try to, get to the bottom of this shit. Like, we gotta stop, I'm fucking some kind of goddamn, self-savior mentality. I don't know what the fuck it is. I really don't. I don't.
Well, I think there's a component of like all of us like having an interest in ourselves, and then also seeing like versions of ourselves in others. And and this is just my observation, so you can correct me if I'm wrong, but like when you are interested in like what CNN or I don't know, ABC or whomever, these mainstream media, what they're talking about, like
what is the purpose of government?
that there are millions of people who are listening to that.
What
and
is the
buying
purpose
that
of government?
Right up, as we all have, like we all listen to Fox and CNN and NBC, and we thought that was the news and that was the final word on things, right? So we've all been there, but as we progressed, we understand that these guys lie, and they lie deliberately for a specific agenda. And when I look at the situation in the Middle East, it's something that's been a long time coming. That they've been, kind of cooking that show for a while now. And like the way I see the people who are manipulating these situations, they think in a very long-term way, so there's a bigger picture that's kind of unfolding as we speak.
Okay. So what I feel like I'm doing is I keep looking for this fucking trap door, like I'm going to catch them and be able to expose it and fucking put an end to it, which is fucking psychologically, and I'm a fucking lunatic for that shit. I'm never going to be able to do that. I get it that we all get it. Chat that, we all agree that this is fucked up, and, there's nothing I'm going to be able to do about it. I just keep searching for a way to like end it, stop it. And I can't. And I don't know why, but like whatever that fucking loop is, I keep going through. Yeah, I do it.
And I want to jump in real quick. The thing is, there's nothing wrong with occasionally getting swept away into a loop like that. The problem is when you don't put it in the proper context and you continue to identify it. So I'll just say something about my own life. I almost never watch pornography. I said almost never. So let's just say every once in a great fucking while, I end up watching something that I really would rather I didn't see. but I put it in the proper context and I put it behind me and I go right back to mostly never consuming that type of content. But I'm not seeking to resolve anything. I do it and then I realize what I've done and then I put it in the proper context and I just move on with my life. So I'm not beating myself up because I went down and, a rabbit hole of pornography for 30 minutes, twice a year. I mean, that's really what we're talking about here. But you seem to be returning to this thing, but never really framing it in the proper context. I mean, that's what I'm seeing, and I'd kind of want to hear what you say or what, if Notch has any response to that.
Okay, so my fucking issue is, why do I only fucking pick up on it after I look at it? Like, I should know this going into it. Just don't look at the shit. Don't fucking watch it. Don't participate in it. Don't put none of your fucking...
Same thing with the porn. Logically, I know not to watch the porn. So obviously there's an attraction to the porn. So you must be attracted to this type of material. Otherwise, you wouldn't be viewing it.
Right.
It's not a sexual attraction, but it's an attraction.
No, I don't think that it's okay, we can call it attraction. It's a fucking interest. And I just want to fucking find the end of the fucking rope. When does this shit stop with me?
Well, the end of the road.
Stop fucking looking.
The end of the road is when you can read the news like I can, and you don't feel an attachment to it. I can fire up Drudge Report or Citizen Free Press, or I don't go to CNN or Fox because that's insane. But sometimes, sometimes Drudge Report links to Fox or Citizen Free Press does or CNN, but. Right. I can view that material with I don't have an emotional reaction of any kind to it. And that comes through a practice. It doesn't happen overnight. But real quick though, with the pornography in the past, if I continued to view it on a regular basis, it caused me a lot of problems. And again, it's something that I don't choose to view for the most part. So if I accidentally see some of it here and there, or not even accidentally, if I allow my base nature to get the best of me, then after it's over with, I can look back and say, well, I allowed, my lesser nature to get the better of me temporarily. But you seem to be returning to that over and over again. I think that's while also having a very visceral reaction to the material, if that makes sense.
Yeah, 10 minutes into it, I'm fucking, hyper vigilant and ready to go to fucking war. Let's get these motherfuckers. I mean, fucking insane.
Yes.
That is crazy. But my question is, why don't I pick up on that before I even fucking click on the shit?
Because
that's
it's
what bothers me.
Attractive to you. You enjoy that process on some level. It's the only thing it could be.
Must be.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Same thing can be. Sorry to intervene, but same thing can be said about people clicking automatically to cute dog or cat videos. I mean, there's some kind of dopamine, chemistry thing that's happening in there. But I think perhaps there's a deep-seated kind of we all want resolution of some kind, and then like what you have said before. Keith, that if you can just find them and catch them in a lie, and then you can just put an end to this whole thing. You do want to put an end to that loop. But what I'm saying is that I don't think it's that possible. You have to decide that you get to a point where you're it's like dealing with a liar, a person who lies to you all the time. At some point, you have to cut that person out of your life. And that's how I would treat CNN or Fox. I don't care about them at all. Whatever that's coming out of their mouth, and that can be said about any of the politicians as well. I just know that they're lying, and I really don't care about them at all. And I'm not going to give them their attention, or give my attention to them.
Yeah, right on. Okay, so look, man, I'm not trying to jump off topic, here about what we're talking about. I was just in a fucking narc abuse relationship for 5 years. So I don't know if that has something to do with it, why I keep going back to the abuse, the Stockholm Syndrome shit. No, I really was. Jason knows about this. He's fucking seen it. It was fucking terrible. the level
Well,
of, go ahead.
no, but I don't know if you are aware of this or not, but like BPDs tend to attract narcissists. You know, they have a kind of a codependency type of relationship with one another.
Yeah, and so I'm trying to correct that shit now. And it's kind of like when I look at the fucking relationship that I was just in, it's no different than that one that I'm having with the government right now. You know, does that make any? Yeah, I feel the
Absolutely.
same. I keep getting attracted to this fucking narc abuse bullshit, and why? And so the question is, okay, what the fuck's wrong with me? Why am I fucked up like this? I need to figure it out, man. It's not on nobody else but me. I get that, but
well, the truth of the matter is that a lot of people are really fucked up. I think the vast majority of people in the world are fucked up more than not fucked up. Actually, I find it very rare to meet genuinely, balanced and normal people in the world. I come across people who are more fucked up than anything else. That's more normal than anything else.
yeah, but my thing is, I would rather I'm more attracted to something fucked up than not fucked up. That's what bothers me. That's what fucking bothered me. Like, what in the fuck is actually, what the fuck, over? What are you doing? Why would you want to fucking enter into another relationship with a government or a female, whatever, that their intentions are fucking very ill. They are ill. They're going to fuck with you and mistreat you, and shit all over you. So I need to figure out what's wrong with me, why I keep doing that. That cyclical fucking, that's what I'm trying to get after.
My personal opinion about that is that I think to a degree, somewhere inside subconsciously, you feel like you still need some kind of experience in regards to that, because like if you genuinely do not want to get involved in another type of relationship, whether with somebody else or with the government, you would have to look within yourself and see, what was it about yourself that got you hooked onto that type of relationship in the first place, and then bring that into the surface, work on that, try to find some balance. It may take a while, but you gotta first be conscious of things before you can bring solution to it.
Right on. 10-4. I copy that, man. I do. I'm just, like I said, I'm trying to figure out what the fuck is wrong with me and why I'm doing that. That's where I'm getting it. I mean, I just can't fucking, maybe it's just repressed fucking, shit or whatever. I'm just trying to figure that out.
I don't think there's an easy answer to that, sir.
Yeah.
Mainly because, you would have to be very honest with yourself and very introspective, and a normal psychological tendency of a person is to repress things. So they just kind of bury things underneath, and they distract themselves with many other things, so they don't have to really think about the core issues that they actually are going through in life, right? That way they can just avoid having to deal with it. But the core issues is the thing that triggers us, and that's the thing that motivates us to get involved with one another in some capacity.
Yeah, agreed. I got you. Yeah, full copy, affirmative. Yeah, I know exactly what you just said. Yep, correct.
Hey,
Yep.
can you guys hear me? Am I coming in all right?
Yeah, what's up, Provo Kid? Good to have you today.
Hello.
Hey, good to see you now, Charlie Suspect. Blessings to you. I just gotta say, holy cow, Benton. I've been on a lot of people's streams. A lot of people have given me shout outs, but you're one of the few people who delivered the numbers. And I just want to say, thank you, Benton. You're actually that's very, very kind of you. I really appreciate it. Woke up to an eclipse this morning and a bunch of new subscribers, an ominous day, a blessed day. And I just got to say, thanks, Ben. You're a real ass dude. And you got some real ass fucking people watching your show that, support you and other people you support as well. So I just had to hop on and say thank you, man. I tell people unsubscribe, dislike. But I do appreciate the subscriptions, the subscribers. If you want to unsubscribe now, go ahead. But appreciate everybody who did, and I appreciate you, Benton, first and foremost. That was very kind of you. It's always nice to wake up to good things. So I just wanted to hop on, show my appreciation. I don't know why my camera's not working. I think because I only have one right now. But sorry you can't see me being appreciative. It's only a talking circle. But with that, I yield, as they say. And someone said yell at Keith. You know what? I got nothing against Keith right now. He is who he is, but I'll just yell bless you, Keith. That's all I got. Thank you, Ben. And sorry to cut in the conversation and make it all soapy and whatnot.
Well, no worries, brother. And it's all blessings,
praise
man. Yeah, I appreciate those kind words, and I'm always happy to help out. Definitely. And the crowd very much enjoyed your material there, so we watched it for many hours. So thank you for making that content, sir. Thank you.
It was a privilege, and right now, to be honest, I'm actually heading to a landfill.
Oh.
I moved into a new area, a new house, and sometimes you inherit the shit people leave. They think you might want. So I'm getting rid of a bunch of Roundup, a bunch of paint, and I could just dump it. Right? What are your thoughts on that? Should I just dump this shit into the
Oh man. I'm from Arkansas, so I know what would happen here. So I'm probably not the one to ask.
Yeah. So I'm trying to be responsible. I'm going to the landfill and just giving them all my problems I inherited.
Yeah, that's the way it works.
So
yep.
Yeah. So I'm actually heading out right now to the landfill. Gonna go give them paint and a bunch of Roundup, which I think is cancerous, causing toxic shit. So
guess no good.
No, I can't believe whoever lived here bought it.
Yeah, it's a bummer.
Man, I mean, I'm anti-Roundup, and I'm throwing away. They had some bug killer. I'd never seen this before, but apparently they didn't like bugs in their yard, and so there's like these couple of big bags of bug killer, and I never knew people hated ants or bugs in their yard. Kind of shocking to me, really, because I like bugs. And I think bugs help the soil, but I could be a complete fucking idiot. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. But I'm throwing away bug killer today. So, not an exciting day, Ben. I'll be listening to you on my drive though, and just appreciate you. I mean, still feeling pretty grateful of your kindness. And like I said, I've tangled with the Thorpes, tangled with the best of them. Mr. Unslaved, CBO, who else have I tangled with? Who other big content creators? A few of them, if they're even considered big, but none of them brought the numbers like you did, Benton. So, you do have something special here, whatever you're cooking up. And I'm going to let you guys continue on your conversation. And woke up grateful thanks to you, Benton. And highly suspect, Notch. Always good to hear from you and listen to you. I'll be listening to you guys on my drive to the dump. And Ben.
Oh, yeah. Praise God, man.
Yeah, praise God.
Come on, man.
I almost called you Bronston.
Indeed. Yes.
Take it easy, you MK Ultra prisoner. Everybody else out there on the metaverse. I'm out.
All right, brother. Appreciate
boy.
you. Yeah. All right.
Right
Thanks, guys, for letting us do that. And please continue, gentlemen, if we're able.
Yeah, I'm good to go, man.
Sweet.
Let's hear it.
Awesome.
Yeah. Hell.
Yeah, problem solved. Yeah, Keith has no more problems. Yeah.
Well, easier said than done, of course.
I'm glad you're laughing, but
well, because what I said was actually funny, Keith.
I'm laughing at fucker. It's fine. Fucking laugh. God damn.
Well, I do when things are funny, Keith.
Okay.
Yes.
And for.
Yes, indeed.
So,
but, yeah, exactly.
Right on. All right, what's up?
I don't know, man. I'm glad Provo Kid came by, and that's who was we were listening to, and that's who the person is that made all of that stuff we were watching. The guy that was just here, so he wanted to to thank
Okay,
me because I played his content, and he got a bunch of new subscribers as a result.
What's the channel name?
Provo Planet. I'll have to
Alright.
give you the link to it.
And four?
Yeah. So we'll hook you up, sir. I got you. I'm gonna plug you in.
Come on now.
Come on.
Break it down for the one time. Break it down for the one time.
Go ahead.
Hell.
That's right.
Yeah. Right on.
Oh man.
Yeah.
But I don't know what we were talking about before Provo jumped on, so I'm a little lost.
I don't know. My psychology.
Well, we can move on.
Yeah.
But we can move on from the conversation. It's fine.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably psychopathy or, fucking childhood trauma, some shit like that.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I mean, everybody has them to a degree. These are called like impressions, or it's just that nobody can take you out of it. Psychologists or psychiatrists or shamans, they can kind of help you in some ways, but the individual has to be willing to walk that path though too. And I do find it, and maybe this is just my assumption, but I think a lot of people who've been traumatized or have had difficulties in life, they actually become very spiritual, or I think it's kind of multifolded. Like on one hand, they can just kind of get drug addicted and go into different really like the dark path of life, or they go in the direction and they take kind of quote unquote spirituality more seriously, and try to look into that and see if that can be a source of strength for them.
Right. I get like 100 feeds a day about a dark empath.
Mm-hmm. And what do they say about them?
That you picked up on everybody's energy, their feelings, when they're lying, and yeah, and then you have the capability of using that, in your favor. But I don't have it fucking in me right now today. To fucking intentionally fuck with anybody. Or be, I won't be back. I don't have it in me. Now, if they fuck with me, that's fine. That's fine. I can meet you halfway. 25 guys in a platoon. That's okay with me. No problem with that. 25 guys in a platoon. The part when, they go out of their way to fuck with me. Okay. All right. I got you. I see what you're doing.
Right.
I've seen it before you started fucking doing it. So now,
it's all psychology, selfishness, your ego, narcissism.
You get on there reciprocating in, don't be upset about that.
Nope, I won't be back.
Don't by no means fucking, and don't play the victim.
You have to learn from experience, and there are all kinds out there. There are magicians, dark empaths, people who use psychological, emotional, physical manipulation to, manipulate you, in all kinds of ways. And some people are more adapted to, based on their temperament and qualities attributes that they have. They can be, they're in a better position to, like if I imagine you specifically, like since you were a Marine, like a man would have a difficult time physically manipulating you, right? But
the real master manipulators are the one controlling us.
Perhaps you've mentioned that you were a BPD.
The real master manipulators
it might
are the one
not be
controlling
so
us.
difficult to emotionally manipulate you, if you understand what I'm getting at.
Yeah,
gaslighting.
I got you. Yeah.
Gaslighting.
So, like, we have to understand what our strengths and weaknesses are, and we're going to meet all kinds, whether we do it here or somewhere else. It's just going to be a part of life, and you can say that they're demons. It doesn't really matter. Energy vampires. There's all kind of names for them. Dark empaths could be another terminology for them. But
Praise God.
whether you meet them here or somewhere else, it doesn't matter. You're going to have to learn how to deal with them.
Right on. Okay. So my problem is when, you're able to fucking, your plate's full, you're not afraid to eat alone. But when you come fuck with me and try to take my food off my plate, and then you get fucked up and got your feelings involved in it, when I'm getting back at you, no, no. You got
It's all
exactly
psychology,
what you
selfishness, your
fucking
ego,
wanted.
you know, narcissism.
You just wanted it for me. You know, that's what you wanted for me, but now I'm giving it back to you, and now you're fucking upset. No, no, motherfucker. Take your medicine. Take your fucking medicine and fucking move along. Run that shit. Tough guy, you know, whatever. Tough girl, whatever the fuck it is that you're trying to pull. No.
Put on your big girl pants and deal with it.
You cannot.
Put on your big girl
fucking
pants and deal with it.
Someone, a man or a woman.
Put on your big girl pants and deal with it.
When they catch on to it,
put on your big
now
girl
you're
pants
gonna
and
have
deal
your
with it.
fucking feelings involved in it because you were the one that was, you know, wanting to mistreat someone. Now
Put
you're
on your
being
big girl pants and deal with it.
mistreated with your same treatment. Now you're fucked up. No, motherfucker, run that shit. Run that shit up the flagpole and fly another
It's
fucking
all psychology,
flag.
selfishness, your ego, you know, narcissism.
Don't you be fucking mad now, motherfucker. Nuh-uh. Don't even try that shit. And that's just that. That's all that is. Run that shit. Come on now. Fucking.
Well, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Right.
And it ain't what it ain't, motherfucker. That's it. It ain't what it ain't. Yeah. And what it ain't is you getting over on a motherfucker because, you know, they're empathic and they have fucking feelings or, you know, they're sensitive or whatever the fuck. God damn. It's just, that's called
It don't
being
have
a
shit to do with
fucking
me.
human.
It don't have
you
shit to
ain't
do with me.
No, motherfucker, you ain't playing that
It don't
shit.
have shit to do with me.
We ain't doing that. And now
It don't have
don't
shit
get
to
in
do
your
with me.
feelings because we're not fucking doing what you want
It don't have shit to do with me.
That's it.
It don't have shit
And
to
that's
do with
all
me.
that is. And it's fucking nasty. And
It
you're
don't
a
have shit
gross
to do with me.
motherfucker if you tried that shit on.
Put on your big girl pants and deal with
Yeah,
it.
you are. You're a nasty.
It don't have
you're
shit to do with
fucked
me.
up. So now that you got because you were trying to get someone, no, we're not doing that. No. Play the
This is
fucking
not.
hand you were dealing. That's that.
It's
This is
it's
not
interesting.
therapy
Like
for me,
somebody may victimize you, and you catch up, catch on to that, and then you throw that right back at them, and they become the victim, and then they're like crying about the fact that you have victimized them, right, and put you in a position where you feel guilty about it too.
Yeah, no. Allegedly, they became the victim, but they were trying to victimize you,
It don't have shit to do with me.
Yeah.
No, we're not doing that shit no more. That shit's over. New chapter. Here's the part where fuck you. Take that shit.
All right, guys. You know how we do.
Get another motherfucker. We're not doing that.
It don't have shit
So
to
now
do with
your
me.
feelings are hurt. No.
Put on your big girl pants
No,
and deal
you
with
came in this with no feelings. The only feelings that you
It don't have
did
shit to do
have
with me.
were ill intentions. To fuck with someone
Right.
or mistreat anyone.
Right.
You just don't do that. No, we're not fucking playing that game.
Do you have like any like principles or rules with yourself where like if somebody has disrespected you a number of times, then it's like 3 strikes you're out type of deal, or do you just kind of go case by case?
No, recently I just started to recognize, you can't respect disrespect. You can't. You cannot respect disrespect. If you do, they will continue to no. Yeah, so that's my new rule. No, Go on with that shit. If that was you then, that's you.
It don't
now.
have shit to do with me.
That's it.
The person who is disrespecting you, do you think they're doing it deliberately, or are they just unaware of what they're doing?
No, of course. No, they know what they're doing. They know exactly what they're fucking doing. And then when you try to play that impact shit and like, oh, well, maybe they just, they fucked up this time. No, they didn't fuck up this time. They fucked up every time and they're going to continue to fuck up every time. They just don't care about you. So fuck them.
It don't have
And
shit
like
to do
I
with
said,
me.
Run that fucking flag up another pole. Run that shit. Go fly that motherfucker somewhere else. We're not doing this. Nope. I played that fucking game a few times. We're not.
Nope.
It's always the same outcome.
Nope.
You end up fucking hurt, brokenhearted, fucking mistreated, and then you feel like you hurt them. No,
It don't have shit to
fuck
do with
you.
me.
Fuck you.
Babe, listen.
Run that shit somewhere else, man. Take that shit up. Nuh-uh. So the first flag is like, you know, disrespect. Yeah.
Your thoughts, expert panel?
Run that shit. Take it. Take it up the fucking road, wherever the fuck, whoever you were doing it to last time, you know, do it to them again or whatever, if they'll let you. Clearly they won't, or because you wouldn't be in my fucking life trying to do it to me. So, keep running that shit.
Is there any way that these people, you do not allow these people to, like, you know, get at you in any way? Like, you're not really, you know, emotionally involved with them in any ways. You know, they don't make you upset.
Yeah. You know. Okay. So, like initially, you know, at the beginning, you know, you let them in, and you know, then they start fucking. You know, they're
25 guys in a
methodical about
platoon.
it. You know, they slowly fucking start mistreating you.
25
you know,
guys in a platoon.
You feel like
gaslighting? They gaslight you?
Yeah.
Gaslighting.
Yeah, something like that. And then like so
Gaslighting.
now it's just like, we're not doing
It
this
don't have shit to do with me.
We're not
Nope.
fucking doing it.
Nope.
No.
Nope.
What is their intention, do you think?
The real master
Alice?
manipulators are the one controlling us.
They just want to hurt you.
The real master
They just want
manipulators
to
are
hurt
the
you.
one controlling
Yeah.
us.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You're
Put on
not
your
gonna
big girl
tell me
pants
that
and
they
deal
are
with
the
it.
fucking same.
So if their intention is to want to hurt you, like, and if you're hurt by their words or actions, then you're essentially giving them what they want.
Am I giving them what? Like love, respect, and you know, care?
No, what I mean is that, like, what you said, like, I asked you, what do you think their intentions are?
Listen.
And you said that it's malice, right? And then I asked you if do you think they just want to hurt you? They just want to see you struggle, and you know, there's kind of duper's delight.
That's what they
you know,
want.
this is
Want to fuck-
okay.
That's yeah.
So if
what-
they see you being upset, and if they hear you being upset, and then if you are acting upset,
And you don't even know you're
then
being
they're
dragged.
enjoying that, right?
Yeah, agreed. Yeah.
So how do you get to a place where you're not giving them what they want? Is my question.
Just fucking no contact. Don't.
And you
fuck
don't
with
even know
anyone.
you're being
Fuck 'em
dragged.
all. Don't fuck with anybody. Do not fuck with anybody. Do not be vulnerable. Do not fucking go out of your way to be kind to anyone. Just fucking, hey man, run your own program.
Everyone, then you will never be able to open up to anybody, you know? So I think has to be some level of discernment that it has to be there. Otherwise you lock yourself away in an iron safe, and then that's it. You know, like, nobody can be trusted. Nobody can be believed. You can never be close to anybody, you know?
Well, that's better than being fucking, you know, shit all over.
Yeah, I agree. But there could be a third option where you see things for what they are, and then see the people whom you're dealing with for what they are. And then there are people, I would say, that...
I got another angle. If you meet someone who will never mistreat you in that way, if you're now treating them, you know, if you're now interacting with them based on protecting yourself from something they'll never do to you, you're actually depriving them of being able to have a relationship with you based on intimacy. So now you're victimizing them by you're not allowing them to have something they would have if you were able to heal.
Right. Yeah. I agree with I do. I get you.
That's the kind of the conundrum of, you know, of being quote unquote vulnerable, you know, or opening up to people, is that opening up process means that you're not safe. You know, that, you know, there it is a possibility they can, like, squeeze your balls and twist it right off you. Right. But you know, all the indications are there enough that you are willing to go there. But of course, it's not for everybody. You cannot be that way with anyone and everyone. That's just not possible. That would be insane in my mind.
Babe, listen.
I think, you know, like there's a saying, right? Like a cat that sat on a hot burner will never sit on a cold one, right? And this is kind of a you know, the BPT narrative as well, is that they've been burned before. They were trusting, and that's why, you know, they're kind of vulnerable to the Stockholm syndrome, because they just have to want to believe somebody. Otherwise, you know, their whole reality just breaks around them. Otherwise, they will never be able to trust anybody ever again, type of deal. So it becomes a little bit of a cycle, you know, a pendulum that is kind of going back and forth of like trusting people too much and not trusting anybody at all. I think we lost him.
He'll be back. He disconnects frequently. Hey, you're back, Keith.
All right. No, I heard what you said. So, you know, the thing about, you know, the cat and all that, I get it. I understand what you mean. So how many times do you have to be manipulated and fucking disappointed? Or
that's up to you, sir.
The one controlling us.
That's going to be different for every individual. Sometimes it's, you know, 10 times is enough, or maybe 100 times is enough. Like, you have to decide when is enough.
Yeah. So then, to the point where you say, I'm not fucking with anybody.
And you don't even know you're being dragged until the end.
Because I already know. I'm not fucking doing it.
And you don't even know you're being dragged.
The mask will come off. And, you know, I'll see what the fuck you're about.
You don't even
and
know
if that's all I'm attracting, then I don't want to attract it anymore.
Nope.
Period. Ever.
Yeah. You know, you heard about like my aunt, my mother's sister. She was like a battered woman singer. She's passed now, but her first husband was abusive and an alcoholic. And then, you know, it was a long relationship of like, you know, that nonsense. And then she finally divorced and broke up. And then, you know, years later, she married another guy who was exactly like that, you know. And then obviously both times, you know, she felt that she was with a decent person, and she didn't really see, you know, all the, you know, red flags and et cetera, et cetera. So, but it's about us. From what I see, you know, reality is giving us the people that we need in a way, like BPDs and narcissists, empaths and narcissists. You know, narcissists themselves are also traumatized. They've been abused as well. It's just the way they process and express themselves is different from like that of a BPD, or, you know, and it's all about self-preservation. There's a lot of psychological stuff that's going in there, but ultimately what I'm saying is that it comes down to ourselves and being able to recognize within ourselves, what is it about me that is attracting this type of people to me, you know, in my immediate circle.
Well, and I think, and sorry to jump in there, but I think Dominic here might have discovered the issue, because you'll notice his user text says awareness of one's boundaries. And can we go ahead and face the reality that that's how these things happen, is when one does not understand proper boundaries and when one does not enforce boundaries? Because I can tell you this, it's not that I'm some great person, but pretty much none of this can ever happen to me because I have healthy boundaries and I enforce those boundaries. And what anybody thinks about me enforcing my boundaries is their problem. And I've pretty much always been that way. Now I have a bit of an advantage, but what I've seen in Keith is that that's not necessarily the case for him. So, you know, what is it that might be preventing Keith from establishing and enforcing healthy boundaries? So that's what I would think would be. Well, you don't have to answer. I'm more of opening up a new topic, and Dominic might want to weigh in on that potentially, but we'll see. We'll see if he wants to get in there. If not, we'll let you take it away, Keith. And good to see you, Dominic, by the way. Appreciate you being here.
Thanks, Ben.
Yep.
Go ahead, Keith. Please share.
No, what I was gonna say is like, so my fucking character defects are being highly sensitive and fucking caring too much about, you know, hurting someone else's feelings, regardless if they're, you know, the way they're treating me is bad. I don't want them to hurt. You know, I don't want nobody. I don't want to fucking harm no one. But
Right.
yeah. So when I do that, they get the fucking green light. So look, now that you got the red light, it's not my fucking problem anymore. Deal with that shit. You intentionally set out to fucking, you know, have cruel intentions toward anybody. I mean, whether it be a man, woman, child, whatever. No, here's a red light for you. But now you can't be pissed off at me because I said no. You know, that's it. That's it. I'm fucking done. I'm finished.
Well, but a manipulative person doesn't go based on what's justifiable. They go based on what will achieve their ends. And that's also seems to be where you're getting with the government and all these narratives. You want to try to find the smoking gun, by your own words, that will force the government to admit that they're lying, and then you're describing the exact same process in these relationships where you're reaching a point where you feel like you can hold them accountable, except for the manipulative people will not allow you to hold them accountable.
Yeah, they're not capable of it. They just can't. Yeah, and that's fucked up. That is fucked up, man. That's really fucked up, bro.
There's sometimes a kind of a sense of perception that's been like for example, like if let's say somebody gets into a relationship with somebody else, and you know you want to be very good to them, and you become, let's say, you know, very romantic, and you know, you provide everything, and so for them, in their eyes, it's like, wow, sky's the limit, but there has to be an end to this, right? And then you become, not you per se, Keith, but like people in general can become like a doormat, and then they're like, well, if they're being a doormat, then you know that's what they're being, right? And then that doormat at one point gets to a point where he's not really interested in being a doormat anymore, and doesn't feel like he's appreciated that much. So it's like there's a big switcheroo that happens. So the person that this individual saw that they're dealing with is completely different later on than what they were initially like introduced to, if you understand what I'm getting at here.
Yeah, but so if they're gonna fucking wipe their feet on you and you say, no, we're not doing the doormat shit no more, they don't have a fucking leg to stand on.
Yes, they do, because they're manipulative. They're going to do whatever. They're going to do whatever will allow them to manipulate you. It doesn't matter what that is. It's a strategy. It's a tactic, sir. It's not based on. No, you don't get it. You don't get it. You don't get it. No, you don't.
Okay.
You're confirming that you don't get it because you keep going back to this. Well, how can they do this now that I've told them what I am? Because they're not going to take your word for it, because they've already victimized you repeatedly. That's what they're judging based on. Not the fact that you're now using your cheap ass meaningless words to say you won't victimize me. They say, oh, really? We'll see about that.
Okay. All right. And then when the door slams, they're fucking mad about it.
They're mad because they know that you can't be comfortable knowing that they're angry. It's a manipulation. Whatever they do in response to what you do is a manipulation, no matter what it is.
Yes, this is correct, because if you already caught them several times, you know, trying to manipulate you and trying to use you and stuff like this, yeah, they can be angry, but you also may, you know, like BPDs, and look, I can say for myself, like people who have BPDs, like they fall into this like people pleasing type of thing because they want to be liked, right? And the people who want to take advantage of them see that about them, that they want to please everybody, right? So if you are in that category, like myself, then you have to be aware of that and try to, you know, minimize that as much as possible so that you don't just become a doormat, right?
You can't appeal to the abuser to end the cycle of abuse. I mean, you're appealing to the abuser to stop abusing you. It just doesn't work that way.
Can I share something on that, Ben?
Please do.
The abuser is actually the person that's allowing himself to be abused. So, I've heard even the idea with the people pleasing. Most people are trying to control their own environment because they don't feel safe, so therefore they don't realize their own boundaries. Then they try to control somebody else that's probably trying to people please. This is kind of like defensive driving. You have to know your own boundaries, not other people's boundaries. Now they're going to test it because they either forgot it or they're actually a teacher of some sort, and just to see whether or not you're going to stay true, like a wheel. Are you going to be true to yourself? You know, and that a lot of it has to do with when a person's trying to be aware of their boundaries, they might realize, damn, I'm not developed with my feelings. And a lot of us aren't developed with our feelings, let alone realizing we're supposed to always keep on developing them because we're going to be in different circumstances. You know, people are going to find out who they truly are in a war-like crisis, or if they're homeless, for example, like you've shared with Ben, and that's probably helped you in a lot of ways become a stronger human being for it. But a lot of people aren't going to put themselves in those kind of challenges. But then they'll point it outwards. As Keith, I'm hearing that. The pointing outwards is the example the person is not developed yet, because it's not really about them. And if you are in harm's way physically, the question is, why haven't you removed yourself? So in most instances, you can remove yourself. Anyway.
Yeah, thanks, Dom. Good stuff. So I think that's the it takes two to tango. I think is that. I mean, that wasn't the entirety of what he said, but like nobody can make you sign up for abuse. I think is what I'm hearing. So I think it sounds like what Dominic is saying is that you're actually signing up for your own abuse, aka you're abusing yourself, at least by extension.
It's revealing it. Once you tangle with somebody, it will reveal where you stand. You know, it doesn't make somebody; it reveals somebody. You know, especially when you're of a certain age. When you're younger, you can make that excuse. You're in the age of 7 and 14. You're in a childlike state of learning your emotions. But when you're older and still acting like that, people get offended. Well, why are you acting like a child still? Well, because then, what they'll think is, but I've grown up. I said, physically you've grown up, but you're still acting like those childlike years where you should be able to test those things. You know, because a person.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Nash, a person will gladly accept all the happy moments in life. So now you have to take the polarity part of it. Are you going to be challenged when there's a lot of sad moments? You know, because you're going to need those things where, let's say you lose a loved one. How are you going to know what sadness is if you've never learned grieving, anger, denial? You need those things. Most people don't appreciate their happy moments in life. So how are they going to appreciate or learn from their sad moments in life?
For me, I just think it's about finding that balance. You know, if you are like every attribute that we have is a double-edged sword. Like, you know, it's good to be kind. It's good to be like stubborn, I guess, in a way. Or, you know, there are different things that is part of what makes us who we are. And even if one is to quote unquote meet a normal individual, whatever that really means, you know, they're gonna see like shadow aspects about ourselves, and they want to know what, you know, everybody's going to be capable of if they are kind of pushed to the limit. And that may you know, occur artificially, or that may occur you know, kind of organically. But either way, I think, you know, in any kind of quote unquote relationship, it's going to be realized, it's going to be presented to both individuals who are involved what we're made of. I hope that makes sense. I don't know if everybody went quiet. I don't hear anybody. I don't know what's going on.
Sorry, Nash, I was a little bit
Oh,
far
yeah,
away.
I had my mic. Sorry, I had my mic turned off. Yeah, it made sense to me. Sorry about that.
But there's a question then. This is actually beyond the senses. This is why when people say, you know, it's nonsense, because the senses could easily be misled. This is a little bit about thinking or feeling or reasoning. The senses, I get what we're saying, and we kind of sometimes use sloppy languages. Even the idea of a double-edged sword. Why do we have to split anything? You know, I get it, we're using terminology, but when you go inwards and say, okay, but that doesn't resonate with me. These are the programs that we have. We should be able to challenge those programs. So when somebody says, does it make sense? Okay, what are we talking about? Am I supposed to touch it? Am I supposed to smell it? Am I supposed to see it? Am I supposed to hear it? No, it's not the senses. It's an internal thing. Because those are external things.
Well,
even though,
and I think we found the crux of the matter is the internal versus the external. And that's one of my frequent topics I talk about here on the channel is I observe a lot of folks, and I used to be this way myself, who seek to resolve externally, but they're not, instead of going internal, they go external. And that's something I spent years doing myself, refusing to, deal with myself inside myself. So that's where the work's to be done.
Yeah.
Well, again, the few will be the example for the many. So that's where the teachings come in. Unfortunately, the few usually either isolate themselves or they figure, well, I'll be like the masses, let them be in their lost little worlds, and then they'll try to justify it. And like I think I've heard you say it, Ben, they'll grandstand it. They'll use terminology. Well, I'm a doctor. That means fuck all to me.
Yeah.
I'm a surgeon. That means fuck all to me.
Yep.
I'm trying to be real here. I'm trying to be like somewhat of a human being, having a conversation with somebody. But when they use excuses such as, well, I have kids, it means fuck all to me.
Yep.
I'm talking to you as a human. I'm not talking to them. If I was talking to them, I'd be talking to them. And most kids are going to observe us. And when they're observing us, they might even be picking up energetically our habits. And this is where we have to be, at least be honest when we're talking verbally. Doesn't mean we're always practicing these things, but at least we're being honest when we're speaking about this stuff. But most people want to wear a mask. We already have many masks as it is. So this is where esoteric, where some of us probably know, even probably here, Nash, you probably know, and same with you, Ben, where they understand those, those development years, 0 to 7, the physical, 7 to 14, the emotions, 14 to 21, the mental. The brain doesn't develop till 25. So what are we talking about when somebody says the mind? Again, I'm just using words, but if a person goes inwards and say, oh, those are different, okay, then grow with them. Try to understand it. What's your foundation? Because even if you built on something that's weak, it's going to collapse. And I think we all could attest that we have weak foundations to a certain point. And when we've become strength, it should come in words or written work or action. A lot of times people need to see the action part.
Well, and I would bring it back to, if you listen to what Keith was saying earlier, I think that was before Dominic got here, but I think everybody caught up, there was some anger, and, I myself, get angry in that way at times, and I express my anger verbally at times. But, the way Keith was expressing himself is he's still seeking to resolve these issues outside of himself, and by appealing to the thing outside of him, which is the other person in the equation. Well, because that is a refusal to deal inwardly. I mean, that's what that is.
Okay, then you entertain the idea, you do a Dr. Phil. So you have to ask Keith in this case, how's it working for you? Tell me the parts. What are the details? Can you maintain it? And if he can't, then I said, well, then it's not working for you. Then are you willing to try something else now?
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Well, but the answer has been no up until this point. So what will change? What is going to have to change to permit that to happen? See, I'm just one of these people who can beat the fuck out of himself. I enjoy a bit of self-flagellation. So once I see that I need to go inside and that's going to be painful and arduous, part of me enjoys that. So I've had a little bit of a shortcut to doing some of this internal work because I like it to some extent, specifically because it's difficult and painful. So I think and again, I'm just spitballing, but I think some folks who are not wired that way, how does the person compel or bring themselves to doing those things in spite of the pain and the disorientation? I have no idea. I can't help there because I'm actually attracted to those things.
Well, we do like drama. I think a lot of times I can relate to you, Ben. Like I try not to sell myself pleasantries. I'd rather sell cleverness for bewilderment, you know.
Yep.
And I can get really hard on myself to a point where if anybody's in my presence, I'm not fucking talking to you, I'm talking to me.
Yeah. Yep.
You know, especially when people start defending, I said, who's going to defend me when I'm ripping a new hole in me? Now, it's for my own refinement, you know. Now, whether or not I'm still faking it, bullshitting it, that's for me to understand. But unfortunately, a lot of people, they're still externally thinking it's the government's job, it's religious job, it's my parents' fault that I didn't succeed. I said, okay, so, and are we going to use a mirror within a mirror? Are we going to say it was their forefathers' fault for where they're at? We're here. So what can be done, if anything can be done at all? Sounds nice for some people, or it sounds very harsh in that case. I wouldn't do that to myself, Dom. I said, okay. But then you're expecting others to do it for you then.
Yes. Well, and that's a victim, by the way. That is a victim, and there's no power in being a victim. And you know, I'm set up for effectiveness. That's just how my personality is. So I know I can't be effective from a place of being a victim. So I can't put it in somebody else's hands because I can't be effective.
Mm-hmm. True, Ben.
But if I understand that about myself, now I have something to work with. But if someone else understands that they do have a propensity to leave it in somebody else's hands, it's for that, in my view, it's for that person, with the help of others, possibly a therapist, if that's appropriate, to explore, you know, what is preventing the person, Keith in this case, from doing those things. And I'm not qualified to, you know, again, I just have a bit of a shortcut myself, but I won't waste time doing things that are ineffective, and being a victim is wasting time being ineffective.
Well, I think a lot of people want to do the bonding without the glue. So in this case, a good therapist is one that actually, he or she could say, I've actually experienced that myself. You know, you've experienced it, Ben. You would be the one that could at least share. Now, if people are looking for qualification, well, fuck, there's tons of qualification out there. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to help you. You know, and this is where people forget, you eventually have to be your own steward to your own vessel.
Absolutely.
And your emotions and your feelings. Sounds complicated for some. It sounds very spiritual. I said, yeah, there's some spirituality in it. But if you're going to be very materialistic, take it for what it is. You know, but that's something people have to come to their own awareness. Hence why I said, this is a simple phrase, awareness of it should be one's boundaries, not other people's boundaries. It's like know thyself. It's not about knowing others.
Yes, exactly.
The reason I say that, when we go to sleep, when we wake up, the only person that's been with me the whole fucking time is me. Now I could start inquiring, who's the me? That sets me on my own seeking journey. And then I hear other people with their own personal written form or spoken form, and they can be like teachings at that point. Oh, is that what Jesus or Socrates or Kant or Plato was talking about? Is that what Nash is talking about? If I'm just using you, Nash, for a second, or Benton, you know, we're all giving each other gold nuggets in many areas. A person that gets really angry, would be nice to have a private conversation. So why did you get angry? What did you gain from it? Why did you get sad? What did you gain from it? And probably not at the time when they're actually doing the emotion, but if we're here to help each other, indirectly or directly.
Yeah, it's well said.
Drama's good too, don't get me wrong. Betting, same with entertainment. I would just like to think, are we getting paid to do this shit? We're paying with our attention.
Exactly. Maybe Mr. Keith has something to say. I'm not exactly sure.
Hey man, I'm just I'm listening, and I appreciate, you know, everything you're saying. So please continue.
Well, my opinion would be that the purpose of going down the rabbit holes of the mainstream media is to specifically keep yourself from exploring yourself internally. It's a way to experience certain feelings and states of being and emotions without actually going inside of yourself to figure out what in the world's actually in there. And what I found was it's not pretty in there, and it's definitely painful, or it was rather, but now it's not so much. Now it's pretty calm most of the time, although, you know, we've all seen me spaz out and yell at people at times. Well, and Keith's been on the receiving end of quite a bit of that, actually. But for the most part, I'm actually pretty calm, and you know, and my internal space is generally a pleasant place to be, but not always. I went through a depressive episode that lasted about 3 weeks, right? But you know, these practices we're talking about, you know, I had a firm enough foundation that it did not completely derail me in my life, and I didn't need to, you know, it was something I was able to get through, right? But you know, we all go through versions of that, no matter what, as far as I can tell.
Yeah.
So to me, well, real quick, it's not the pain or the negative feelings. That to me, that's not as relevant as, again, I always bring everything back to effectiveness. It's like, okay, where am I? Like, can I assess this properly? What the fuck is going on here? And then it might be okay, right? Maybe it was okay to be in that state temporarily. I can't stay there. That's the issue is, you know, when I see people who get stuck in a state of being and they cannot get out of it, that to me is the issue. And to their own detriment, right? That's in a way that harms the person, you know, over time. So to me, it's not even that relevant that I had this, whatever this spell was, so much as I was able to get up out of it and move on with my life. And in fact, you know, it was probably tied into some of this physical healing I've been doing, you know, who knows? The more time goes on, the more I'm seeing that a lot of what I'm experiencing, what seems to be emotion, it's actually triggered physiologically, but then the brain sort of fills in the gaps at times. So, and that may be, you know, viewing disturbing mainstream media material, right? That can be your brain filling in those gaps of what the physiology is doing. Does that make sense, Keith?
Yeah, it does. It does. Yeah.
So, you know, if you can develop the tools to put all of that in the proper perspective, even if you do get carried down that path temporarily, you'll have the tools to be able to say, okay, I see more or less why I've done this, to then not beat yourself up over it, because I don't beat myself up over going through a depressive episode for 3 weeks. It's neither here nor there for me as long as I can get up out of it and put it in the proper context. I'm not going to wallow in that, right?
Yeah.
And then move on to, you know, being fairly healthy overall, if that makes sense. But that's going to be good for you. And then that's a ripple effect to all the people around you, because, you know, whoever you spend your time with, you know, those people they will benefit, you know, on some level from being around a person who will, you know, be an asset, right? So that's what I would look towards but I internalize it as I want to be a good person based on my actions and how I treat people, in spite of the fact that I do spaz out and yell at people at times. But my goal is to, you know, do things that are going to be a positive. And I am a positive in almost everybody's life that I'm in. I mean, I am, even if I do appear foolish at times. I know that I am, but it doesn't come by accident. And, you know, if that's what you need to do, you know, I do it more for myself, but heck, if you have to do it for other people, that's great, as long as you can avoid the folks who will, you know, who will join you in these abusive patterns, right? That's the problem, is there's plenty of people who will join you in an abusive pattern.
Yeah, right. I got you.
Yeah.
Okay.
And, you know, we can't solve all of this in this one conversation, but...
You can plant seeds.
Yes, indeed.
For me, as a young age, my dad knew me that I was different than my brother, where he can go upside of me, downside of me, go right across my heart. And I would ask my dad questions. My brother was a little bit more sensitive. It might be weeks. So not everybody's designed to be ripped a new hole. And I usually tell my buddies, I said, that should have been done by you a long time ago. You know, especially if they start bitching and complaining to somebody else. Now, when somebody says, but Dom, there should be a certain way to present things, I said, is that how you lead by example? You know, it teaches us patience. It would be nice. I'm not saying that for you, Keith. If Benton feels energetically to be a little bit harsh, the question would be, how could it really affect another person if they've already done it to themselves? You know, so this is where we challenge. One has to challenge the self. You know, it has to be refined. You know, a lot of times the program should, regardless if it's positive or negative, should be tested. You know, I get the whole metaphor of going down a rabbit hole, but that's us having to go down to you, opposed to what about just doing a bird's eye view? You know, because usually a rabbit hole just means you're trying to bury yourself again like an ostrich. You know, I don't like going down holes.
Yeah.
That means you're going to be a rabbit. But hey, I'm just using terminologies.
Well, no, there's
and
something there.
sometimes-
Yeah, there's something to that, certainly.
Yeah. And even if you shake it up just for the sake of shaking up, I like to play with words, you know, and it's makes me keep me on my toe. You know, I want to be my own adversary. I don't want somebody else to be my adversary. But at the same time, if I can just share this last piece, when I do share with others, I'm actually the student. I'm hearing myself.
Well, and everything I'm talking about, I've experienced personally. Like I'm not speaking from anything I haven't figured out and acted on and tested in my own life. And there's a lot of work went into this just to be, whatever this is, because I'm certainly would never put myself up there as some, exalted person. But I'm light years ahead of where I started. So I know I've made a tremendous amount of progress. That's not debatable. It's just I'm not going to be willing to put myself up there as some sort of example. It's just I'm the person who you can say, hey, this guy worked at it over time and made a lot of progress. That's what if I know if I can do it, almost anybody can. That's the way I look at it. Go ahead.
It's a craft betting, no different than a person that's trying to run the 100 meters under 10 seconds. Not everybody's going to be able to do it.
Yes.
It could be thousands of people. The rest of people can just be the audience. Hopefully they don't restrict their kids to say, maybe you could be the one that can run under 100, under 10 seconds, for 100 meters. So this particular craft is not always designed for everybody else. This is why people have to know their gifts, their place in life. Not everybody's going to understand what seeking is or researching or bettering the self. I'm not going to be a trillionaire in this lifetime, not financially, but I might be a trillionaire when it comes to ideals. It's everybody has their own way of doing things, how they present themselves. If we were designed to be the Borg, then we would all look like each other.
Yeah, that's good. I think Keith probably got a phone call. He's very popular on his phone, so he may or may not return. We'll see. But yeah, man, good stuff, guys, and
I'll jump off, Ben.
Yeah, man.
Thanks,
I
Nash.
appreciate you popping in. You're usually right on time, so I appreciate it.
Talk to you soon, Dominic.
Yeah, man. Cool.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a lot to get into, and people aren't going to change in just one conversation. But yeah, I do agree with the idea of just planting seeds, and life has a way of just bringing experiences to us, and either you're going to want to learn from it and get better, or you're going to just continue on and get in a loop. Because if you get in a loop, it just means that you obviously need that lesson, for whatever reason. I tend to think life kind of works that way.
Yeah, absolutely. And just for me, I, with the way I analyze various processes, when I see that a thing can be sort of optimized and a person has I don't even like to say potential, has the opportunity to make those changes, I tend to develop a lot of energy around that. And at a certain point, I'm like, man, it's almost like I want it but more than they do,
Yeah. Yeah, the intention is coming from a good place. It's just about allowing people to make their own mistakes, and sometimes people need a little bit of a push, and sometimes people need a little bit of a pull. And I think when, one gets to a higher level of discernment, you know exactly what is needed to help that person, progress.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. And he actually he went on Paul's panel a couple of times, Mr. Paul Enslaved. And that's basically what Paul told him, was just more or less go off by yourself and spend some time alone and, at least begin that process of figuring out who in the fuck you are, And so everything I'm talking about that I've done, that was accomplished by figuring out what I'm good at and what I'm weak in. So, I'm a type of person, I need a competition, even if it's a competition with myself. So I can turn various aspects of these practices into a competition or a game that I'm progressing at. And I'm able to measure my own progress. But then I see Mindful Exposure says the solo trek, exactly. So I'm enjoy the solitude, and I've never experienced loneliness. I'm just not set up for it. However, my problem is more of the opposite, because once the person has separated themselves for a period of time, now the only way to judge the progress is to then come back to those relationships, whether it's with with different people in a different society or a different, work environment. But I don't really know if I've actually made the progress until I can, it only shows in relation to other people. And that's, as someone who probably is an actual hermit, that's I still have to socialize. And, you guys see me here in the metaverse all day, every day. So it's a bit of a contradiction in that way. But I can easily go off by myself for an entire week and almost talk to nobody. And I will do that at some point. And in fact, that's a big part of that 3-week episode, whatever that was. I really didn't talk to anybody. And not that I had to have that, but, I'm certainly capable of isolating. But here's another thing, Notch. Maybe you've experienced this, or maybe you've noticed this. I can absolutely isolate myself and still have a lot of interaction. So, in fact, while this was going on, I actually knew that I was isolating myself, but I was still having lots of conversations with people on the metaverse. So that's a bit of an interesting thing.
Yeah. I mean, I guess maybe I will just kind of try to categorize it into different sections so that it's not so black and white. But like, I would not necessarily consider that isolating myself. Like right now, what I'm doing, like being on the metaverse and being a quote unquote panel walker.
Yes.
What I'm essentially doing is that I'm forcing myself to interact with people.
Yes.
Otherwise, it's very easy for me to just be by myself, which I am. Like I could literally like be here for a week and not see a single person. If I have enough food, and I eat oatmeal and vegetables and rice. So it's and I've been in like places where I'm like, hours and hours away from, any village before. So it's not to like say, wow, like I can find a place here like that I can isolate myself even further if I really wanted to. But I've seen the edge that is enough for me. And that's okay. Like, and then once I was there, I had my own kind of inner journey experience of being out in nature, being out in the mountains and looking at the stars and wondering to myself, like, praying to God, like, why am I even here type of deal. But I think that's a healthy thing for people, and people are going to get different versions of that. But metaversely speaking, like, I think, like, again, like what we were talking about before, like when people are a little bit too extroverted and then they, project themselves a little bit too much, maybe they need to be, going into themselves a little bit more. And I've already naturally introverted myself. So I need to work to actually go out and meet people. This is a difficulty for me.
Got it. Yeah. Okay. Well, you're doing pretty good, because it doesn't, I don't know that anybody detects that, but I certainly, take your word for all of that. Yeah, it's interesting, man. These are interesting dynamics, certainly. So I would think, and what I know of Keith is that for him to go and be by himself, he wants to do that with other people, if that makes sense. And I'm not even saying that's not possible, right? Like, even some sort of retreat maybe where it's like a team sport, but then it's like everybody meditating in a room and nobody talks. And I mean, I don't need that, but I could certainly, I could go to like the 10-day Vipassana or whatever. I could do that, no problem. I mean, I know that's, I'm a little cocky, right? So I shouldn't say no problem. I could do that. What I'm saying is, I don't need the other people in the room to do that, is what I'm saying.
No, you don't. Yes. It's mainly, at least what I can say is that, because I've done quite a number of them, is that it's not it's not a retreat. It's not like, there's actually, it's more work than anything else. It's a lot of work. You waking up early and then sitting there for hours at a time, trying to concentrate. It's very difficult. But I'm not saying you can't do it unless you have had that experience. But a lot of people do quit
Well,
along the way.
I've practiced a lot of meditation in the past, but yeah, I'm just being cocky.
Yeah.
I'm being cocky by saying I don't know until I do it, obviously.
Yeah, I'm sure you're able to do it. And it's and you can definitely do it on your own. It does require more discipline, actually, when you do it by yourself, because that's why they have those centers where you don't have to worry about
Food.
waking up. Somebody else is going to ring the bell for you, and the food is going to be provided. Like all you have to think about is waking up, going to the meditation, eating, resting, and meditating and sleeping. I mean, that's it. You don't have, but when you're by yourself, which I've done a number of times, you do have to worry about cooking for yourself. You do have to, schedule everything out, and you have to have the discipline to be able to actually do it, because you just sitting there for an hour, it doesn't mean you're meditating or not meditating. There are many hours went by where I'm not like actually meditating. I'm just like, fuck, man. But I'm not going to force myself to turn them. What I'm not gonna do is turn the internet on or open a book or distract myself. I'm just gonna sit here no matter what.
Yes. Yes. Well, and just so years ago, I forced myself to sit in meditation at least once a day for 90 days, and I know I averaged more than twice a day, and I probably hit close to three times a day a lot of the days. But I will say this, Notch, it was the most difficult thing I've ever put myself through. I mean, there's no question about it. So I understand that the 10-day Vipassana would be very difficult, but I like things that are very difficult. So
I'm sure you do,
yes,
I'm sure you're more than capable of doing it. It's just that I think it's good to just kind of give it the kind of respect that it deserves.
I would
because
definitely,
there is a reason.
Yes, I would definitely respect it. And I've read, the printed materials of the organization and all of that. Like, I'm not just somebody who's heard about this and I'm being flippant. I've looked into it. Certainly.
Right.
So, I have a little bit go ahead.
There's a rationale behind, like, why not 3 days? Why not 5 days? Like, why not 7 days? So there's kind of a rationale behind the idea of just like kind of being a prisoner, like actually, essentially. I mean, you have to like hand in your passport, hand in your phone, all the writing material and all this kind of. So there's a strictness that goes along with it, and you have to practice what is called Arya Mauna. Arya means noble, and Mauna means silence, but it means noble silence. And so like just being like this speaking, like we misspeak often. Like, no, I'm not talking about you, or like we are all guilty of it. We misspeak often, and sometimes we say things we don't essentially mean, and sometimes we kind of just speak just for the sake of speaking. It's just like there's no filter. And what this process does, and it's like there's a kind of a germination period of like because we're so used to this lifestyle that we're immersed in, like working, let's say, and then being involved in the internet and the various platforms, and we kind of become very identified with it. And sometimes we kind of like Dominic was saying about personas or the mask, and that mask becomes very much identified with our being, with all these talking and stuff like this. And this whole 10-day process is essentially a kind of a burning process for all that. And it does require that amount of time to actually get to the core of things. That's why they have minimum 10 days for Vipassana.
Yes. And to be clear, I would take it very seriously, and I understand I'm being cocky, and I probably sound somewhat flippant, but again, I've done enough meditation, although not to that duration, to know that it is very difficult, certainly. And I'm not exaggerating. That was the most difficult thing I've ever put myself through, and I'm a person that enjoys putting himself through things that are difficult. I actually enjoy doing things that I view as arduous. So but what the point,
absolutely.
And the point I'm making about Keith is that some people would need the structure. Like I certainly see the benefits of having other people take care of the scheduling and the food and everything. I just mean I don't need other people to be involved so that I would actually want to go to the place. If that makes to me, that's neither here nor there. That other people are involved, other than just the logistics, right? It would be logistically it would be easier. But I think Keith is the type of person, it needs to feel like a group activity, even though it's really not a group activity. I think that
no, well, it is not a group activity.
Yes.
No, I mean, you're just sitting there.
Correct.
And whether you do it with 100 people or 10 people or by yourself, essentially the process should be the same thing. It's just helpful, you can say. There's at least from my personal experience, I've been in halls with 150 people, you know, in a large center in Nepal before, and I've served several times, and you know, I was like the only server for a very small group. The energy is definitely a little bit different when you have like, you know, large number of people and a smaller number of people, and even by yourself. So what I would say, like at least my suggestion for people is that I would recommend people to at least go to a center and experience it like at least 2-3 times before you starts conducting on themselves, because then you know what the schedule is, you know what, like, you know, you hear the discourse at the end of the day as well. Like the discourses are helpful in trying to like tell you like what the process is, and you know, there are funny stories that goes along with it, Goenka tells and stuff like that. So I think it's good for people to experience. In my suggestion,
sure it is. Yeah. Well, and to be clear, I really just miscommunicated. What I meant was that I wouldn't need other people to be involved to motivate myself to start, I guess is what I'm saying. I think I just see Keith as a person that the fact that other people are also going to the same physical location at the same time, I think he seems like the type that needs that. When I had been thinking about meditating for a long time. When I finally chose to make myself I view it as like, okay, I've now committed to doing this thing for 90 days. I had nobody knew I was doing this. There was no accountability. But what I'm saying is it would not have been made any easier if I had 2 friends that also said, hey, we're all going to meditate every day for 90 days. That's neither here nor there for me. So I guess I'm more addressing the motivation without, it was my mistake I did not properly communicate that. So, yeah. But yeah.
It's about will and
exactly.
You know yourself and you have very strong will to do, that.
Well,
and then some people, they need a little bit, again,
Yeah. Well, and the fact is, sorry to cut you off, I'm very capable of quitting, halfway through day 3. I mean, I'm not saying I'm some badass who can just fucking walk in there, and just kick its ass. I know that I'm fully capable of quitting on day 2 or day 3. Like I know that. I'm more speaking about the actual motive. What is it going to be required to get me to do something like that? Some folks just have to. They need it to be a group activity, even if it's not a group activity. I think that's my ultimate point there. Yeah.
It's like lifting or maybe running. Like sometimes when you go lifting, it's good to go and lift with somebody else to create a little bit of a competition.
Yes.
Not that meditation is competition, but like some people need to be motivated in that way. Different people operate differently, obviously.
Yes.
So but you need the core, you need the baseline, you need the foundation, and the centers will provide that for you. It gives you the philosophical, background. It tells you all the conduct that is required, not only about silence, but not killing, not thinking about sexual acts, and all this kind of stuff. Like these are all based falls under the canopy of what is called Shila, which is morality, and that has to be very strictly practiced in order for you to properly conduct sadhana or samadhi, which is the meditation aspect of it.
Yes. Yeah, and I know one of my attractions, if I were, and I'm the type of person, until I'm committed to something, I'm not committed to it. So, but I know for me, I would level up my own, because I'm fairly adept at meditation for somebody who's just done it, to some extent, but it's never taken it to that level. But I'm clearly interested enough in it to have at least explored it and, been to their website and read up on it quite a bit. But, I'm certainly aware that, my own abilities to meditate I'm assuming would increase quite a bit just from doing even one of them, I assume. And you're talking about you've done...
Could very well be.
I would imagine. I mean, I'm just assuming. And since you said you've been through several of them, I can't speak for you, obviously, having never experienced it, but I'm would assume your proficiency increased, because that is a bit of a skill and a bit of a muscle in my experience.
Yeah, I mean, I've done about 11 or 12 regular courses.
Wow.
I've done what is called but on my own, and then I've served, I think 3 times.
Wow, man.
Yes, I've served 3 times. So, serving is also kind of considered doing meditation, because serving actually is more difficult because you're when you're sitting there, you have to be kind of semi-aware because the teacher can call you over. The teachers was okay. So for example, I served in 3 different locations, and one of them, I think I had there were 40 some students, 20 something male, 15 something female, and I was a male server. So in each center, there's always the teacher there who's facing the students, right? And during the meditation hour, he's watching to see, and some people fall asleep, right there, while they're sitting,
Yes.
because it's 4 a.m. and stuff like this. So he wouldn't go over or yell at them himself. He would look at me, and then I see that he's looking at me, and then he's nodding over towards a student. I look over, I see that he's sleeping, so I have to go over there and then kind of gently, you're not supposed to touch anybody, you just gently tug on their seat just to get them awake, and then hopefully they stay awake, and then you go back to your seat, and then you do that when it's your turn to be a server, and then you have to go serve food. There are different duties. You have to clean bathrooms. So you're working all day from basically 4 a.m. because you have to wake up before everybody else. Sometimes you have to go ring the bell, and some people, they sleep in, so you have to go find them. There's a lot of different work.
I would imagine. Yeah, and just so you know, Notch, and this may be neither here nor there for you, but I am the type of person that I'm very impressed by the fact that you've done as many of these. And again, that may not mean anything to you, but it's pretty fucking impressive from my perspective. So kudos to you.
Well,
sir.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, I'm merely just stating what my limited experience of what I've gone through, and I've conducted my own. I do at least 1 or 2 per year. Now, because of the whole pandemic, a lot of the centers did close during that time. So I wasn't, going to them. So I just, and I was conducting my own courses here, and there's no upper limit in terms of how far you want to go. In terms for meditation, there are courses available, to become a teacher, as an example. You have to conduct a course for 2 months of doing this. 2 months, so initially it will be 10 days. There are people who, my ex-girlfriend, she's very much into this, and she wants to become a teacher herself someday, and she's been doing it longer than I have, even though we're probably about the same number of courses by now, because I was a little bit more gung-ho than she was. But she has to get approval from teachers, and then she has to sign up for courses, and then they'll ramp it up to 20 days and 1 month, month and a half, up to 2 months, and then afterwards she'll get approval to become a teacher. I have no aspirations to become a teacher myself. I don't care for this title. I never really did, but I could sit for a month someday and just do it myself, or 2 months for, I foresee that as a possibility for myself, not to be a teacher, just for myself,
Yeah, man, that's I certainly, I would view that as inspirational. And I know you're from the East, and it's culturally, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but it's a little more of a thing to sit, cross-legged or half lotus or full lotus. But as a person who grew up in Arkansas, just sitting in meditation, Indian, we call that Indian style, for say 45 minutes. I mean, physically, just that's tough. So, for most of the Westerners, I don't think they have really any idea what they would be in for. So I know all day, every day for 10 days, and I can sit, Indian style with a straight back, but I'm not that flexible. I can't get into a lotus, but and I know there's probably cushions involved, under the bottom or whatever, but you know, just for the average, especially man who's from America, to try to sit Indian style with a straight back, just that's pretty freaking hard. So it's
Yeah.
Yep.
No, we've had people who were from the West, obviously, and then they were overweight, but they were still very much interested in taking the course. So seats were provided for them, but it's not provided for everybody. So like a regular chair would be provided for them. They're a little bit more like they're not like a lazy chair or like a gamer chair or anything like that. It's like pretty upright and pretty. It supports your back, but it saves your knees quite a bit. And, like I'm not that flexible, but, I can sit in a half lotus position that's most comfortable for me. But no matter how flexible you are, like when you're sitting for 1 hour, 2 hours, 4 hours, you're going to feel pain in the joints.
Yes.
Like you will feel pain,
Yeah, I would imagine. Yeah, I would imagine.
Yeah, just working through that's part of the process though too. You can focus on that pain, or again, you can just kind of try to focus on your breathing. I don't know, it's hard to describe, but it's like it's the pain is there, but it's not really affecting you. It's just like, okay, it's there. You see it, that it's there, but it's not really, you're not grimacing or you're like, oh my gosh, you get beyond that at some point, but not initially.
That was my experience, just like I say, in a limited, but doing it every day, multiple times a day, the physical, but then the mental, obviously that was, when I say it was the most difficult thing I've done, it was the mental side. And then, so what it did for me in my life was that, when we talk about childhood trauma or especially repression, so the meditation became a tool as a way for me to train my concentration, where I'm able to do body scans throughout the day. And, I'm way more in tune with my own, physicality, my tissues, I have specific problem areas like most people probably do. So my experience with meditation was that I had never meditated other than sports, being in an actual flow state. And by the way, shout out to Flow State, best branding since, the Jersey Shore and the Situation. But, every time, every time I say Flow State, I think about Flow State. But my second wife, she had this cassette program on how to stop smoking. And one of the cassettes was just a meditation, a guided meditation for how to relax. And I guess she knew me well enough to know that maybe I was a bit high-strung and tense by nature, and she kept harassing me to listen to this cassette, and I kept saying no. Well, eventually I just laid on the couch, put the headphones on, and realized, oh wow, I've never. First thing I realized was, okay, I'm relaxed. The second thing I realized was, wow, I've never actually been relaxed in my entire life except for sports, which is a different thing. It's a different thing though. It's I was played basketball, but it's a very different thing than just, laying back on a couch and relaxing. And then I became aware of just how much tension was in, especially my upper back and my shoulders, that I wasn't aware of, but it was obviously there all the time. So I suspect Keith is going through something similar, right? And I think, again, will a person get to the point of more or less making themselves experience what is, it fucking hurts, man. It's painful. And then, training my focus enough to be able to use my own, psychic energy or whatever you want to call it, to be able to say, okay, what is this pain? Like, what is this associated with? Oh, it's emotions. Okay, oh my God, well, what are these emotions? Okay, now I'm starting to have memories of my childhood, and it's like, oh my God, I really, I don't want to deal with this. However, having enough intelligence and understanding enough psychology that, well, actually, the reason why this is here is because I failed to deal with it properly, and in fact, this represents repression. And as far as I can tell, the only way to unrepress it is to experience it, allow it to release, and then make sure I don't continue to repress new stuff. And then, I continue to undergo that process on a daily basis for years now. it's not that I deserve credit for that. It's like, man, that's a thing, you know, that to do that is it's quite an undertaking, and I see why people don't do it, but I've only benefited in my life from doing it. You know, the fact that I'm able to be halfway calm and I can talk to you and, you know, without just wigging out every 5 seconds like I probably would have in the past. Yeah, I mean, but I'm not even exaggerating. Like, I'm trying not to oversell it, but I was, you know, not calm, cool, and collected in the past whatsoever. Not that I am now, but, you know, anyway. Your thoughts?
Well, it is believed that you know, we carry all this, like you know, they call it samskaras, but like that's basically impressions, and impressions can be, you know, very light, like, you know, a line on a sand, and, you know, in a short amount of time it just disappears, and some are kind of like etched in stone, you know, and then but everything is stored in the body. Like we can store memories in the body. Now, I'm not telling you any science or anything. You can just take it or leave it type of deal. But the idea of meditation, according to the Vipassana way, is to become so concentration is what's developed through what is called anapana, like breathing exercise. So initially, what they ask you to do is to just breathe through your nose and then concentrate on the upper lip, like between where the air is flowing in and out. And it's very different from pranayama. Prana is breathing or that energy, and yama means limitation. So it's like regulation of that breathing, where you're breathing in for a certain amount of time, holding it, or you know, exiting that or exhaling that breath over a certain period of time. So it becomes kind of rhythmic. Anapana is not like that at all. It's just trying to focus and develop concentration at that one point. And then when you actually start doing Vipassana, the ideal is to be able to move that concentration and scan your body, and then just watching. You're just in the observational mode of seeing what occurs. And it could be anything. It could be heat, it could be tension, it could be electricity even. I you know, when I first did my Vipassana, I could actually feel my stomach digesting food. I could actually feel like electrical impulses in my muscles, you know, like I got to that point of sensitivity. But whatever it might be, you just go into that observational mode, and then by that process, becoming aware, you're bringing that subconscious into the conscious, and then that is supposedly supposed to heal you or make you more pure in that way.
Yeah, and that's been my experience, not having done it through the Vipassana courses, but I've practiced that for years myself. So I can certainly, you know, from my own experience, you know, validate what you're saying here. And I found it to be very useful in just being able to be a functional person. It's helped me, you know, greatly, especially with anger. You know, just observing my breathing, what I figured out at a certain point was that, and I still lash out in anger, obviously. I'm not trying to put myself up there as a person who doesn't, but every single time I lash out in anger, I stop breathing right before it happens. So sometimes I notice that I've stopped breathing, and I say, okay, and then I just continue to breathe, and I watch my physiology become angry, you know, and my body goes through all the stress responses, but I'm able to not lash out. But then sometimes, of course, I lash out in anger because I don't catch it. But just observing the breathing has helped me a great deal in being able to, because, you know, I think all of us have gotten angry and lashed out and then regretted it.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. So, you know, so if I can get rid of half of the times that I normally would have done that, you know, that's a lot of, you know, it's that's a lot of
very
apologies.
Significant.
Yeah, absolutely. And, yeah. And so that's a lot of apologies.
Well, the first thing.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the first thing that is affected is your breath. Like when you're angry or sad or panicking, your breath is affected, and there's no way people can hide it. It's just like automatic, you know. But the thing is, like I've had anger issues. Like I've had a lot of repressed anger issues, and, you know, like a lot of people who are on the metaverse, like, you know, they don't know me like the way I was younger. Like I don't really talk about it so much, but like, you know, me having lived out in the streets when I was very young, and, been to juvenile jail, was in the orphanage, and was adopted to a family in Wisconsin. I had some repressed anger, and it didn't really like manifest until I was in my like 20s, really, and I didn't realize where all this like anger was coming from, and it did take me a little bit of time to come to some terms with it, but I was very volatile, when I was younger. Like you would not recognize me at all, because like you just know me for the way I've been conducting myself here, like ever since I've been online. But I was a very different person. But Vipassana for sure helped me in that way. But like I used to get a lot of migraine headaches as well. Like at least 2, 3, 4 times a year, I would just randomly, and it would just completely, like I couldn't do anything. There's nothing I could do. I would just be stuck in bed, and I would have to call in sick, and I'd be like, okay, today's going to be a write-off because I have a migraine headache, and it's just like, it's going to be I'd rather die. I just want somebody to just put a bullet in my head and be done with it, rather than having to go through these migraine headaches. They were very intense. But since I've been doing Vipassana, I really haven't had too many incidences of getting migraine headaches. So that's been a benefit to me as well.
What a blessing, by the way. What a blessing. And
oh my God, I can remember those days very still. Like I remember.
Yeah, and just since I am a big fan of meditation, I've only benefited from it in the long run, but it's not, I frequently think about, being at the grocery store and there's a magazine or a booklet in it, and they always show a woman just sitting, in meditation, just as calm and serene as possible. And I think it fools people into thinking that it's like a relaxing activity, but not at first. No, it is not. And it was the exact opposite for me. It was very painful physically, very painful emotionally, humbling in that I was like, wow, I really have, because I have a thing, if I have undiagnosed fake autism or whatever, but when I'm interested in a topic, I can focus like very easily. But I had almost no concentration or focus outside of my narrow interests. And just the concentration alone I got out of practicing meditation. If I need to focus on something, I'm able to do it. I mean, just that. But, I would implore anybody that's interested in it to just do it. And, don't try to overthink it. My thing was I wanted to read everything and, get involved in a paralysis by analysis. But, we do learn by doing. It's good to get a few basic ideas in your head and then just go out and try it. I've found it to be greatly beneficial.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like, again, it's for people to have their own experience with, and people are going to get what they want to get out of it. But, after a session of Vipassana, like if you are able to do the course and complete it, at least for me, I've just noticed that the world was completely different. Like when I came out of the center, like everything became like HD, like the way you can like see things, and what you were able to observe and hear and like even food, everything, all your senses, like you think you're at a whatever rate that you're on, you can just, it's like dialing things up to 11, really. Like you're capable of, you didn't think that you had that 11th button or that dial.
Okay.
And you're like, okay, I can go from 1 to 10, that's my normal, operation. And then 10 being like hypersensitive, but there's another dial that you can actually go into. And like there is a kind of a concept of actually developing psychic powers as well. They talk about it in yoga and in meditation and such. And maybe it's called, intuition or the sixth sense, but I genuinely believe in that process. In the West, they make it more scientific and call it like remote viewing.
Yes.
And these things are real as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, me too.
And they do.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, they can be developed by individuals if they are willing to, put in that work. And I'm not saying I have any of those powers or have the ability to move things around or see the future or anything, but I do feel like I became a little bit more sensitive without having to go into too many details, because I I don't want to sound like whatever.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
I'm not a mage or whatever. But like, it's just that there is a noticeable difference in the way one just operates. Like, I just see the way I was before, and after over a period of time, I see myself operating in a different way. And in this world, concentration is very important. Like, without concentration, you can't really do anything or achieve anything.
Exactly.
It's like the thing to allow you to comprehend or learn or whatever it is concentration.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. And, obviously, many of these systems are designed in part to cause the opposite of concentration, an inability to focus, a shortened attention span, especially if folks are going to be on the metaverse and on phones, myself included. It's at least helpful that I'm not just completely destroying my ability to focus. But some folks are. I mean, it's just some folks are destroying their ability to focus by, especially something like TikTok, which I've never used, but, I suspect that's, kind of like the crack cocaine of the social media world anyway. And I'm a bit of a hypocrite because I have 4 screens in front of me right now and 2 phones. So, I'm kind of the worst of the worst. And yeah, it's crazy, man. Yeah, I hear you, man. It's all good stuff. Yeah.
Well, again, it's like different. Like, it's going to be different for different people, and like, yes, I don't disagree with you that these are designed to capture you, and look, like, this whole world is operated by and through our attention. That's what they want the most from us, and of each other. But like, what attention, what quality of attention, and like for what purpose is that attention is going to be used, and I think these are the questions only the individuals can answer for themselves. And then, collectively speaking, if each individual votes in a particular way, however they want to utilize their time and energy, is going to ultimately have a greater butterfly effect in the reality that we're living in. But like, no matter how much that they want to, like, quote unquote, manipulate you to, like, push buttons and tap heart buttons, I don't know whatever that they're doing, at the end of the day, you always have the power to retreat and reset,
absolutely,
and figure out what is important to you. And I'm like, it's not up to me to tell you. Like, I'm spending my time here too, because like, actually, I'm kind of forcing myself in a way, because it's the only way in which I can actually interact with people. Otherwise, I am a literal hermit the way I live.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not necessarily like good or bad or like better. It's not any of that. It's just like, we made the decisions that we made, and the karma plays out, and then we are where we are. All of us are. But how we are interacting with one another, how are we using this information to, quote unquote, better ourselves and others? I think these are the questions that I like to ask myself.
Yeah, man, absolutely. And I love the conversation. I'm about 20 minutes past a bathroom break, and at my age, that can become fraught with peril. I don't know if you want to hang out. I'm gonna have to take a break, but
go for it and put a music on, or no problem. And I'll be here if you are not shutting it down. Otherwise,
no, we're gonna we're gonna keep going for sure, and then maybe some other folks will want to hop up also. And there is music playing, but the way the equipment's set up, everybody but you can hear it, which is a bit of a bummer. But
no worries, no worries. I will just sit here and then let you play the music, and you just let me know when you're back. I'm just gonna hang out.
Cool, man. And if anybody connects in the meantime, I'll see them and I'll put them up on the panel. But appreciate it, and I'll be back in just a few minutes. All right, we're back. Thank you for your patience.
All right.
Did you say you eat a lot of rice and vegetables?
I mean, I don't know about a lot, but that's basically my diet.
Got it.
Yeah, like oatmeal in the morning.
Oh, okay.
Usually, and then rice and vegetables, or some kind of noodles or vegetables.
Nice.
Yeah.
So I don't want to get into the specifics because I've already got a warning for medical misinformation, but I've been quite ill over the last year, and it seems like I've had quite a bit of healing here of late. And my appetite's increased greatly, and been eating raw vegetables and raw egg yolks, and because I do eat, still consume animal products. So yeah, it's been a bit of a game changer. So usually I prep my food beforehand, so I had to run off and cut up some veggies real quick. But historically I'd never really ate vegetables at all, in my life. It's kind of a new thing, eating all these
At all?
veggies. What's that?
At all? You didn't really eat vegetables
No,
like when
man.
you were growing up or something?
Not really, no. Rice and corn was about it. Yeah, I was a very picky eater as a young person, and a lot of junk food. And so now with and I've had trouble maintaining my body weight because of my illnesses that I again can't get into it because of YouTube. But it seems like now it's just raw vegetables taste delicious, and where in the past I would be one of those people that would view vegetables as not, it's almost like I needed the food to have a powerful taste or something. And then I wonder, I think maybe that ties into, being detoxed, or how much the person, has certain toxins in their system. I think that maybe that plays a part also. I'm not exactly sure though. I'm still trying to figure it out. Yeah. So I wanted to see what you thought about that.
No, I mean, I think, again, like, without, like, giving, as a little disclaimer, like, I'm not a doctor or anything. So just take everything I say with a grain of salt, or like a whole truck full of it. But basically, there are a lot of factors involved in terms of health, like just limiting it to like physical health. I think having like, wholesome food is very important. And at least what I remember being in America, and what that American, average American diet was like, when I was there and growing up. And we, like, my mother cooked, and she we had very good food at home, but I certainly had McDonald's before, and Hardee's, whatever we had, Dairy Queen, whatever we had in town where I grew up. But we all know what that is like. We know what that's good for or not good for. So diet is important. Diet is important for good health. So people have to be mindful about what they put in their body, put in their eyes, in their ears, everywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't know if this illness that I've been through, in part could be, asking ye shall receive. But so I have had no processed food, no junk food, no fast food, no sodas in over a year now, mainly because they made me very, very sick, and I was already sick. But if I had anything approaching processed food or junk food, I would be incapacitated. So it's been an amazing change, just only eating real food for a whole year, and then also taking a lot of herbs. So I'm pretty sure, again, I'm trying not to run afoul of the medical misinformation, but speaking for myself, it seems like maybe, well, I know it seems as if my organs had been compromised in various ways. But again, this is not medical advice. Anybody that's having health issues, please see a professional if you're so inclined. I don't go to doctors myself, but that's a personal choice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I won't go.
Yeah, me neither.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. I won't go. I refuse. But which definitely
it sounds like
go ahead.
It's like a little bit of a blessing in disguise type of situation. I mean, it's in a good way that you can process, the processed foods, and it makes you extremely ill, so that you're forced to, find other means to survive without all this processed stuff.
Well, and exactly. And so this is what I'm getting to, is what Dominic's talking about. And this was my experience in the past when I could still eat junk food, and I loved, pizza and all of these things. I got away from the fast food and the fried food, but I was eating pizza fairly regular. And then candy bars some of the time, which I guess is technically fried if you think about it. But so Dominic says fermenting foods are healthy, but he struggles with the taste since he's formed a habit towards the unhealthy type of taste. Well, and exactly, that's what I'm speaking of is, in the past, I never would have considered vegetables to be delicious, but they are. They are absolutely delicious to me now. And So that's certainly been a side effect of what I've gone through. And mainly it's been a reduce calories out of necessity. I just, even only eating real food, I was limited in the amount I could eat or I would become ill. And now it seems like I'm actually able to just eat, not normally, but I'm able to eat without, because I was taking digestive enzymes. And today I've realized that I probably don't need to take them anymore, although who knows. But yeah, man, it's been pretty amazing. So, I don't really know how to get people to that point because I know there's no way I was going to entirely get off of junk food until I really realistically had no choice. And in fact, if you just read up on, if you just read up on the internet about certain conditions that I'm not going to name, but people could probably figure out what I mean. But a lot of the treatments are based around taking into account that most people just will not change their diet no matter what. And then if the person has certain issues and continues to eat unhealthy food, then now they're going to be in a lot of pain, right? So I've avoided all of that. So I just wondered if you had any thoughts on that generally, or if you've had any similar experiences with getting off of junk food or anything like that.
I don't know. I mean, I had a normal diet. So I was adopted to a family when I was 10 years old, and I didn't really eat well prior to that because I lived out in the streets and et cetera, et cetera. And at the orphanage, we didn't have that much of a variety. But when I came to America, I grew up in a upper middle class family where my father was making enough money where my mother could just stay home and be a homemaker, and she cooked, cleaned, did laundry. She did everything. She was a proper, a quintessential wife, you can say. And so we always had cake and pie in the refrigerator, and I always took it for granted. I even didn't even think about it. Whenever I had my friends over, they were always amazed the kind of abundance that I was growing up with. We always had, my mom would go to Sam's Club and we would just load up on all kinds of stuff, and I could have as many soda as I want, but I never really got too wild about it. I would have like one can of Coke a day or something like this, and we had like boxes of Snickers bars, but like it didn't really pull me. And maybe because like it was always there for me that I never really got too like greedy about it, and then like whenever my friends come over, they would just like go nuts on all this kind of stuff. But I ate meat, of course, with the family until I read this book called Animal Liberation by Peter Singer. And then like after I finished the book, I just became a vegan for a little while until I finished university. So like basically throughout my high school and university, I was a vegetarian and vegan for about a year or year and a half or so, but it was kind of hard to keep up. And that wasn't a very good diet, to be honest. But when I came to Korea, I started eating a lot of meat again, and I ate meat for like 10 years.
Okay.
Because that's like, and drinking alcohol and eating meat, because that's Korean style. I lived in Korea from 2004 to 2014. So I don't know. I think I'm a little bit off the topic, but
okay. No, that's interesting though.
But
yeah.
But the diet is important. I mean, without a doubt. I think people know that. But people do get addicted. I mean, like a lot of this food that is being provided, are made to be addictive. Like, high fructose syrup, the natural flavoring, all this kind of stuff. The kind of the chemicals they put in there, they are deliberately, making the food to be addictive, and they know that it's not healthy for the people, but people feel like they have no choice but to consume what's given to them though too. So
yes. Well, and real food certainly costs quite a bit more money, at least over here. Now I do eat fish and eggs myself, and I will eat red meat, if I choose to. That's just a personal thing, but it's limited. I've had not much red meat at all, probably for the first time in my life, actually, in this last year, because that also made me ill at a certain point. And I found that, real quick, and I'll pass it back to you, but the way my brain works, it seems like I really do need a decent amount of saturated fat, and so I've been getting that from the egg yolks primarily. But wanted to see if you had any thoughts on that.
Okay, well, like since I've been with my friend here, who has been a monk for 10 years in his life, from 17 to 27, like we are allowed to have like some dairy products like ghee, like this clarified butter, and cheese, and because like the animals, the cows especially, are treated well, but uh, in his tradition, they were not allowed to eat eggs, and mainly because it's still considered an animal product, and like they were very strict about it. And then since I've been kind of under his wing, I haven't had eggs. When I was in Goa, like I admit, I had some shrimp and fish. I kind of indulged a little bit a couple years ago when I was in Goa for 3 months there, but it wasn't like every day. And then I had some eggs there, but for a couple years now, again, I haven't had eggs or any kind of meat. But it's a philosophical reasons as to why I choose to, go that route.
Well, yeah, and then and I fully respect that, of course, and I'm certainly aware of just how horrific the meat is murder as practiced here in the United States. I mean, that's just what it is. Some people have like a visceral reaction to that, but it's freaking horrible, man. But I know that and still choose to go to the supermarket and buy cuts of steak at times. So. Not that it justifies it, but I'm certainly aware of what's happening. However, it sounds like, I'm specifically talking about being able to get dietary cholesterol, and I'm not a huge fan of dairy overall personally, but and I'm never been really a milk drinker or a cheese person, but it sounds like I would be able to get at least sufficient saturated fat and dietary cholesterol from ghee as well as cheese. So I guess eggs wouldn't be strictly necessary, but it's convenient. It's certainly convenient at this time.
Yeah, you have to definitely, replace. You got to have some protein. Like, so I get my protein from lentils and beans. So like I make soup often, and then that's and being 45 now, like I don't eat like the way I used to when I was in my 30s and my 20s. So like having 2 meals a day, and I just kind of snack on something in between is more than enough. Even today, like I skipped dinner. Like I could have cooked something, and then I just like wasn't feeling that hungry. I'm just like, okay, whatever. So, but yeah, you gotta have a good diet. But that's up. Look, I don't hold it against people. It's just because like if I did, it would stress me out in terms of like just trying to control what people should eat or shouldn't eat. It's just like I just tell people this is what I believe is happening, and this is why I conduct myself the way I do. You can do whatever the fuck you want at the end of the day, and just be aware what's going on. That's all.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've been around quite a few folks that don't eat animal products at all, and most of them, some of them are fairly militant, but most of them seem to have that same attitude. If not, maybe just for their own sake, because it would be, could be pretty stress-inducing, to constantly encounter people who are eating animals. And for me, I don't see anything wrong with the fish or the eggs. Me personally, I guess that is a personal thing, but I do see, what's going on with the red meat. Certainly, it's a bit of a different thing. Although a lot of the chickens aren't probably. I'm assuming. Well, I know. Because Arkansas has a ton of chicken farming. So yeah, the chickens aren't necessarily treated that well either. To be
No,
clear.
I'm afraid not. Yeah, but I'm also a little bit, I'm not very happy with the way some people conduct themselves. Like, they have to kind of like advertise to everybody, oh, I'm a vegan and stuff like this, and and then they get very I don't know, like I don't think their tactics is very effective to change people's minds either. It almost makes people want to eat more meat the way they're conducting themselves, like some of the vegans, and how militant they get. how adamant they get about things. Like I wouldn't want it. Like I don't like authority, and I really don't like when people tell me what I should and should not do. Like I need to have my own experiences. And when people tell me that I have to do something, I tend to do the opposite. You know?
Yeah, I'm the same way actually, and I want to be clear for just so the chat understands where I'm coming from. I'm specifically talking about how industry processes the animals. That's what I'm talking about. You know, if somebody has a ranch or whatever, and you know they're doing things in a different way, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about specifically, you know, industrial processing, and we have quite a bit of that here in my home state. You know, there's Tyson Foods is headquartered in Arkansas, and you know they're one of the biggest in the world for you know these gigantic facilities and that are processing all these animals. So that's what I'm addressing specifically from my own.
Yeah, it's factory farming.
Yeah, it's terrible,
Yeah.
horrible, and a lot of people don't they don't want to face up to that. I mean, they really don't.
Well, I mean, their practice is also terrible, but like the products that they you know provide is also bad for you. You know, like all the stuff that goes into them, and you know, like, and again, like all this like trauma is that goes into the meat as well. That ultimately is consumed by the people, that has energetic effects on them, whether you want to believe that or not. But I would very much like to see kind of a you know, a regrowth of this kind of like, you know, mom and pop, you know, farming type of situation. Like if people are going to eat meat, like much would rather people bought meat from mom and pop shops where it's like free range, you know, and, you know, like, yes, they're going to die and they're going to have their day, but like for the most of their lives, you know, they live like, you know, relatively happy, normal lives, you know, like that's what I would like to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to be clear, there's definitely some of those folks here, you know, who only, you know, buy local and they know the person, you know, in their community. There's certainly those folks. I've never been that person, unfortunately. And I will say, you know, some people just flat reject the idea of the, you know, when the animal's not treated properly, you know, a certain energy getting into the meat. However, I, for like 6 days in a row, a few months ago, I had you know, went and just got a beef roast. I think I forget what cut it is, but there was something to what you're saying. I mean, I certainly, especially being tapped in, you know, in scanning, doing the body scans and being pretty in tune. There's something to that. I don't exactly know. It's hard for me to pin down exactly, but after not having any red meat for almost a year, and then having a pretty, you know, a couple of pounds a day actually for like 6 days in a row. In some ways, I could tell that it had some things my body was lacking, and then in other ways, you know, there were some other effects that I could feel that are, again, it's kind of hard to talk about in words, but it wasn't that great of a feeling overall. And I wonder if maybe, you know, that's based on some of what you're talking about here, but also wanting to respect that some folks are just like, hey, that's not a thing, right? And which everybody's entitled their opinion, so I'm not here to change anybody's mind. And real quick, before I pass it back to Notch, I want to point out that OTW News is live. Looks like he went live here recently. If anybody wants to check him out, I'm not trying to run anybody off, but just I like to let everybody know what's happening, you know, in the community, so they can sort of you know, make up their own mind about which broadcast to check out. And thank you all for checking us out. Certainly do appreciate it, and we'll give it back to Mr. Notch.
Yeah, like again, like I'm not here to berate anybody or whatever. Like people have free will. Just, you know, everything has consequences, and you know, like the way I mean, like there are people who are like Jains, who are very strict Jains here in India, and you know, they're even more militant about like than vegans are, you know, about like how food should be consumed and what kind of food should be consumed. You know, they brush, you know, whatever that is in front of them so they don't accidentally step on an ant, and you know, they pick each lettuce, you know, like very carefully so they don't accidentally drown like some bug and stuff like this. It's like really beyond, you know. But so there's going to be an extreme to the way we conduct ourselves, and you know, I'm not there, so I'm not going to put myself on any kind of a pedestal. I'm happy where I am, and I think I could definitely go further in terms of like if how mindful, quote unquote, I can be in regards to, because everything that we do actually has an effect in the world. Okay, like whatever that we buy, like that's the libertarian mindset about like you go pay money for that piece of meat that went, you know, that came from somewhere, that went through that process, whether it comes from factory farming or not, right? And that animal had to be grown and had to be killed. Somebody had to do that job. So karmically speaking, there's always some effect that is out there. So like, you know, ideally, like we want to have a minimum impact and hopefully like a positive impact of the world that we live in. It's just that the result of everything is of the consequence of everybody's action all combined together. And I think it's easy to get lost in the notion that this is what normal, quote unquote, is. But you know, it's again up to the individual.
Well, yeah, and I think that's the best, in my opinion, that's the best approach, is to always bring it back to, you know, to the personal choice. And, you know, I have been around some folks who would sort of, especially I've spent enough time out on the West Coast, you know, traveling around and, you know, living semi-communally at times, although not, you know, not in a committed sense, but, you know, just sort of loosely, you know, just sort of a thing that happened. But, yeah, some folks do sort of virtue signal around that. And again, if I want to eat a steak, I'm going to eat a steak. That's just how it is. But man, I think I'm going to have to go back to work because you know, I worked quite a bit of the last year while I was ill, and then haven't, you know, been employed. I work as a truck driver, long haul truck driver. And since 2018, off and on though, since I live in the truck, so I make enough money when I'm working, you know, that I can take months off at a time, you know, since I don't have, you know, financial obligations. But man, I think I'm going to have to go back to work just based on how much the food costs, because it was kind of an advantage not to have much of an appetite. And then, so I'm significantly underweight. I don't know if you know that. I weigh about 120 pounds. But it seems like now the appetite's increasing to where I guess I'm going to at least get back to, like in high school, I was about 135. So it looks like maybe I'm on the way back there. So I think I'm going to have to go get a job just so I can eat that much food. It's an interesting thing. I don't know if is that different over where you're at, or do you just you maybe buy in bulk?
I like food. I mean, I haven't lived in the States since 2004, so I'm sure a lot has changed. So it's been almost 20 years. There's a possibility that I might come back to the States, or maybe I go somewhere else. I'm not sure. I'm still like living off my savings, which has been enough for me lately. But like food is very cheap compared to America. Like, I mean, I don't really spend that much money. It's like oatmeal and rice, like I said, you know, and I go out a little bit sometimes and, you know, buy some dry nuts,
Yes.
fruits, things like that. So it's like, and it's okay. Like I'm not, you know, here wanting so much. I just try to, you know, practice a little bit of austerity as much as I can. But yeah, like, you know, I you know, my father was a professor, and you know, he taught economics, and you know, we talked about money quite a bit, and you know, money is definitely an important factor in this world. Nobody can, I mean, it's the number one religion, if you really ask me, you know, in this world. So you know, it's something that you can't get away from, even if you wanted to. So it's something that we have to think about, something that we have to consider, how, you know, we're gonna have to cope with whatever that might be coming to provide for ourselves. So, you know, it's all, to me, about time. Like we give our time to get money, right? And then we spend that money to buy food and rent and all the basic needs, because that's you know, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, of like giving us the basic security so that we can have higher learning and other things that are of importance in life.
Yeah, well said. And you know, looking at the U.S., and you said you haven't been here since 2004, and the food, I mean, it's been expensive historically, but it's you know, with the various economic factors, the prices of real, actual nutritious food has skyrocketed. But then junk food or fast food, even fast food is expensive, obviously, but it can be, if a person's just trying to get calories in their body, it can be quite a bit, less expensive. So I think I'm spending and again, I'm just one person who doesn't even have a full kitchen, but I probably I bet I averaged about $25 a day every day, most likely. And I think that's probably going to almost double if I'm actually going to get back to a halfway normal body weight. So yeah, it's just things I'm kind of working out and just sort of mulling over in my mind. But then as far as the vegetables, I'd been eating. First, I started out having just canned vegetables because I wasn't much of a vegetable eater historically. And I was so ill, I didn't really know what I could eat and what I couldn't eat. So there was an experimentation phase. And then, with the truck driving, initially it was just way more convenient to eat out of cans, even though I knew intellectually that had way less nutrition and, possible heavy metals in the cans or whatever. But I was so ill that that was the least of my worries. And then, I've recovered enough now and I think the raw vegetables has had a lot to do with it. I started, because I have a slow cooker, so I was cooking all my vegetables, and it's the only thing I throw in the slow cooker now is like half an onion and a large sweet potato, in which some people have an opinion about, root vegetables, but I do pretty good on the sweet potatoes. But now I'm eating raw radish, onion, carrot, celery, and beets pretty much every day, and it's made a big difference in my health. But I certainly relate to people who find it difficult to eat that food raw, especially because of the palatability, and probably because I've been basically in semi-starvation for a whole year. It tastes delicious to me, so that's what I did. I cut up some vegetables real quick, and I've been over here eating vegetables while Notch has been talking. It's delicious. So it's funny how I'm the same person in a way, and went from the worst diet possible as a young person and had unlimited junk food. And in college, I drank a 3-liter of Mountain Dew every single day, Notch. And I heard you say that about, you could have a soda, more or less as much as you wanted, but you would, generally maybe have one here and there, right? But I'm not exaggerating. Yeah. I used to drink a 3-liter of Mountain Dew every day. So what?
That's a lot.
Yeah, what was wrong with me? I just, looking back on it, it's why did I think I could do that? It's just bizarre. And then I wonder why I got sick. Yeah, go ahead.
I can't remember when I had soda last. It's been many years now.
Yeah, it's been over a year for me. Yeah, and I'm looking forward to never having one again. But I've certainly had many in my time. So I'm not here to preach and I certainly don't consider myself better than anybody on any of those bases.
Yeah.
But I'm mainly just trying to get my health back. And I've been pretty amazed.
Well, that's the important thing.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And honestly, at a certain point, I had to accept in my mind that I may very well have been, on digestive enzymes and underweight for the rest of my life. But now at least it looks like I'm off the enzymes, and maybe I can put on some, at least get back to a normal body weight, because it's pretty scary. I got down to I'm 5'10", and I got down to about 116 pounds. And then I'm looking at the scale, and it's like, man, if this keeps going, what happens when I'm 105 pounds? And then now that's like, hey, pneumonia or something could take me out, at that point. Once a person gets that weak, it is scary. It's a very scary thing. So I've been able to hang on to 120 for a while, and I think I'm probably I might be close to 125 now. So that we're moving the needle in the right direction over here.
We're the same height, Benton.
Okay.
And I wrestled 125 when I was in high school. So
yes,
I was.
Yes.
But
well, that's big for 125 though. 5'10s would be big for that weight class.
Yeah. I was a little bit too tall for my weight class. I mean, I should have probably gone for 140, but I didn't have the muscle mass for that.
Yeah.
But I could have actually gone down lower. I had less than 5% body fat, and actually my coach wanted my parents to sign some papers to allow me to go down to 3% body fat, which would have allowed, because they would have, because they couldn't. They give you poundage, right? Like later on in the season.
Okay.
So like you get a couple pounds like for after about a month and another pound. So like 125, you can be like 128 and still, you know, wrestle in like 125 weight class, and then 119 you could be at like 122 or 123 and still wrestle in 119 weight class later on. And I was trying to go down even lower because a lot of other kids were doing that though too, that they were wrestling at 125 and then they would go down to a lower weight class to be quote unquote more competitive. But my parents didn't like that idea, so they didn't allow me.
That's good, because I don't think that's really that healthy for people, honestly. And I suspect, I don't know anything about wrestling, but because we don't have that in the South historically, but at least not at the high school level. But I suspect the poundage they're talking about is so that, you know, if a person ends up weight cutting, maybe they're not at risk of, you know, health complications, I'm assuming. I mean,
Yeah,
that'd be my guess.
Yeah. I mean, like it's basically just, you know, wearing like you know, you have to wear sweatpants and you have to sweat shit out, and then you have to actually kind of fast a little bit. You know, if you're like teetering on that weight, because they weigh you every time you do a meet, so you have to meet that weight class, otherwise, you know, you lose points for your school during the meet, and you know, it's kind of serious. So, but it's definitely not healthy. I remember just like starving for a while, and then like just after the weigh-in, I would like, you know, gobble down like a sandwich or a burger, you know, just to fill up, you know.
Yeah, I've noticed most people who have wrestled competitively, especially like at the college level, they seem to have a lot of focus and discipline and, like, you know, mental strength that's not necessarily, you know, other folks don't necessarily have. You know, that I find all that fascinating as somebody who, you know, I sort of identify with a certain level of mental strength. And then, you know, I was, you know, by the time UFC became a thing, I was, you know, basically I missed it because of my age, but just looking at, you know, being tall for when I was a teenager at 135, you know, especially if I tried to compete in a weight class, if I walked around at that weight and other people had to cut down to that weight, you know, that's an advantage, obviously. But then I was always stronger. Like the guys who were like the guys I went to high school with who were weighed 135, I could just pretty much ragdoll everybody, you know, just was stronger. And, you know, not that nobody wrestled. Nobody had wrestling skills as far as a sport, but it would have been fun, you know, just to find out what I could do. But I'm actually a pacifist. I don't want to hurt anybody. I'm not, you know, I'll defend myself, but I don't ever have a desire to like get in a fight and beat anybody up. But when you make it into a sport, you know, it kind of becomes interesting to me, the competitive aspect, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, like, you know, I guess like because you have 3 seasons during school. You have fall, winter, and spring, right? And then summer you're off. So, you know, I ran cross country, and then during winter I could have played basketball, I guess, but I wasn't like not any good. So you know, I was wrestling in middle school anyway, so I decided to go. But I was never really good. I think I had maybe 50% win rate, maybe even a little bit less. It's whatever. It was.
Well, you were in Wisconsin,
very good.
right?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm assuming it's fairly competitive. I mean, that's one of the sweet spots. As
I don't
far as
know.
I know. No?
Yeah, I think. You know, I mean, like I think so.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Like,
yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, but like you know, there's no possible way that I was going to be playing football. We had football.
Yep.
But I would have been killed in football. You know, like like 5'10", 125 pounds. Like it's not like what am I going to do? You know.
You better be able to run and catch the ball. Yeah.
Yeah, and then not get touched by anybody, which is going to happen, right? Because you're going to get hit no matter what. So, so cross country made sense. That was, you know, and then wrestling was okay. It was good. I mean, like, I think it's good to I like this kind of Western mentality of like providing supports. Like sports is kind of important in America.
Oh, I think so. Yeah.
Kids grow up with sports, and you know, whether you're good or bad, you're involved in something, you know, after school, and then you know, it builds character and all that, you know. And then I played tennis during spring, and so
nice.
Those were my sports. Yeah.
Yeah, I mostly just played basketball and I skateboarded, but I didn't play on the team, although I could have, skill wise. But my family was insane, and the Jehovah's Witnesses, precluded us from. I just wasn't allowed to play sports, and I managed to beg my way into the high school band, or the school band. But imagine a kid begging, like basically had to convince my parents to be in the band, which I found kind of interesting. But
What's the rationale behind that?
well, it's it's an actual cult, and people want to try to push back and say that other religions are, which maybe they have some of the aspects, but the Jehovah's Witnesses have all the aspects of an actual cult. So, they consider basically anything outside the religion is quote unquote worldly. So they actually even discouraged higher education, which was kind of a bit of a mixed message because I did go to a university, and my father, he got a degree before he joined the religion, but it was a bizarre sort of mixed message because my dad more or less, he wasn't able to force me, but he paid for it, and, I was like, well, shit, I didn't really want to go to college, but why not? And it was a lot of fun, but the actual.
What was he before?
What's that? Go ahead.
What was he before he was a Jehovah's Witness?
Everybody where I'm from, they're all Baptists. Everybody's a Baptist.
Okay.
So I think he was rebelling. I think in some way he was. It's a long story, but his father was famous for football, like in the NFL.
Yeah, I remember you mentioning that. Yeah, you did. mention that to me. And he scored like 4. He has a record number of touchdown in
he had a record
in a bowl
for,
or something.
Yeah, receiving yards, and it's kind of funny because it ties into all these 33 codes, and it's really bizarre. And I've come to understand that sports is fake, or at least manufactured, but scripted or whatever. But it's kind of strange. So my dad's dad was this like big mythical figure. So I think my dad had a lot of his own like self-image tied up into what his dad thought of him, and I think that was my dad's way of rebelling, was by joining, a religion that on the surface is Christian, but it's actually a cult. And as we know, cults prey on people. So, my parents had a desire to raise their children with, moral principles. However, they were, I guess, insecure about their own abilities as parents. And that's, the Jehovah's Witnesses, you kind of use that as a way to, convince them to join. And then it is mind control. Like they, these people end up having their minds controlled and, going to so many, we went to church 4 times a week. We're out there knocking on doors and trying to convert people. And, I got some benefits in that they trained me in public speaking. They trained me in how to talk to people. And you had mentioned, being fairly introverted, as am I, but I was forced to interact with people at the level of talking to them about religion. I actually thought I was an extrovert for most of my life, which was kind of funny. So it was a bit of an advantage to me, just, I've never really had to force myself to go talk to people like you had mentioned earlier, or that's what the sense I got from what you said, because they forced me to do it more or less, or compelled me from a very young age, which I had a lot of anxiety around that, but it was actually a benefit in the long run, because I think I would have just, other than playing with my friends and running around playing sports, I probably would have spent a lot of time alone and not necessarily developing in a formal sense, right? But it's a very bizarre experience overall. And I never believed in the religion. I'm pretty intuitive, and I could tell early on this is not for me. And then they have shunning. So I was taught that, if I don't stay in this religion, that I would be shunned by my family. However, culturally, the black folks aren't into that as much. They tend to not shun their families. So our church was half black and half white because my hometown was majority black. So in the region, the shunning wasn't quite as much of a thing. Although if people behaved incorrectly and got what they called disfellowshipped, if they wanted to remain in the religion, they would actually come to the meetings at the Kingdom Hall, but nobody would talk to them, which I found super bizarre as a kid. I remember that happening a few times. And, having a desire to, say, hey, how are you doing or whatever, and then understanding that I would be ostracized and probably get in trouble. It's very bizarre, man. Just a lot of weird things happened through that. And, I was actually under mind control. Like, it's a real thing.
How many people were in the church?
Well, my church, probably around 100, I guess. There was three. It was pretty strong. There was 3 different congregations in my hometown. Yeah. So I would say 50 to 100, I guess, just guessing. It's been a long time.
But everybody knew each other basically, and that community was quite tight. I imagine.
Yes, and that was actually a benefit in a lot of ways, especially the cultural experience. I mean, I grew up with black people. I mean, that's not an exaggeration. So, you know, and I've always been interested in like anthropology and sociology, and although I didn't understand that, I was sort of, you know, once I got to be, you know, teenager into my early 20s, I actually intentionally was exploring various subcultures, but didn't really realize, oh, this is a thing, you know, the study of people and cultures. So, you know, I definitely accrued some benefits, and yeah, it was very tight knit, and I had a lot of really good friends actually, but who were all under mind control. So that was the, you know, but not knowing that we're under mind control, because that's the, you know, a mind control victim necessarily doesn't understand that their brain's been controlled, and especially children. You know, a child is different for my parents, you know, choosing to join the thing, but I actually deprogrammed myself in my 30s, and I taught myself logic and reason, which I know sounds super bizarre, but you know, part of being indoctrinated in under mind control is that those processes necessarily hobbled my own ability to think for myself. So I actually have taught myself to be a free thinker, which is a tremendous advantage in many ways. And fortunately, I was able to do that. You know, I've always just sort of been able to teach myself how to do things. But yeah, it's been very strange. And thank you for listening, by the way. I don't get to talk about this stuff very much, but although sometimes I just solo
it's
it.
fascinating for me.
Yeah,
it is kind of interesting. Yeah, because like I also have a lot of interest in mind control, and you know, it wouldn't be much of a mind control if you were aware that you were mind controlled, right? So
yeah, exactly. And I remember a specific experience when what the Jehovah's Witnesses do is several times a year they'll have what they call an assembly. Like there's a circuit assembly and a district assembly. And the district one is larger, so typically for us that would involve going to Memphis, Tennessee, to like a large arena, like a sports arena. It'd be several thousand Jehovah's Witnesses there, and there were some protesters because I guess it is open to the public. So there was people with some signs, you know, protesting the Jehovah's Witnesses. So here we are, you know, all these people under mind control, and we're dressed up in our Sunday best, you know, with our book bags, and we're walking into the arena, and how this works for somebody under mind control is not only does nobody, you know, get the message of the protesters, we actually double down on the mind control, and we feel sorry for them, you know, because look at how they fall, and presumably some of them used to belong to the religion, and you know, look at the, you know, look at the fallen state they're in, and meanwhile they were right and we were under mind control. It's super bizarre.
Yeah, but it's we like to support our narrative.
Yes.
I mean, that's just the way we are kind of designed. So like wherever situation that we're in, and you know, the whole pandemic situation is another form of that though too, right? Where people double down and triple down in the condition that they have found themselves in, and they can't possibly conceive that, you know, something else is happening, you know, without getting into too many details about that. But I remember when I was in high school, there was one kid who was from a Jehovah's Witnesses family, and you know, and I remember having a discussion with him, and it was very vivid in my memory that I was like really like because I didn't grow up in a religious family. Like my parents were agnostic. We didn't go to church, even though all my friends all belonged to a church of some kind. And if I was like sleeping over at my friends and, you know, it was Sunday, I would go to church with them. That's not a big problem. You know, it's a good experience. But like this kid, I remember having a conversation, and he was saying like that evolution didn't exist, and I remember like thinking, oh my gosh, like that's. But I don't believe in evolution now, like because you know I like after having come to some conspiracy about it, like this whole Darwinian. It's not a discussion to go into at the moment. I'm just saying that I come to the realization that he was right, you know, later on, much later on. But I was under a different kind of indoctrination, quote unquote, mind control. And then that memory for me is like, wow, actually, he had it right for whatever reason that they were correct about this, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and they are correct about some things, which is probably by design. Now, the diabolical part of all this is the organization is the Watchtower Bible and Tract Society of Pennsylvania, which is a corporation, and in fact, their two magazines, the Awake and the Watchtower, are the most widely circulated periodicals in the world, although not in the U.S., but worldwide. And they've gone through a big problem of membership. A lot of the members have left, and my father and my whole family stopped going at a certain point, and for various reasons. And I knew there's no way I'm doing this as an adult. And this is another interesting thing, Notch, that, I knew by the time I was 12 years old, realistically, I wanted nothing to do with this religion. And it never occurred to me that I could just refuse to go. And then finally, I think I was either 16, about to be 17, or maybe I just turned 17. And I never had a problem in my hometown, because I enjoyed a lot of the people that I grew up with and that I went to church with. So the second half of my senior year, my family moved to a completely different part of Arkansas with a different culture, no black people. It's like the most isolated part of the state that still has a decent sized town. And by decent size, I mean like 5,000 people, but it's just not close to anything. And I went to the Kingdom Hall there 2, maybe 3 times, and I got such a bad feeling. I think I'm intuitive, right? But I was under mind control, but I had a strong intuition. So I remember coming home and looking at my parents, and I said, yeah, I don't think I'm going to the Kingdom Hall anymore. And they were like, yeah, you are. And I was like, no, I'm not. And that was the end of it. Like, they just accepted it, and I guess they realized, well, we can't force him to go, and he's about to go off to college anyway. And well, it turned out later on that one of the people who was high up in that congregation about 2 or 3 years ago got sent to prison in Arkansas for 80 years for very horrific crimes against children that I won't even name, since we're here on YouTube. Oh, it's horrible. Like, just some of the worst stuff you could even possibly, and don't imagine it, by the way. And, whether or not that's what I was picking up on, I have no idea. And here's the sick part, although that's sick. So the sicker part is that the religion, the Watchtower, they keep records on everybody. They absolutely knew that he was that type of person.
Right.
They protected him, and they moved him there knowing he was that way. And, the fact that anybody would defend that behavior is just sick to me. And people do defend it. And, I just can't go there.
Honestly,
go ahead.
Honestly, I don't think Jehovah's Witnesses isolated in doing that. I think there are a lot of other
absolutely
religions, like probably the Mormons and the Catholics. They also are involved
100%
very deeply with that. So and some other Christians as well. And I think probably I don't know as much about Hindus or Buddhists or Muslims, so I can't speak about it. But at least from what I've read about like some of these other religions that I've mentioned, certainly those things do go on. And so it's definitely, but the whole idea about a cult is that it's dependency. They hook you in, and your friends and your family and all your social life and everything is involved with that. So if you're gonna want to disconnect, you have to let go of everything just about what you know. So they know that's difficult for people to do.
Yes. Well, it's very difficult. Most people find it nearly impossible. And I had an experience because I had a lot of anger towards the organization that I've now resolved, and it's not a problem for me. But and the 8 years of homelessness certainly had a lot to do with dealing with the fallout from, how I was raised in the religion. My upbringing was pretty damn good other than that, which is a bizarre experience. But, and then, resentment towards my parents, because I'm not the type who would ever join a cult as an adult. I might try to start one, but I definitely, not now, obviously, but I certainly would never join one. But, so I remember, especially as a homeless person, they love to try to come talk to the homeless people to bring them in for whatever reason. And I remember being in a laundromat, and here comes a Jehovah's Witness, and I understand the whole spiel, and I understand from his perspective what he's trying to do. And I had a counter to everything he said. Well, they're trained to sort of hang in with people who, will challenge them on scripture or whatever. But I was so adept at countering his bullshit. This guy physically ran away from me. He just fled the laundromat, which it was somewhat satisfying in the moment. I don't think I would do that to somebody again. I've evolved a little bit since then, Notch. I would view that as probably not a proper way to treat another person. But I was still kind of in that mode of I had beef with the organization, right? But
yeah,
and they fully went, they went whole hog for the mask and the jab. And my father had a lot of trouble understanding why they would do this. And I said, man, they're part of the system. I said, it's a corporation. I said, they're obviously fully integrated into this beast system. I mean, there's no question about it.
Yep.
And, they're protected. When you see them out in public, man, the police absolutely ensure their security. I mean, 100%. And not that they shouldn't, but they're fully accepted everywhere they go as far as, they're out in the streets and doing their thing. And so my dad had trouble understanding why. I said, because it's a corporate structure. So since it's a worldwide organization, they're not going to let people in the U.S. go with bare faces when you've got people who are Jehovah's Witnesses in countries where they have no choice. Some of these countries enforced it across the board and there was nothing anybody could do. So, of course, the organization is going to choose to recommend the jab, and then also they required it to go to the meetings, and a lot of people chose to stay home. And actually, it's been a bit of a blessing in disguise because now a lot of people just never came back. And in fact, they've sold a lot of the Kingdom Halls across the country, which is not something I thought I would ever see. They have a lot of churches, or they did. Like I say, there was 3 in my hometown, which is only 60,000 people, I think. So that's a pretty big presence. But it's a fascinating, and the Mormons, real quick, Notch, the Mormon is such a similar experience that when I meet a Mormon person, we connect on a level of we can tell we've both been through pretty much the same process on a level, which it is fascinating. And if I see Jehovah's Witnesses in public, I can spot them 100% of the time just based on how they dress and how they come across. Like I can spot them immediately, which is interesting to me anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. No. And are you aware if they are part of the 501c3?
I think
thing?
so, but I'm not sure. I would imagine that.
I suspect they probably are. And I do think that with all the evidence of what I think is going on, there is a kind of a separation process that seems to be happening. The kind of the whole idea of the parable of the wheat and the chaff type of thing.
Oh yeah.
And I think this is part of that process. And I think it's becoming more and more clear, at least in my mind, which side of the fence people are on. It becomes very it's just clear as day, for me.
Yeah, me too. And I have some very strong negative opinions of religion in general, but I do my best not to state them too often. But yeah, it's a whole thing. But I will say this, Notch, we're coming up on 12 hours, and this has in fact been probably one of the best broadcasts we've had. And so I want to thank you for being a part of that. Certainly been.
Yeah, I appreciate being here, and thanks for sharing your stories. And I'm always fascinated with people's experiences and how they have arrived to where they have arrived. I don't think anything really happens by chance. Some experiences are, in a way, necessary. Necessary evil. I'll put that in quotes to have us. Give us the experiences that we need to be where we are now. So, I just encourage everybody to just be more, mindful or be aware of, what they are participating in. And that just goes along with everything and anything that they're a part of. And I do think that these discussions are planting seeds, in people's minds and their hearts of, what is important, hopefully. And also keeps me focused on, what's important for me.
Yeah, well said. And, thanks for the meditation talk, too. That's something I like to talk about more on the broadcast, but it can be a difficult topic to broach, especially if I'm just doing it by myself. So I'm sure some folks got something out of that portion. And I can't say for sure, but I'm certainly more likely to do the Vipassana thing, which I was considering pretty strongly years ago, and it just never happened for various reasons. So who knows? That might be a seed that'll grow in the near future. We'll see. So I do like a challenge, and I'm aware of that would be a great challenge, especially for a first-timer. So, yeah, man, thanks for all that, and I look forward to having you back on the show. And I'm going to let you get out of here, and then I'll wrap up. I'd like to have the last word, and then we're going to get out of here and let the other broadcasters take it away.
Awesome. You have a good rest of the day, and I'll talk to you soon.
All right. You as well. Bye-bye. You as well. Bye-bye. That was Mr. Notch. I knew how to say his name at one point, and then I didn't see him for a time. And, yeah, a lot of good stuff in the broadcast today. I certainly enjoyed being able to play, to restream Provo Kid, because as we all saw, those of us who've been here for most of the Provo Kid, audio and video extravaganza, that was very well produced on his part, and he seemed to enjoy. Because I know at one point we had like 35 to 40 folks in here, just having a great old time, engaging with his content. And as a person who does, I don't do a lot of content that's produced in that fashion. I have produced a podcast, multiple podcasts in the past, which is a little bit more of a produced, somewhat edited to polished product. And obviously it's a feeling of satisfaction to the person who made the thing when people, number one, choose to spend their time with it, and number two, are receiving it favorably, as the live chat did. So again, certainly one of the best broadcasts, and I won't apologize, because I do apologize to the audience far too frequently, but I was not able to keep up with the chat as much as I normally do. So I hope you will forgive me for, if I neglected some of the commenters. And shout out to the chat. As far as I'm concerned, we, Whose House, Our House, on an ad hoc basis at a grassroots level, get in where you fit in style. We do not have expert panels here. Not that there's anything wrong with an expert panel. We have an expert live chat, which I certainly appreciate, because if you folks were not actually more intelligent than me, we would be in trouble, and it's always a compliment. I take it as a great honor that folks who I view as more intelligent than me will actually listen to what I have to say. It means a lot, and I mean, when I say that if even 10 people at a time are willing to listen to me, I'll certainly continue doing these, although a return to truck driving may be on the horizon. As much as I've protested against that, it is possible, right? That would help me address various factors, including just how expensive food is, especially if I think I'm going to put on 20 pounds or so. It's going to cost a little bit of money. So, yes, that's right, Gordon. Yep. Nachiketa, I believe, is how it's said. Nachiketa. Yeah, I think. And shout out to Miss Rebecca, who started the whole thing off this morning and put up with my old man moodiness, right? And just, I was, man, I don't even want to get into how I was feeling, but that's all past now, thank God. And I want to wrap up on this. Happy birthday to Miss Zinger, Miss Rachel Zinger, and still feeling a little strange about the $20 super chat she blessed the broadcast with. However, I will choose to accept it in the spirit in which I assume it was intended. What a blessing, to be sure. And indeed, thank you, Mr. O'Shea, and it's always good to see you around these parts. I noticed Rob Cleveland's name mentioned. Did Rob pop into the chat, or did I imagine that? Wasn't able to divert my attentions to see if he was actually here. But I did see his name posted, so I was wondering if he actually showed up. Was he here? Well, since we have a couple of minutes, Vividness420, thanks at Benton for an awesome broadcast. Thank you for being here in an epic birthday Provo-style dance party for Rachel. Indeed, I enjoyed it thoroughly. Certainly enjoyed it quite a bit. And yeah, the chat will not be denied. That's right, Swim. Undeniable live chat, certainly. And certainly, why am I saying certainly so much? But, oh, okay, we tried to summon him. Okay, thank you for letting me know. So, Rob's a big boy. I trust that he's well. Perhaps I'll send him an email. And I would like to coax Mr. O'Shea onto the panel, but Mr. O'Shea certainly exhibited a great deal of maturity when he stated that he would end up yelling at Highly Suspect. And believe me, I've been there and done that several times, so I know the feeling. Most likely going to return early tomorrow morning, folks. I do like the I like the weekend broadcasts, especially the early mornings. So thanks for watching.